All right, welcome everybody. Hey, Millie, how you doing?
Hey, thanks everyone. Who is hosting right now? Because it says America Mission.
Adam is.
Oh, Adam. Okay. All right.
I tried sending Kim a co-host here, but I'm using my account to play music and audio from the hearing. I have the hearing lined up. It's still on standby. But if you want to go over some of the things in the meanwhile, what this hearing is going to be about in regards, go right ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. So today in the Arizona legislature, Arizona House, they're going to be hearing a bill. This bill is...
real quick, guys, whoever's in here, like and repost the space, please. And this is going to be very hearing centric, so we're not going to be going too far off topic. So no other speakers, sorry, except for people that are relevant to the conversation. Thank you. Okay, go ahead, Millie. Please continue.
Yeah, so the bill is HB 2736, and it is about essentially upgrading Arizona's encryption and cybersecurity. And as a whole, like, this is what's crazy. The US cybersecurity, as far as even like on a state by state basis, is very below par. There's been a lot of cyber attacks that have been going on, and they've been increasing. So like in 2024, the number of ransomware hack attacks has increased fourfold. Okay. You've had a lot more of ransomware hackers, and as well as the Typhoon Salt hackers, which Typhoon Salt hackers is a group out of China. So a lot of these hacks are foreign. Not saying that they're only foreign, but a lot of them are foreign from China or Russia. And they hack and penetrate US systems as well as US companies, important for infrastructure, emergency infrastructure like hospitals. And then what they'll do is once they've penetrated either telecoms or hospitals, and they gain access to Americans' private personal information. So they'll be getting all of your private information, your hospital records, getting access to your medical records, your social security numbers, all of your personal information these guys are getting their hands on. And then what they do is they threaten to release it publicly if the companies or the government doesn't pay out millions of dollars. So an entire industry has kind of spurred off of ransomware hacking, because so many of these businesses, as well as like the state infrastructure, like our electric grid, our power plants, like nuclear power plants, our telecommunications industry, like all of these things are not up to par and able to withstand these hack attacks. And so what they do is they'll have cybersecurity experts come in here, and all they do is patchwork, right? And they try to just get these people out. But in many instances, they think it's impossible to get it out of the system because they're just not equipped to be able to do it. Now, what this bill in Arizona represents is this bill represents increasing the encryption and building a new network in a pilot program to build a new cybersecurity network that's encrypted with post-quantum encryption for the state of Arizona to secure the grid, to secure, I believe, the Secretary of State's office, the Arizona legislature, and essentially to secure their cybersecurity infrastructure so that we don't have Chinese ransomware, typhoon assault hackers getting in and collecting personal private information. Because at the end of the day, the American people are really made victim here because they're the ones who, it's our personal information that these guys get their hands on. And you think that they're just, what do you think? They're not doing anything with it? They're doing it. These foreign companies are collecting it and doing God knows what with our personal information. And just because they might not be releasing it publicly because they're being paid out with ransomware doesn't mean they're not collecting it and selling it and trading it on a black market somewhere. And that's what is very scary. And this has been an increasing ongoing problem throughout the United States. So Arizona has the opportunity here to be kind of like a pave maker. They have the ability to set a national precedent that hopefully other states will follow in helping in defending Arizona from cyber warfare and domestic threats, which we know have been increasing over the past couple of years. So the bill, it's essentially debating a 5-year data encryption and cybersecurity pilot program, and it proposes cutting-edge encryption technology to secure government databases, voting records, and essential public services. This is very key to making sure that we are, making sure that we are protected and our data is private and our personal information is private, our voting records private. All that stuff is key. So yeah, that is also what's going on. But also we know that Gavin Wintz, who is my significant other and who is the CEO of QUX, he'll be speaking at the hearing today. We also know that Trash Discourse, he will be speaking at the hearing today as well. There's going to be plenty of other people speaking. I believe there may be some people speaking for, some people speaking against. Probably likely some Democrats maybe that might be speaking against, which is crazy to me because I don't see how on earth, this is a partisan issue. It really isn't a partisan issue because, what? Is the nuclear power plant being hacked, or fortified against hackers a partisan issue? I wouldn't think so. But it never, it never ceases to amaze me what some of these Democrats
messes with their corruption, Millie. It messes with their whole plans on corruption.
Well, Millie, question. Not question, more of a statement. I hope is my audio coming in okay? Not too loud.
You're good. Just a little echoey.
A little echoey. All right. The solar winds hack happened like what, 2023 or something like that. Do you recall? That was a big hack and like a big compromisation of information, PPIs, basically, all your personal data was hacked essentially, and they're sitting here complaining about Doge getting information. This is,
it is a bit ironic.
Chinese also, yeah.
No, I'm just saying that is a bit ironic, right? The Democrats are so upset about Doge getting that data, which whether or not you agree with it, I'm kind of thinking maybe it wasn't the best thing. However, the Democrats are crying foul over that the most out of anyone, yet they're, leaving our country so vulnerable with these attacks. So it's crazy that, we wouldn't see any opposition to this, which hopefully we won't, but I'm hearing we might.
I think somebody went and hacked the treasury as well from China, possibly. I think it was not too long ago. So that's interesting. Like just to kind of prove a point, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, so I want to read a couple. I want to read a couple headlines just to kind of set the stage here for people so you guys can understand the severity of the situation that's going on in our nation. Like, to me, when I heard about just how bad the situation is, it was terrifying. It was like, oh my gosh, our country is so vulnerable right now. It's not even funny. So, like I said, it's not just the infrastructure for states and for government. It's also hospitals, which I kind of count that somewhat as, because it's our emergency services. You have to have a hospital for people, right? So Arizona hospital, and this was in the summer of 2022, an Arizona hospital says Social Security numbers of 700,000 people were leaked during a ransomware hack. So this was in Yuma, Arizona. They sent letters out letting everybody know that their personal information and Social Security numbers were obtained by ransomware hackers. And, essentially they had to take their systems offline because of this. But isn't that nice? Like your information gets stolen and then they just send you an email, right? That's all they can do.
Yeah, they give you free, cybersecurity or
free credit monitoring and identity theft protections to those who are eligible, right? We know that ransomware healthcare organizations have continued to hack throughout 2021 and 2022, as well as 2024. Like I said, they've quadrupled in 2024. There was an attack on California by the Hive ransomware group. There was Christopher Wray said last week, well, this was in 2022, that an Iran-based group hacked to the Boston Children's Hospital with a ransomware. And so there's many hospitals that have been, continually hacked. And this one was Kaiser Foundation Health Plan announced that it began sending out notifications as well that it had a cyber attack. So it's ongoing of cyber attacks. Now, another one, this isn't necessarily related to Arizona, but like I said, this is happening across the nation, where Rhode Island actually was essentially hacked by these hackers. So Rhode Island hit by data breach as hackers demand ransom. So, and this was, I think it was more recent. Yeah, 2024, December of 2024. So it was just a couple months ago. Hundreds of thousands of Rhode Island residents' personal and bank information, including social security numbers, were very likely hacked by an international cyber criminal group asking for ransom. They essentially get extorted, and they end up having to pay. And it confirms here that they were paid an undisclosed amount of money. The breach data affects people who use the state government assistance programs and includes Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or SNAP, temporary assistance for needy families, and healthcare purchased through the state's Health Source RI. So yeah, that affected quite a lot of people. So there's Rhode Island. And look, there's these stories out here. There's so many of them. I just grabbed a couple of them. Another one, like I said, the Typhoon Salt Typhoon Group. Just recently, this was actually an article put out February 13, 2025. It hit more telecom networks. Okay, so it hit multiple telecommunication networks. So, these guys are getting access to people's cell phones, your text messages, your call histories. Not good. And the problem with this stuff is, in many instances, sometimes they can't tell how long they've even been in the system. And sometimes they can't even figure out how to get these guys out, because the problem is they're constantly just patching their network because it wasn't designed in a way to be impenetrable. So, like I said, they've quadrupled in the past couple of years. And yeah, I mean, there's a lot of these stories I could kind of go over, but the reality is that there's a lot of these hack attacks happening all across the country, and there's really not much going on to stop it. We're very vulnerable in that way. The Government Accountability Office's High Risk Series 2024 report warns that the security of federal systems and critical infrastructure and privacy of sensitive data remains severely at risk. Security officials have been working to clean the infiltrated systems of bad actors. However, Jeff Green, executive director for cybersecurity at CISA, told a media press briefing it was impossible to evict all of the hackers. So that's in regards to the December Salt Typhoon hack that penetrated the telecommunication systems. So yeah, this is an ongoing problem. And, that is what this bill is set to address. It's set to essentially allow for the state infrastructure to up their encryption and their network security and raise the bar, because a lot of their standards are very much outdated. And you have to update this stuff to meet the times, because we're in a time period where you have quantum computing, you have AI cyber warfare, and these things are becoming more and more available to hackers out there. Like, not necessarily quantum computing, but like the AI hacking is very much available. And now there's an actual market, like there's a commodity market around ransomware hacking. It's become like an industry
Well,
because
most definitely, Millie. Let me just add to that. Like, there's a lot of like, I'm a gamer myself. I've been a gamer. I was born with a controller in my hand, but like, these people buy bots, kind of like you see the bots flood into spaces, right? You could have like a bunch of bots flood into spaces. So these are like sell-off type services that these hackers put out. Most definitely.
yeah, and it's wild to think that I feel like some of this has to do with, for the longest time, like maybe the boomer generation was running government and they just didn't see the need to update some of this stuff or even figure out a way to implement better ways to either innovate or design or to come up with solutions technologically. But now we're at such a point in time where the rubber meets the road and you've got hackers hacking all of these critical infrastructure, our cybersecurity. And the problem with that is that can cause a lot of issues, and they know that it can cause issues. So our government's paying out ransomware hackers in order to keep the lights on.
Well, Millie, real quick, it's kind of interesting timing. I just saw this trailer for a movie that's coming out on Netflix today. It's called Zero Day with Robert De Niro and like I forgot a couple of different actors, but it's being released on Netflix, right? Of course. And if you're familiar, you know what a 0 day event is. It's kind of similar to if you saw Die Hard 4 with the hacker and the fire sale event that they did. That was a fictional fire sale event, but it's pretty much what very similar to a 0 day event that they're putting this out, which takes down critical infrastructure, and you have all these plane crashes and train collisions and all sorts of things happen in regards to critical infrastructure, as you said. So it's like they're projecting this 0 day event that they're trying to push out. I don't know, or it's just fear mongering, one or the other.
It might just be somebody's aware of the seriousness in our country with the cyber vulnerabilities, because the cyber vulnerabilities, it's been going on for a couple of years now. Like I found stuff with ransomware hackers and these hacking attacks happening like 2021, 2022, and it's only gotten much worse and more prevalent over time because the technology's advanced in hacking and in AI, and our system, like the US's infrastructure, is still very, very outdated. So yeah, it's only getting more prevalent. So there is a real world situation where that could be reality, where
Well,
you could
I
actually
think
see that happening.
honestly, Millie, if they had been focused on, doing their job instead of attacking President Trump and the American people at every turn, I feel like we would be in a much better position than we are right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I don't know who the hell, it's like corrupt people have been in charge of our government for a while now and have neglected a lot of things. But hopefully, now that the people who are in office right now they will make the right choice to actually do something to secure the infrastructure. And I'm hoping that maybe now that we're in such a crisis situation where we're so vulnerable with all these ransomware attacks, maybe that will change, right? Like, what happens if all of I mean, so many of these people's social securities numbers have already gotten out and whatnot, but like, how far is this going to go? How long until everybody's medical records are on the dark web? Like that could be a reality, and that's not a pretty reality.
Well, I think that us moving away from the Social Security number system is going to probably be one of the solutions that we need to look at, and then that gets into the whole digital ID stuff, and I mean, so it's going to be a delicate, tightrope that we've got to walk there.
We're going to be cautious, 100%, as far as how we do that.
Right, because you don't want to do the Hegelian dialectic problem reaction solution where they hack, cyber hackers hack and wreck everybody's social security number, so nobody has a private social security number anymore to justify digital ID to some weird smart future city or something, right? But anyway, I guess back on track. So the hearing is about to start I know they've been going all day in different sessions for different things, but this particular hearing on this bill is going to start at 2 p.m. Arizona time. So I believe that's 4 p.m. our time because Arizona switches their daylight savings. It's confusing because sometimes it's 3 hours, sometimes it's 2 hours difference from Eastern time. It's confusing. I get confused sometimes because Aaron's in or Trash Discourse is in Arizona time, so sometimes that's confusing scheduling spaces with him. But yeah, so it's gonna start here in like 5 minutes, and it's live streamed. So we're going to be, I believe you guys have it set up, right? Where we're going to be able to listen to the hearing.
100%. If you like, well, I'd like to do a quick audio test just before it starts. We got like about 4 minutes here. That trailer, I guess I'll use that as the audio test. It's about a minute long, so that's perfect. That'll do some filler time. Go ahead, Kelly. And like and repost the space, please, whoever's listening, so more people can listen in. Go ahead, Kelly.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you're fine.
Oh, good. My hand's not showing. Okay, anyway, I just want to let everybody know that we are also streaming this space and the hearing itself. The video will be showing in a second window on our platforms, and we're streaming out to X Live Broadcast and Rumble and Pilled and QUX and YouTube and Kick. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you so much, Kelly. All right, we're going to go ahead and run that audio test real quick. You could listen to this trailer. You can find it in the pill as well if you're interested. But I don't promote Netflix. I don't buy into them. But yeah. Let's see if this is going to come through. All right, the audio is not being patched. Okay, good thing we're testing it now.
Chaos.
There we go.
Whoever's responsible for this attack, they're dangerous. 3,402 people died on 0 day. Plane crashes, train derailments, total chaos. Whoever's responsible for this attack, they're dangerous, and they said they're going to do it again.
Congress is authorizing a special investigatory commission and endowing it with powers of surveillance, search and seizure.
You're just going to grab people off the streets without warrants.
Actually, you are. People will believe what they need to believe. The truth is the truth, but it's not always the most important thing.
All right, that was it. So yeah, audio's good. Good thing we tested it because the audio wasn't coming through at first. And we've got about 2 minutes here till the hearing kicks off. Anything else you'd like to add, Millie or Kim?
Yeah, I could just kind of go through a little bit of the bill. I don't know if that would bore you guys, but just to kind of run through some of the bullet points. It's really short. It's like I believe it's 3 pages. So I could kind of go through some of that with you guys so that we know just to give us context when we're listening to the hearing. And
I love that.
Yeah, and I believe on the schedule, it said that there's going to be one bill right before. So it's as soon as it's 2:00, I think they're going to be doing some kind of a law enforcement
overtime pay.
Yeah, overtime pay. And then the very next bill will be HB2736. So this bill is being introduced by Representative Gillette, Biasucci, Bliss, Carter N, Hendricks, Martinez. I always butcher this, but Nguyen, Travelers, Volk, Way, Wilmeth, and Senators Angus, Fernandez, Goen, Kavanaugh, and Payne, and it's establishing a data encryption and cybersecurity pilot program and appropriating monies. So this says, the Department of Administration shall implement a 5-year data encryption and cybersecurity pilot program that is designed to protect information technology data against unauthorized access through the use of a software and hardware solution and to upgrade the cybersecurity infrastructure of information technology systems in this state. So in the fiscal year of 2025 through 2026, the Department of Administration shall create a plan, choose a vendor, and begin 5-year pilot program. The pilot program shall be implemented by the following entities in the following fiscal year. So in 2026 through 2027, the Secretary of State shall implement a data encryption system and upgrade the cybersecurity infrastructure of the Secretary of State's office. In fiscal year 2027 through 2028, the Department of Revenue shall implement a data encryption system and upgrade the cybersecurity infrastructure of the department. And in 2028 through 2029, the Department of Administration shall implement that same infrastructure and cybersecurity system. And then in 2029 through 2030, it's the legislature shall implement that same encryption and upgrade the cybersecurity infrastructure. And then the data encryption system must meet all the following criteria. So this is where we're upping the ante, right? We're upping the requirements for cybersecurity. So 1, it must have a source code that is accessible for review and audit by the Auditor General, which is important, right? Because we've seen in the past other companies try to make code not accessible. Be owned by the state. Be created and maintained by a company located in the United States that is only owned by United States citizens and has no foreign owners or investors. That's key, right? Have a shareable code for transparency and audit purposes. Have a key connected password system that is quantum encryption proof and future proof to other encryption breaking methodologies. 6, be encryption agnostic for the purposes of this paragraph. Encryption agnostic means the system can use any encryption as long as the encryption can follow key connected passwords. 7, be able to reset, including password resets, without having to go to a third party for key resetting. 8, have an audit trail for any key reset. 9, have a master key that can be that can be exchanged or recreated on demand with a signed and encrypted audit trail for all changes. 10, allow each key package to contain a signed and encrypted audit trail. 11, use technology that is protected by a unique United States patent. 12, have United States Department of Defense level security that is evidenced by penetration testing. For the purposes of this paragraph, penetration testing means a simulated cyber attack that is authorized to evaluate the security of the system. 13, be purchased from a vendor that A, collaborates with the state agency that is implementing the encryption system to ensure seamless integration and compliance with all state and federal cybersecurity standards. B, provides a United States sourced encryption system. C, is located and managed in the United States by United States citizens and that does not have any foreign owners or investors. D, possesses a unique United States patent for the encryption system. D, the Auditor General may audit the encryption system at each stage of the implementation and operation of the data encryption system. After the implementation of the data encryption system is complete, the Auditor General shall conduct an annual audit for 5 years, beginning in fiscal year 2026 through 2027, to ensure ongoing compliance with security standards and to identify potential security vulnerabilities with the data encryption system. The Department of Administration shall submit to the legislature an annual report beginning in the fiscal year 2026 through 2027 and continuing for 4 additional fiscal years. The report must include the status of the data encryption system implementation, the results of any security assessments that were completed, and whether any implementation or operation issues were encountered in the previous year. In fiscal year 2030 through 31, the Department of Administration shall submit a final report to the legislature that summarizes the overall effectiveness and security of the data encryption system. This section is repealed from or after June 30th, 2032. And then it talks about appropriations, Department of Administration, data encryption. So the sum of blank, which we'll find out what they're going to suggest, monetarily, is appropriated from the state general fund in each of the fiscal years and to the Department of Administration for planning, purchasing, and implementing a data encryption system and upgrading the cybersecurity infrastructure of information technology systems in the state. So that is the bill. And as you can see, it's very much related to the cybersecurity infrastructure of the state of Arizona. And these, believe it or not, these cybersecurity standards seem pretty like they would be something that's pretty standard, but in fact, they're not. This is way above the bar for what most states have for cybersecurity. And Arizona, in passing this bill, will be raising the bar and hopefully setting a precedent across the nation for other states to also raise their bar. And hopefully this can essentially protect the state's infrastructure from these salt typhoon attacks, from any type of ransomware attacks or cybersecurity events. There's cyber attack events that could happen, like you showed in your movie, right? The movie with 0 Day. I know those things kind of sound like they're hyped up and hysterical and kind of fear mongering, but the reality is things like that are already happening. It's already happening across the country. You can find the articles out there. It might not be as like, I think they kind of make things over dramatic in the movies, right? But these things do seem to be happening and increasingly happening. I mean, some weird stuff going on with some of these airplanes.
Yeah, like upside down airplanes. Like, how does that happen?
Yeah, there's some weird stuff going on. I mean, I would like to know that our security's better, right? Like when you're on a plane or when you're anywhere, right? We don't need hospitals going out or being shut down. I know that one of the articles I read was that a hospital was hacked and they had to postpone surgeries. And to me, that just seems like what a horrible thing if it's your family member needing an emergency surgery and they're not able to get it because of a ransomware hacker or somebody disabling the hospital system. So no bueno, no good. But anyway, I bet they're starting if we want to patch the stream in.
I don't see that it started yet. Let me refresh. Okay. Yeah, it says standby still.
I mean, Kim, what are your thoughts on this? Are you there, Kim?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry. So again, I think that I love the bill. I think that there's just been this lack of attention and priority throughout the country. And it's something that we really need to get on the fast track because, I think about it all the time, just all the different vulnerabilities that we have that are not really being, I don't know, like, I think it should be like a 4-alarm fire, right? We've got to play catch up for all of the things that have been neglected over the years because, again, we had to stop. They had to stop Trump.
Yeah, absolutely. Like it's going to be playing catch up, right? I think the idea now is to try to, take control of the government back. Once the people have the government back, then it's time for us to start fixing these problems, right? And there's a laundry list of these issues. And I know DOGE is getting a lot of attention because we know there's so much corruption in the government, right? And I've been one of the loudest voices talking about the federal bureaucrats and USAID with all of their corrupt people that were in the Zoom calls. But like this other subject as well is very important. And it's very important to our security. I mean, a lot of the data, the private information that's vulnerable out there, it affects our personal information, right? It affects our personal life in that way. Like nobody wants their privacy invaded, their personal information put out there on the dark web. But then it's also like safety and security. Like if our nuclear power plants are being accessed by ransomware hackers, they could melt down. That could result in disaster. That could result in people being killed. Okay, we're entering another level of hackers taking down the grid that can cause people, emergency, chaos, horrible things.
Well, you think about all the utilities, it's not just the grid, it's water. It's, I mean, there's so many different aspects of our, convenient life here that are vulnerable. I mean, I know that both mine and my son's medical information was hacked last year. His was, earlier in the year, and then they sent me a letter, like 6 months later, and said my husband and I's was hacked as well. And it's like, what kind of, nefarious things can they do with that medical information? Because if we've got nanotechnologies and we've got all these different technologies that are, kind of fast tracking development, I feel like they can create designer weapons, if you will.
Oh yeah, and we know they already are. They already have that capability to make. The fact that even we saw that one company in that press conference with Trump was talking about making a designer vaccine for cancer, right? That's some way that companies might be using it in a way that they're trying to quote unquote help people. But we know that there's the ability for malicious actors out there to designer bio weapons for people or groups of people based on their genetics, and that is really bad, right?
That's why we put a ban on it under Obama, right? Like, which is kind of weird that you didn't expect that, but
yeah, I mean, you could put a ban on it, but
then we offshored it to Ukraine and China,
Well, do you think that ransomware hackers from like Salt Typhoon China, if they get everybody's genetic information and whatnot from the hospitals, you think they're going to like follow that ban? No. Foreign actors are not going to be listening to our laws or our bans if they're already hacking into our systems. They're not going to care about our laws, right?
That's why I never partook in 23andMe or any of that, and they were hacked, right? So imagine they have everybody's who submitted to them. They have their DNA data essentially,
Yeah, that's really not good, right? I would stay away from that stuff because, I saw and I looked into the terms and conditions and I just thought, okay, sharing with third parties, selling to third parties, no way, right? But then there's the other aspect of if it's hacked, right? If they gain access to it. But even when you think doing a DNA test or genetic testing at the hospital is safe, apparently that's not. And how many of our kids and our babies, that's all out there. When your baby's born, they do that little heel prick at the hospital and they run the DNA and they test for all the different genetic diseases, right? That's essentially getting your kids' DNA and genetic information out there. So that's not good.
Let's check in with Kelly real quick. Kelly, what's up? Do you see the video live coming in yet?
No, I think the link that they provided on the website that we shared amongst each other, it's not good. It's just giving a static image. Supposedly,
it's standby, right?
Yeah, and supposedly when I'm trying to find it, they have ACTV Live is how they do their televise their hearings. And so right now I'm trying to search it down because they said that link, that's where they're supposed to show it. So like I said, it's not working. So I'm still looking for if there's anybody on here that can see it. It has a link. Could you raise your hand?
Let's get to Don Fresh real quick while we're looking for that.
Hi. Yeah, I mean, regarding the bill, it doesn't take care of mail-in ballots. Joe Biden got half, 40 million mail-in ballots. You know, we gotta rein that in. We gotta pass a bill. That's the only way. I live in Arizona. Got a terrible governor, 2 terrible senators, you know, but we really have to pass a bill because we can't take, like, the House and Senate is crucial. Like, if Democrats take the House and Senate, everything went for nothing. Everything goes to shit, you know. So we have to really protect it, you know. And I'm all for this bill, but we have to like permanently secure our elections because Fox News in 2020, that the first state they called was Arizona, and they say Joe won by half a point. In 2024, Trump won by 5 points, and Arizona didn't call it until the next day. So that's when I stopped watching Fox News, you know, by the way. But we got to figure this out, and we have to permanently secure our elections. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
I'm convinced that the local government in Arizona is pretty much all on the cartel's payroll.
I'm on the Kelly. I'm on the Arizona House of Representatives website, and I'm on their live proceedings page, and like all those links are not working. Oh, you found some? I see you text me. Are those?
Okay, so I just heard word from Gavin, who's sitting in. I guess he's at the house. It has not started yet, so that is why we're not seeing the video.
So
That makes
okay,
sense.
because I was freaking out. I'm going, where is it?
It's like 15 past the hour, but government is not that efficient, so expect them not to be on time.
Yeah, it's possible they ran over because there's a lot of different bills and things that they've been, dealing with today. So they had a lot of things on the schedule before this. So yeah.
And it's science and technology, correct? Is the committee?
Yes, Committee on Science and Technology, room HHR 5.
Thank you.
Yes. So yeah, they're going to be hearing a couple different bills. So there's a couple other ones. One's Technology Study Committee, Assistive Technology, which I think is to help people develop technology for people with disabilities. And then there's another one interesting is Appropriation Office of Defense Innovation. So that's kind of interesting. So creating an Office of Defense Innovation for Arizona. Arizona's kind of like a leader in defense industry and innovating for defense purposes. So I think that's what that bill's about. But yeah, I mean, the main thing here is fixing the data vulnerabilities, information vulnerabilities, because if our part of it in the bill, if you notice, it talked about updating the cyber infrastructure for the legislature as well. That's so that members of our own representatives and Senate can even send messages to each other securely, right? Like our members of government, the systems are so compromised by these foreign hackers, ransomware hackers, that they can't even send messages securely as the system currently exists. So the point of this bill is to revamp and update the system with new encryption methodologies in order to make it so that our representatives can actually have secure communications. Law enforcement, various different parts of our government are functioning, can actually have secure communications, as well as obviously our Secretary of State's office being able to have that data, voter information secured for people, right? We don't want hackers getting into that.
I do have a House floor session going on in Arizona, but I don't think it's House floor 2025. I said too many 20s there, but HCR 2021, food municipal tax exemption. I don't know. Let's listen in a little bit.
Thank you, Representative Livingston. Did you want to speak? Okay, I do have somebody else, Representative Sandoval.
I'll keep an eye on that other one as well until
Yes, please.
I don't see anything from that.
This amendment, with this amendment, cities will still be forced to cut services and raise taxes elsewhere to make up the revenue that they're losing. This will have a major impact on rural cities and their ability to fund public safety, because this is a major cost for cities, and particularly in rural.
They were talking about ballot cutoff dates and things like that a minute ago, but I don't see anything else in regards to that coming up. But that started, that floor session started at 1:15, because I've got live and upcoming events. If you go up on AZ Legislature, you could see, let's see, 2 p.m. Senate Judiciary and Elections. That's at 2 p.m. Senate Public Safety, and that's live at 2 p.m. Senate Education, House Appropriations, and House Floor Session start at 1:15. And that's the one that I just played a little bit of. That's not a House Floor Session, is it? Or is it? Millie, do you know?
It is, I think it is a House floor session. Yeah.
So that might be it. This is probably what Gavin's listening to right now until they get to the next part.
Oh, maybe because this is the House Science and Technology, it doesn't play it until it's on that. Like, it's not going to show it on that specific screen until it goes to that specific portion of the bill. Maybe that's.
I agree. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. If you go to Kelly, if you go to azleg.gov/live proceedings, you should be able to pull up the list of their whole upcoming events and live events.
Right. Yeah, I saw that. I was going to take an image of it and post it in a chat just so everybody's on the same page and see what's going on. It's not us. It's not us.
Right now, they're talking about food, municipal tax exemption, and exemptions for those, I guess. I don't know if you
kind of reset the room and update for those who are coming in now to the space. Gavin and Aaron, Trash Discourse, are going to be speaking at this hearing, as well as there's going to be a lot of other people having, open public comment on the bill, but they're going to be speaking as well. And then hopefully, I believe Aaron said he's going to try to come in after and speak with us.
Awesome.
We've got about half of the rooms reposting. So please, bottom right-hand corner, click on the little bubble and then click on the arrows going around in a square, please.
Hearing should be starting shortly. We're just waiting for them to finish their previous session. Okay, it seems like they're wrapping up. I don't know. Might be. Yeah, let's tune in real quick.
I can stand still once we start doing.
Yeah, it seems like they're wrapping up that previous bill that they were talking about.
And what was that other bill? It sounded like you said it had something to do with elections.
Well, they were talking about elections and cutoff dates, something like that. I didn't listen to it, but I just saw it show up like on their little subtitles. But let's see here. HB, let's see, calendar. Homeless, domestic, right to jury, domestic relations. Let's see what else is listed in this. State contracts, foreign adversary, prohibition, rulemaking, legislation, ratification, costs. It's HB 2038, HB 2542, 2435, 2254, 2152, and 2049. But yeah, they've gone muted. We're not getting any audio from them, so that's seems like they're wrapping up on that, and we should be tuning into the session that we're looking for.
And if anybody's interested, I just put in the Jumbotron, which I can take down later because it does take up space. I put in a screenshot of all the hearings today and the link.
Sit still, please.
Sorry about that, Kelly. They started playing audio. Please continue. And then
No, I was just saying I threw up in a Jumbotron, which I can delete later, but people can see the current schedule they're supposed to be on, what we saw, Adam, and the actual, I put in the actual link to the video player too, in case anybody's interested.
Nice. Excellent. All right. Let's see. Let's check in real quick, see what they're saying. They muted up again, so.
I had to take everything out of the bubble because I couldn't see the bubbles.
Did you just take out what I put in the bubble?
No.
Oh.
I just had to do it earlier. I can see the bubbles now. So for future guys, whenever you're going to put something in the nest, just let us know before so that we can scroll down a little bit, and then that won't happen where it gets stuck down where you can't see the bubbles.
Please stand still.
They're counting people and they're like, please stand still. They're like literally counting up the room.
Oh, wow. Do you think there's a lot of people in there? Does it seem like
it doesn't look like a whole lot of people. No, there's probably like maybe like 35, maybe 40 at most. I don't know, something like that.
Are they putting their head downs on the tables and they play Duck, Duck, Go?
Well, no, the person at the front of you see it? Are you watching the feed, Kelly?
No, I just had to make a joke.
Okay. Yeah, the people at the front of the room behind the desk are like just counting the people that are in the session, I guess. Roll call.
I've got all the streams, in tabs right now. So I've got a gazillion things that are up.
Yeah.
I wonder where that where the general stream is that you guys are looking at. Is there audio for that?
Let me post the link in the pill.
The Biasucci floor amendment to the Livingston floor amendment, please stand. If you're against the Biasucci floor amendment, please stand.
Here, I posted both links in the pill, Millie, with the video of the live proceedings and then the link for the video player of itself, of the video that I'm actually playing for this House floor session.
All right.
They better hurry up or we're going to be late for Say Something.
Late for Say Something.
Members,
What time is that? Mike
32
Mac.
6 p.m.
6 p.m. Eastern.
passed the floor amendment.
I think we should be okay.
Mr. Biasucci's name. Mr. Livingston, we're back on the floor amendment as amended, please.
Mr. Chairman, I move with the Community Host Rights Report to recommend that the floor amendment as amended be adopted.
Thank you. Explanation.
Yes. So thank you, members. Couple comments on this. First comment is I'm proud to stand with the chairman. I'm proud to stand with the speaker and the sponsor of this bill as a procedural vote that we just had. With that said, it's not my favorite amendment to my amendment. As it's amended now, what this bill does, it takes every city that has a citywide sales tax on food, caps it at 2%. And if it's passed by the voters in 27, cities that have a tax over 2% would have to lower it to 2%. Cities that are below 2%, they don't have to do anything. But if they in the future want to raise it up to 2% with the new cap, then they would have to have a public vote on that. And I do believe public votes are the way to go. So I'm asking this amendment to be adopted to this bill, HCR 2021.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, members, question for you is the adoption of the floor amendment to the bill as amended in Mr. Livingston's name. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Because the ayes have it, do have it, so division's been called.
they're just voting on the last one, and hopefully the next thing should be coming up. So that's House Committee of the Whole number 3, WHOLE number 3.
And correction, we are not on Kick.
What happened with them? Yeah, give it some trouble.
I got to contact Kick.
Yeah. How have we been doing on Kick? We've been getting viewership or what?
Well, to be honest with you, 2 days ago, or maybe it was yesterday, no, it was 2 days ago, I went in there and all the streams that we've done were deleted except for the last 3.
Wow.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Who owns them now? Some liberals and or progressives in Italy.
Maybe we should check their terms of service, right? Maybe it's because wasn't it Trump went and met the CEO of Kick?
Oh, did he?
Remember?
Yeah. Aiden Ross, is it Aiden Ross?
Yeah, he gave who got a car?
Trump gave Aiden Ross gave Trump a car.
Yeah. Cybertruck.
Yeah.
Remember with him, it all like wrapped with Trump with his fist in the air and the blood like coming down his ear. Yeah, so that was pretty cool. Yeah, it's Aiden Ross. And that was funny. I got us going on Kick too a while ago. Before that even.
It could be a space glitch. Maybe we're going to have to pay for more space or something, right? Because they save the videos.
Yeah, it's on their database. Let's see what's going on with this. Any updates? No, they're just wrapping up on that final bill after their vote. The yeas and the nays. Like and anybody that's joined us recently, please like and repost the space so we could get some more people in here. We're going to have some fantastic people that we have had in spaces that do a lot of great work. They're actually going to be at these hearings, so it should be pretty cool.
The House will please come to order. Clerk will read the report.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole recommends that HB 2663 do pass, 2128 be retained on the calendar, 2164 do pass as amended, 2256 do pass as amended, 2426 do pass as amended, 2673 do pass as amended, and that HCR 2021 do pass as amended.
Thank you, Mr. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the Committee of the Whole be adopted and the bills be properly assigned.
Representative Sandoval.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the portion of the Committee of the Whole report that HCR 2021 do pass be amended and exclude the floor amendment and Representative Biasucci's name, and I request a roll call vote.
Members, all those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Appears the ayes appear to have it, do have it, so the noes have it, do have it, so ordered. We're back on the original motion.
So what we could do is when we close this space, we'll set up the start time for the space to begin like pretty much a little bit, say before the hearing, maybe. I don't know, because we've got so much downtime. We covered some good things.
Majority Leader, that the
does it put the? Let me see. Does it have the agenda for the House floor? Let me see.
No, I was just looking at live and upcoming events. Like I did what is it? ACTV Live, yeah, Arizona Capitol Television. Let me go to that link. Let's see if that's anything there.
Retained on the calendar.
Yeah, it's the same link there. So that's ACTV Live as well. So you could go to azleg.gov/ACTV Live, and that should bring up the big player actually for the House floor session.
Third reading of bills. House Bill 2255.
This is in room HHR5. Let me check for that.
House Bill 2255, amending sections 25405 and 25406 ARS relating to legal decision-making and parenting time.
Members, you've heard the third reading of House Bill 2255. Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Do not vote until you hear the bell.
What was that bill number he just called? Does anybody know?
The House will now proceed to vote.
2755, I think it was.
Okay.
Yeah. The one that we're looking for is the cybersecurity, which is HB2736.
Right. And the things that are showing that actually have a little indicator that they're live right now is the House floor session. And I think that's what you saw in room 4. 2 Senates, 3 Senates, and then a House appropriations. The House technology is not being flagged as live as of yet. High science and technology.
I'm keeping an eye on both,
Yeah.
just same as you. Oh man. So yeah, hopefully they get through with this voting here. They're showing the votes.
Just heard from Gavin, and he said that they are not on the floor yet. So for the bill,
All voted.
Let me mute that. Go ahead.
yeah, I was saying I just spoke with Gavin, and he said that they're not on the bill on the board yet, or floor. Sorry, they're not on the floor yet for this particular bill yet for HB 2736. So I think that what's happening is everyone's just running behind. Like I think the House in their agendas is just running a little bit behind, but I believe it shouldn't be too much longer.
I agree. They're getting through this voting here right now. I see the vote count. 5 not voted so far, so 5 more people to vote. And on this, what is it, HB 2255. That's what's they're currently voting on.
Oh, I thought it was HB 2455. Sorry.
22, yeah, 55 KESHEL. I don't know what the heck that is, but domestic relations court appointments and fees. That's what it is. I'm sure it's some sort of acronym.
For HB 2255, I know one of the main concerns that I heard from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle was that the domestic violence group was against this bill. They are now neutral on the bill because of the amendment. I just want to make sure that you vote with every bit of knowledge. They did come to neutral. We've worked very hard to get them to that point on this bill. So I hope that you will consider taking a look at that amendment and reconsidering. Thank you. And with that, I vote aye.
Representative Keschel votes aye. Clerk will now record the vote. Members, by votes of 35 ayes, 24 nays, 1 not voting, you have passed House Bill 2255. Signed in open session, the clerk is instructed to record the action of the House and convey the bill to the Senate. House Bill 2404.
House Bill 2404, amending section 411502 ARS relating to the Arizona Commerce Authority.
Members, you've heard the third reading of House Bill 2404. Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote no. Do not vote until you hear the bell. House will now proceed to vote.
They brought up a couple of bills. This is the HB 2404 Rivero. I guess that's the person that brought it forth. Commerce Authority, and Board of Directors. So they're voting on it now pretty quickly. We got 30 A's, 30 I's, I mean. And yeah, it seems to be a quick vote.
So I'm looking on Ballotopedia, and as of February 2025, we have a Republican-controlled House in the Arizona legislature. So they've got, or Arizona House of Representatives is controlled by the Republicans, 33 Republicans to 27 Democrats, totaling 60 representatives. The speaker is Steve Montenegro, Republican. The majority leader is Michael Carbone, Republican. And then the minority leader is Oscar de los Santos. So just important to have context here. So it is Republican controlled, but it's pretty, I'd say it's pretty close to being half and half. You have a 6 vote difference, I believe. So 27 to 33.
So they've got only 1 vote left to go through, and I should rock that one out of the way. I think they went over a couple of bills, and they're just voting on all of them that they went over, I believe. So kind of interesting. You'd think you'd go over a bill, and while it's fresh in their mind on...
Clerk will now record the vote. Members, by your votes of 55 ayes, 4 nays, 1 not voting, you have passed House Bill 2404, signed in open session. The clerk is instructed to record the action of the House and convey the bill to the Senate. House Bill 2433.
House Bill 2433, amending Title 11, Chapter 2, Article 4 ARS by adding Section 11270, amending Title 11, Chapter 3, Article 4 ARS by adding Section 11506, relating to county treasurers.
Members, you've heard the third reading of House Bill 2433. Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote no. Do not vote until you hear the bell. The House will now proceed to vote.
So this is HB 2433. I guess Gress brought it up. County treasurers and continuing education. It's a bill on that. I don't know the specifics of the bill, but that's what they're voting on.
Yeah, so Arizona's House is controlled by the Republicans. Arizona's Senate is also controlled by Republicans, with 17 Republicans to 13 Democrats, totaling 30 senators. But we know that the governor's is controlled by the Democrats. So what ends up happening there is you have to, the House and the Senate have to work with the governor, which is Democrat, in order to kind of negotiate and haggle in order to get bills passed, because the House can pass it, the Senate can pass it, but the governor still has to sign it.
And I pinned that link at the top there for you, Millie, if you want to see which one I'm watching or pulling up that we're playing audio from. They got
Clerk will now record the vote.
Okay, there.
Members, by your votes of 59 ayes, 0 nays, 1 not voting, you have passed House Bill 2433. Signed in open session, the clerk is instructed to record the action of the House and convey the bill to the Senate. House Bill 2437.
House Bill 2437, amending Title 13, Chapter 34 ARS by adding Section 1334.11.01 relating to drug offenses.
Members, you've heard the third reading of House Bill 2437. Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote no. Do not vote until you hear the bell. The House will now proceed to vote.
Hey, Kelly, do you have this up on stream?
Well, what I was looking for, if we'd have an idea how many more bills they've got to go through before we start addressing the other.
Okay.
Yeah. 2433, 22.
Yeah, this is HB 2437, drug-free homeless zones.
Okay.
So that's what they're voting on. And there's the nays are 25 in the lead, well, tied with 25 ayes.
Okay.
Do we know how many more bills that they're going to vote on before we get to the HB 2736?
I could look.
Yeah, I'm trying to find now if they're going in order, there would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more bills that they're maybe looking at. But I don't understand their organization.
It's government.
Yeah,
Only thing they're
exactly.
organized that is crime.
Yeah. Absolutely. Okay, 2437, 24.
It looks like they're one halfway through voting on their last agenda until this one.
Okay.
They're done voting on that one. There's always one not voting. I wonder who that is. Abeytia, I guess. Abeytia. Yeah.
It was about defensive driving schools.
They've been in this session, this part of the session, for about 2 hours and 46 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to explain my vote.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have to say, I think this is a pretty common sense, straightforward bill. It says that for those who serve people who are homeless, the facilities need to be drug-free. We know that homeless shelters
That's a different bill.
are targets of drug dealers. We know that. And as such,
along with halfway houses and all that.
And the people who are in these homeless shelters, many of them are suffering from addiction. They are seeking refuge from what has caused them to fall into their addiction. And so if a drug dealer is going to come into a homeless shelter and deal drugs, then there should be stiffer consequences to that behavior, to that conduct. And even further, Mr. Speaker, if an employee knowingly violates, I had someone ask me what knowingly violates means, and Representative Colladin had added this into the bill last year. Knowingly violates means I know what the policy is telling me to do, and I also know that I'm going to disregard the policy, and I also know the consequences of disregarding the policy. So knowingly violate is pretty clear. Now, no homeless service provider has told me that they have any policy that allows for the use or possession of drugs in their facility. Thank goodness. I'm very happy about hearing that is their policy. But I think the state also has an interest in ensuring that these employees are following those policies, because these are refuges. These are places of reprieve from addiction. They are essential to our security for our neighborhoods, and they're essential for recovery for people living on the streets. So if you're going to knowingly violate a policy that prohibits the use or possession of drugs inside of a homeless shelter, you should be prepared to face the consequences as well. That's what we're talking about here. We're saying you can't do drugs, you can't use drugs, you can't deal drugs. And despite the law saying that, it's not happening. And I think we need to set it clear. You know, the law also says you can't do drugs and deal drugs in schools, and yet we have school drug-free zones. Would anybody here in this chamber be in favor of repealing the school drug-free zone law? I don't think so.
5 seconds.
Adam?
So, Mr.
Yeah, I've got it live. I see we got video for that.
Yeah,
hearing.
I was about to say,
Yeah.
it's an empty
No,
room. but
I just
it's
wanted
fine.
to let that guy finish because what he was saying was kind of interesting.
Sorry.
But
It was-
no worries. No
Yeah.
worries. He was done. But
It was
regardless,
interesting, but I still think it was not a very smart bill. But
yeah,
all you're going to do is make the homeless people into prison inmates.
prisoners.
But hey, you know,
Yeah.
the prison complex is going to make money, and that's
Somebody
not good.
speaking?
But
Yeah, Millie's speaking.
Yeah,
You
I'm
can't hear
speaking, Kim.
Millie?
yeah.
Kim, you can't hear Millie? She can't hear me. I'm going to cycle her down. So yeah, we do have video. So let me bring Kim back up real quick. Invite to speaker. Then I'll throw the co-host. But yeah, it seems that hearing room is empty. It's room HHR5. So
Is
no
it
one-
starting?
no one's
Oh,
even
it's
in there.
empty, but the video's
Yeah.
up there, but it's empty. Okay. Yeah, they're
Yep.
just running a little bit behind. They have to work through these other remaining items on the agenda, I think, before they can get to it. But as far as like on that, what we were just listening to with the homeless thing, it's kind of to me it seems like it's one of those things where you're like, oh yeah, this is gonna help, but it actually ends up harming more than it helps. Does that make sense? Like if you were,
Yeah,
I mean,
100%.
theoretically you could say, well, a rehab is supposed to be a drug-free facility, right? But then if you criminalize and give extra penalties and harsher sentences for drug use at a rehab, all you're going to do is like really motivate people who are on drugs to not want to go to rehab because they're going to be afraid if they go there and they use because
They
they're
relapse,
struggling with
yeah.
their addiction, they're going to go to jail for longer. So I think that it kind of is antithetical.
Counterintuitive.
Yeah, it's antithetical. It's just not going to help people at the end of the day. But I hear what they're trying to do is deal with the drug problems at the homeless centers, which I get. I don't know.
You know, we were talking about the prison industrial complex yesterday, actually, and you know, just like the way some of these private prisons are set up, they don't get money from the state or the government if they don't have like each bed is not filled, so they get paid per filled bed, and if they have empty beds, then they're not collecting money; they're losing money, right? And that's why they put
Incentivized
out these.
incarceration.
Yep, and that's why they put out these quotas for the police to go out and look for, like to kind of like set people up. You know, you got people planting evidence on people and things like that. Those sort of quotas that force these police officers, or they don't get their, incentive or proper pay, right? So
Yeah.
that's a whole prison industrial complex, just like the military industrial complex, just like the big pharma and and the big agro. Well, we got a lot of industrial complexes we need to kind of crush down on.
Yeah, and
they
I
are
know that
all
like a
rotten.
lot of the. Sorry, Kim, go ahead.
I was going to say they're all rotten to the core.
Absolutely, and a lot of the homeless people I spoke to, because I've done some reports on the homeless crisis, at least in California, and which is really bad. It's like the epicenter of homeless crisis in our nation. But a lot of them, like the people I spoke to, were veterans that they initially got hooked on medications, and then for whatever reason they couldn't access it, or maybe the VA didn't want to give it to them or cover it anymore. And then they switched to the street drug alternative to that.
Heroin, fentanyl.
Yeah. And then they're hooked on the street drugs. And then because of that, they're not able to go to the VA, or they're not able to go to some of these other housing options because they say no drugs there. So it just makes them, and then all that happens is you didn't really solve anything. You still have homeless people that are sitting on the street doing drugs, and oftentimes it's veterans. So I feel like that bill, by criminalizing the homeless people that are using drugs more, I don't think that that's really going to help them, one, get off drugs, or two, not be homeless, because they're just going to be doing the drugs on the street at the end of the day, because they'd rather get the criminal penalty for it on the street than probably in the homeless shelter that's going to give them, a much harsher sentence. That's just my thought on it. I just think it didn't sound like a good idea.
Yeah, no, I concur with that, and but I understand their concern, because drug dealers do tend to target, the homeless, target halfway houses, like.
And maybe that's what you do, is you just have the dealers get harsher, like getting caught selling it, but maybe not using it there,
Yeah.
Well, I mean, honestly, that's how you solve the immigration problem too, right? Like if you start jailing the American businessman if he hires an illegal immigrant, guess what? That problem will stop real fast.
100. Thanks for joining us, Jen. Are you going to be here for a while? I'm wondering, who should I throw the co-host to? Kim, who was co-host?
Throw it to Kim.
Throw it to Kim. Okay.
I do what I want. I don't need no co-host.
She's very, very, resist authority.
Opinionated.
Respect my authority. Just kidding.
But that's why we love Jen, because we love when she smacks down on these crazies that come in here. So don't mess around.
Well, also, I'm currently slapping down on Zelensky. Like, who is this little freaking cokehead wannabe dictator coming over here? I'm braver than President Trump. Like, okay, go shake your ass a little more for Daddy Dollar.
Was anything Trump is treasonous, or was that just their little Nazi toy soldiers?
Thought they're running his mouth. Like, oh, the money runs out and Zelensky gets mad. Ooh.
No more Swiss Alps reprieves for you guys? Is that what you're upset about?
The gravy train is over, and now they are panicking, right? You shouldn't have spent it all on hookers and blow, Zelensky.
Well, and honestly, your first move shouldn't have been, oh, well, I'm going to go out in front of the Munich Security Conference and just say, we need to make a NATO without America. That probably wasn't your best first move, bro.
Yeah, we're already headed toward that. We want that, honestly.
You know what? I changed my mind.
As we take back all our gold.
I changed my mind on the criminalization, like doubling the penalties for drugs at the homeless center. I would agree to it only if they applied that same thing to doing drugs in the White House or doing drugs at the Capitol. Let's see if they do that one.
Well, Millie, all you have to do is look at the coke laws in D.C. and look at the coke laws everywhere else. I wonder why they're like that.
What are they? Is it not stringent in D.C.?
I'd have to double check, okay? But the rumor / like joke that was always going around in politics is that an 8-ball of coke doesn't get you the same penalty as an 8-ball of coke. Like an 8-ball of coke in D.C. doesn't get you the same penalty as an 8-ball of coke outside of D.C., right? Because guess what? Our politicians, I don't know now, but I'd be willing to bet the cocaine in the hooker parties are still going on.
Just ask Madison Cawthorn, right?
That motherfucker tweeted out the other day. He's like, so since I have left Congress, this person has gotten arrested for this. This person got caught having butt sex in the Capitol. Looks like I was right.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's bad, right? The video, remember the video that leaked on the Senate floor? Like, that is called
that was gross.
MC juice. You need like bleach for your eyes.
Hey, Adam, check your text, please.
I saw it come through, but I can't read it. I open my text and it's just like, yeah, I see that. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I did. I sent a request. I sent a mic to Mike if he wanted to come up.
Does it say what bill they're on right now?
For the main hearing, let me see here. It says, let's see here.
To the Senate. House Bill 2608.
House Bill 2608, amending Title 38, Chapter 3, Article 4 ARS, Section 38452 relating to official acts.
Members, you've heard the third reading of House Bill 2608. Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Do not vote until you hear.
So that it seems to be a different hearing room, because the one that we're looking at for the House Science and Technology is empty. So we're just waiting for them to like allow people into the room, and then bring probably some of the members into that room from the other room.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, that they're waiting on them to get out. Yeah, because this is a different room that they're in right now.
Okay, well, if we're just waiting, I have a science question for Gavin, Millie, if you can ask it for me when you get a chance.
What is it?
If the North Pole, like the actual North Pole, like on a compass, has shifted, would that be causing the plane crashes and they just haven't said anything? Because like in the science world, they're talking about how the North Pole is like moving down towards Siberia. And ever since that happened, well, they're saying there's all these plane crashes. So I'm just wondering if that like throws the plane off or something.
That's an interesting thought. That's really interesting.
I feel like it would mess with the instruments.
Yeah, they'd have to adjust their instruments, right, to offset the change.
But what if they're not?
That would also mean that we're in the middle of a polar like flip or something, and like they haven't
that we're supposed to be,
said
aren't
anything.
So crazy story, airplane related, that goes along with what you just said, Jen. So, we flew out to Arizona. Which Gavin stayed there. I came back with the kids. They had school, everything else, right? But we flew out probably around the 13th or something. And while we were flying, our plane literally had to do we were up very high altitude. And our plane literally all of a sudden, just cruising, just boom, like it literally like the wings completely like went almost vertical, and we had to do a really quick turn. Okay. And I've never experienced anything that crazy, because usually when they're doing all the turning, they're lower altitude. But then when I look right out the window, I see a freaking airplane, and it looked like a southwest, like the red and the yellow and it was blue, red, yellow coloration, right? And I see the plane, and it's turning as well, right? And it was close enough that I could actually see the damn thing and read the freaking logo on it. And it looked like it was turning too, but the opposite way. So like that tells me someone was out of their flight path, and we literally had to very quickly turn out of the way.
Well, and see, listen, as much as I want to like blame it on DEI, right? That like they hired terrible people. Like this is too much. Like this is even more like, this is more than DEI. Like there's something wrong with the plane instruments.
Yeah. And that could be, like you were saying, not calibrating it maybe, which I'll ask Gavin, because he went to pilot school at Embry-Riddle. So he's a pilot and he knows a lot about science. So I'll definitely run that by him. But he was like, because as a pilot himself, he was like, that was not normal. He's like, our plane literally had to evade this other plane. And you can tell it was that like by the time it became visual to the eye is when they were like, oh shoot, and turning away, right? So that tells you that it was not the electronic instrument that was picking up, telling them maybe where they were in relation to each other. Or maybe it was saying one's elevation was far lower or higher than the others, but in fact they were not. So something was wrong with their instrumentation, because yeah, that was not right. And I don't know if it's that they're not calibrating. I don't know if it's that there's cyber vulnerabilities, because a lot of the times it's not that these planes would be hacked and remotely driven per se.
The FAA.
It's more or less that maybe if there were hackers hacking these planes in different aerial vehicles, it would be messing with their GPS and their instruments. so that they can't, figure out where they are relationally to other planes, or maybe even figure out an algorithm to screw with that and time delay certain planes, and you could cause collisions or issues, right? And there's a lot of documented cases of hackers hacking airplane instruments. This is not something that is made up like in conspiracy theory La La Land. You can actually look up the statistics and data on it. I believe it was like over 10,000 or something in like the last year. But it's the instruments, it's the onboard electronics that they're hacking, not necessarily like, oh, we're driving a plane into something, right? Which, notice, if it was an issue with instruments, if it was nighttime, that's going to be a lot harder to evade versus daytime flight. Obviously, the planes saw each other and they quickly maneuvered and turned, right?
Well, and this is why I'm thinking it, right? Because, okay, I'm a nerd. I watch science videos, okay? But, like, I'm also, like, in, like, the news area, right? And I'm watching these two things happen simultaneously, where one is talking about, oh, the North Pole's moving. Like, the North Pole's not where it used to be. It's moving down towards Siberia. And at the same time, they're like, planes are falling out of the skies and the instruments are malfunctioning. And I'm like, has anybody asked if like these two are correlated? Because if that's the case, like we might need to, I don't know, do something about this.
Yeah, no, I think it's really interesting. It's really interesting. But if they're all off, wouldn't they all be on the same, like,
right? But
thing?
if it's because if you think about compasses, right, and they're magnetic and they pull based upon the poles. If the poles are shifting, that would have some sort of effect on their
reading
instruments. Yeah.
So if you pull out a compass and pull it out and look at due north where it should be, right, it would be a little bit off on the compass, perhaps, if the pole did shift, which is kind of interesting. We just recently had this, I think it was called the Parade of Planets or something along that line, where like a bunch of planets were aligned, maybe a few weeks back.
You're absolutely correct.
Well, we will have to ask Gavin because I'm sure that would be something he could probably answer. So I'll make sure I ask him for you, Jen.
Thanks, Millie. Just trying to save, the airline industry because I do like to fly and go places. And now I'm definitely not getting in planes, guys, because something's wrong.
Just fly during the day. That's what I learned from the whole experience. I'm like, damn, I'm really glad we had a morning flight because that was insane. And I don't know, like, I don't know what would happen if it was nighttime flight, because that was crazy. I've never experienced something like that where the plane had to like turn all quickly that high altitude.
Well, and there was literally just a midair collision in Tucson today, right now, right?
Really?
And then there was every single day there are planes either hitting each other or doing something. So like, did we really hire all that many retarded people, or is something else wrong? Now, I'm totally down with the retarded people theory because it's true, but like, this seems a little much.
What? I did not know about this. Tragic midair collision at Marana Regional Airport in Arizona, February 19th, 2025, led to deaths
Yeah, it
of
just
both
happened
pilots.
maybe happened like 5 hours ago. Right, so this is like, then you had the plane who I've never seen a plane land on its back. And everyone's just like, yeah, we were all hanging upside down, unclipped and walked out the plane. Like, wait, what?
I want to see the footage of it, like, landing.
No, it's out there. And it makes sense, right, what happened. But, like, why did it happen? And why were you landing in a blinding snowstorm?
We got the first person in that hearing room showing up. They're sending.
Is it Gavin?
No, it's some lady. She sat down at the center table. That's surrounded by.
Is Trash in person?
Yeah, him and Gavin are going to be there in person.
Whoa.
They're both speaking.
Should be good.
This is his road to getting subpoena power.
Yes. Right. This is on science and technology, Jen. It's basically to put better, what's it called, protections in place for critical infrastructure and so on and so forth.
So actually, like in relation to what we were talking about with the airplane cyber attacks, I'm looking at a document here called Cybersecurity and Resilience Symposium, Protecting Aviation from Cyber Attacks. So I guess this was a document from a symposium on icao.int. And this is international, but it talks about the types of attacks. And this is 2023 document. So it's pretty current. The types of attacks on aviation industry or aviation vehicles, and it is the number one is actually ransomware. So ransomware attacks are the most prevalent, then unknown, they don't even know what, then DDoS, then malware, then data leak, hijacks, hacktivism, data theft, backdoor attack. So yeah, there's quite a bit of these.
Well, all I got to say is no one's going to be taking over the plane, because I know there's good Americans on every single plane that ain't going to put up with that shit ever again.
No, like it's cybersecurity. So like I was saying, it's not going to be.
No, I mean, that's how they would have to take over the plane, is through like a cybersecurity attack, because they can't like physically take over planes.
Yeah.
Kind of difficult, especially in America.
Yeah, and the way they take them over, it's not like they're just all of a sudden like driving or flying the plane now for the pilot. They're screwing with the instruments that the pilots need in order to use their location and be able to see themselves and know where they're at relational to the air, right? Because all these
flight
planes,
paths and
they're flight paths.
Right?
Yeah. So they have to be very on with that stuff, and their instruments have to be on and precise because there's a lot of planes in the sky. And if you were to hack a plane, you're not going to be able to like force it to down because the pilot's going to be flying the plane. So you're not going to see a plane just be forced out of the air, but you would see potential situations like midair collisions because you screw with their instruments, it messes up the flight paths, and now planes are in each other's paths. That's not good.
We got about 5 people in the room so far, so they're letting people into the room, the hearing room. So that's good. We should be on our way shortly.
I guess we could kind of reset the room since we're getting pretty close here. So today we're going to be listening to the Arizona Bill HB2736 be presented and voted on. It essentially covers the cybersecurity infrastructure bill for Arizona that is going to essentially going to up the bar on Arizona's network security. It's going to implement post-quantum encryption technologies. It's going to make it so that these SALT, Typhoon, foreign Chinese hackers and Russian hackers and all these foreign ransomware hackers are no longer able to hack the infrastructure, because this is something that's been plaguing not only Arizona, although Arizona is leading the charge here with this bill, but it's something that most states across the nation are dealing with, as well as even like the medical industry, hospitals, so on and so forth. They're really dealing with a lot of cybersecurity threats. And what happens is these ransomware hackers, they'll hack a network or system, like for example, the power grid, the electric grid, and then they'll hold it ransom. And that leaves U.S. Cyber teams scrambling and trying to figure out how to get them out. And in most cases, they're not able to, and they end up having to pay ransomware hackers to get back control of the system. Not only are they paying in that regard, but you'll have like hospitals or even local government systems being hacked. And in that, these ransomware hackers are they're retrieving and accessing people's private personal information. So it could be your hospital records, your medical records, your social security numbers, all of that stuff, your addresses, everything could be found out in these data breaches. And then most of the time, you just get like an email from them letting you know that your information may have been retrieved or accessed in a data breach or a cyber attack. And then what? They offer you some, maybe they'll offer you complimentary identity theft protection services or something. But the reality is this is a growing problem. And can you really do much with their identity theft programs if your medical information is now out on the dark web being traded and sold? So that's kind of where we're at in our situation, the state of things in the United States. And I know Adam brought up earlier that movie, which is all about cyber attacks. I think there was another one recently as well. I don't know if who did it have in it? Was it Julia Roberts or something?
There was the one Die Hard 4, which was the fire sale event. This one
Wait, is that Pete Santilli on the stage?
Event.
Yeah,
Yes.
Pete Santilli. He's my friend.
Hey, Pete. Good to see you. Glad you're here. Now he's...
Yeah. Hey, how are you? And can you guys hear me okay? Right now I'm cross streaming on our streams right now. I'm calling it a historic event. I'm so excited about this. I literally have the live feed into the committee hearing room. So
seriously,
thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Awesome.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we're cross streaming. This is a historic event. I wanted to archive it. It really is. I mean, people are gonna realize as this thing starts to reveal itself just how important post-quantum encryption is, and Arizona taking the lead here. But when people fully realize what's about to happen here out of this committee hearing, they're going to be blown away, and we'll be able to come back to this moment. So thank you for allowing me to speak. Can you hear my voice okay?
We can hear you really good, Pete. And this is Jen Lawrence, by the way, Pete. How are you?
Oh my goodness, Jen Lawrence.
That was me screaming. I was like, dude, I don't think he realized it's me. How are you, Pete? Good to see you.
Oh, Jen, how are you? That's right. I just saw that. Jen Lawrence, I hope that you are actually on my list of resilient hero S's. You and Millie too. So you guys are in that same category. It's so great to hear you. And Millie, thank you. Thank you for holding the spaces. This is great. I didn't want to be all alone off in the corner with this level of excitement. I just saw Chuck's beautiful Marine Corps head on this bottom left-hand corner of the hearing there at the House Science and Technology Committee. So, it was awesome, and I want to thank you, Millie, for letting me into your world like some scrappy dog knocking at the door. And I've been so excited about the things that you guys are doing. Thank you.
We love having you around, Pete. We love, all of our conversations. And my son loves you as well, because you guys chit chat about Navy and military stuff all the time. So.
Oh, yes. Yes, that's right. All right. So Millie, I was live on our 4 o'clock show, 4 to 5. I didn't get a chance to hear everything you've been talking about. I hope that you're emphasizing the historic importance of what's about to happen here in this hearing room.
Well, you can emphasize it. I mean, what we're kind of talking about is we're discussing the cybersecurity vulnerabilities that are plaguing the U.S., our infrastructure, the grid, as well as even like hospitals and emergency services, our power plants, nuclear plants. We're talking about the cybersecurity threats, and then we're talking about like why Arizona needs this bill. So that's kind of where we're at right now, which I think it's like a no-brainer. I think the whole country needs a version of this bill because look how much money. I mean, we're talking about Doge, the efficiency, right, of saving all this money. Well, imagine how much money we're going to save when the government no longer has to spend and dole out all this money to ransomware hackers, right? They're doling out millions and millions and millions of dollars to keep the lights on. I'm not even kidding you with you, because they can't handle the amount of attacks that are happening. And you have groups like the Salt Typhoon group out of China, Hive, and all these other cyber groups, as well as just all these like random foreign hackers everywhere. And there's a whole industry that's spurred because the United States government has such vulnerable technology, vulnerable infrastructure, that a whole industry has spurred of hackers doing this, where they hack and then they do the ransomware and they make millions of dollars. So it's incentivizing them to continue. They're only getting better at it. It's building up a whole industry around it. It's crazy. So we're hoping that with this bill, right, this is going to allow Arizona to set a precedent to be able to lock down their cybersecurity infrastructure with post-quantum encryption, so that no longer is it going to be vulnerable to these Salt Typhoon attacks, to these essentially ransomware hacking attacks, which I think, hey, that's efficiency right there, right? We're going to save money for the government by them actually passing this bill.
As you know, my background coming from the telecom industry, and I invented the internet with Al Gore way back when. So I've been around a little while. Just kidding. No, but rolling out the internet, cell phone technology. So I've seen this technocracy
Don't be a Dr.
evolve.
Shiva.
He invented everything. Yes. Oh my goodness. That's right. From a corner office right down the hall from the CIA. But anyway,
I'm glad someone got that joke. Thanks, Pete.
Yes, I sure did. I've already had, I had Dr. Shiva on my show, by the way. At the end of it, I was very respectful. I said, thank you very much for joining me. And then as soon as he left, I told my audience he will never be on my show ever again. Because I found out who he was. But anyways, the technology, right, of the internet and our dependence on it, we're so dependent transactionally. Can you imagine that if we did not have ATM machines and they shut down one day? Well, I remember when they were first being installed, it was called asynchronous transfer mode, where the servers, we had copper, line modems connecting the bank so that they could transfer data without having to run their courier bags down to the main office. That was the very first installation of the internet. And asynchronous transfer mode became an acronym called ATM. And we now use ATMs. Can you imagine if all the ATMs shut down one day? We would, come on, we would just about have a nervous breakdown at this point. We're so dependent on this technology. Well, guess what, folks? People right now are going to learn through this, through this presentation, the way this is spec'd out, this post-quantum encryption. People are like, what? We've heard of quantum computing. What is post-quantum encryption? Well, I learned through Gavin, through Millie and their team that, quantum computing decrypts. Like the NSA uses quantum computing, massive computing power, to decrypt and to decipher all of, on the internet, the current technology. But post-quantum encryption is outside of that realm, and it cannot be penetrated. So what does that do? It takes an internet right now that is so vulnerable, it would be frightening. I'm not here to scare everybody, because the solution is being presented here at this House Science and Technology Committee right now. We have an internet, it's like Swiss cheese, got holes in it. And post-quantum encryption will plug all of those holes. Now, it's not going to plug the holes, because we're not going to work with the current internet. It's been blown. We need to be outside of the realm of this current internet, because it serves centrally a core group of individuals who have destroyed it. For instance, the cabal, the front face of Hillary Clinton, Comey, Brennan, all of those people have set up their own private internet and NSA. All of the traffic goes through their servers, at Neustar was the company. They've since been sold off to not a better entity. The Koch brothers actually have bought up, the company that Neustar used to be. But all traffic outside of .mil goes through, can you imagine, Hillary Clinton servers. I'm using that to just illustrate a point, but that cabal, they control all of the traffic. I don't want my stuff, all my FISA traffic from the government institutions going to Hillary Clinton's lap. We need to get off of that system, and we need to have a secure cybersecurity infrastructure to protect our nuclear arsenal, our electric grid, our election system, and on and on, and our banking system, because it doesn't exist right now. So rather than scare us, we begin this conversation by telling you our cybersecurity is blown, but we instantly have a fix for it. It's called QUX post-quantum encryption. Millie, have I internalized that? How did I do with that presentation? Am I right?
Yeah, I think you did a pretty good job laying it out there. I mean, what I would say is with post-quantum encryption, it essentially makes it so that a quantum computer can't actually hack the encryption. So the idea with quantum computing is they're able to crunch massive amounts of numbers and essentially do it all rapid speed, almost simultaneous, where you can essentially eventually retrieve the password to break the encryption, right? So the way it works with, which not going into too much detail, with post-quantum encryption, is essentially, which I'm not gonna go into too much detail, but I'm not a tech expert here, okay? But what it essentially does is it makes it so that quantum computer cannot crack it, and if it even tries, it would actually get stuck in an eternal loop and become useless, become rendered useless. So
it just reverts back to its starting point. Once it breaks, if it does break through it, right? It just goes back to its starting point. It loops back.
It loops and can't be used. So it would essentially destroy it. And those things are very expensive to build. They're very, very expensive, very timely. Like it takes a lot of time, a lot of money. And look, let's get real though. A lot of the hack attacks that are happening are not quantum computers. Okay, this is just how outdated and vulnerable the current networks and systems are. Okay, and like you said, I liked your analogy of Swiss cheese. The current internet and the current network that's set up through the internet, it's much like Swiss cheese. And what these cybersecurity experts that they pay to bring in and everyone else, what they do is they patch it, right? So you're like putting little patches over those holes of Swiss cheese. And then like every once in a while, a hacker will sneak through and then they have to like get them out and then patch it back up, right? And that's pretty much the game that they're playing, where they're just, it's like whack-a-mole, but they're playing patch-a-hole and they're continually having to do these patches.
Yeah, but Millie, a lot of times those holes are left there on purpose, right? And the fact that we found out that they literally keep our retirement and like immigration papers down a mine shaft, right? Like that's our level of cybersecurity on very important documents, mine shafts.
Yeah, I mean, go ahead.
Can I conspiracy theorize as well? I know for a fact, I know people that actually applied for jobs during the Obama administration as, online trolls that they worked on this. I saw the manuals. They're social media influence operators that ultimately grew into, an offshore group of Serbians that, and you got CrowdStrike as well. I think a lot of these hacks, these bigger ones that attack the electric grid, installing malware and then and ransomware, I think a lot of those are run by an organized cabal that knows about what the exploits are and know how to get the money, right? So we can only conspiracy theorize. But guess what? Once you plug these holes, well, our old system is plugging the holes, and it's very costly to have a team of people that are just plugging, Swiss cheese holes, right? Those are the IT professionals that are putting what they call patches on these holes. But the post-quantum encryption blocks them out. You can't even get into it. There's no holes. There's no way you can pass through it. So correct me if I'm wrong, Millie. Right now, Arizona has the ability to lock down their entire government's cyber infrastructure. They're a state sovereign entity. They're going to protect their cyber infrastructure and wall it off from outside intrusion. And it could be outside intrusion by foreign actors that want to get in there and diddle with their electronics. We'll just use one example, the election. Dominion, Smartmatic, that they have backdoor access into just about every single system that they're contracted with. No more will that exist in the state of Arizona. Is that correct?
Right. So from what I understand, whichever system uses that quantum encryption, it would be able to secure that network or that system. So I don't know if they're going to do anything with the machines. What I understand is this bill talks about the Secretary of State's office, but I don't know how broad that scope is. Does that make sense? But what I understand is that as far as like that data and that information, that would be, if it's essentially encrypted and secured with post-quantum encryption and that network, then it would be completely impenetrable and you wouldn't be able to get into it. No, it doesn't matter who, right? It doesn't matter if it's Smartmatic, doesn't matter if it's none of these guys are getting in. So
that's right.
Yeah.
That's right. And that's right. We don't want to limit it to just election.
Sorry. I'm a cybersecurity analyst who does data analytics and stuff like that. And one of the things about this Arizona hearing, which I'm hoping becomes part of this bill, in not maybe the specific one, but like a branch off of it. I'm also a certified ethical hacker, and Arizona has some of the easiest machines to hack into. And the problem with that is it's not because of how it's connected, it's the type of foresight that you can get into them. So let's say there's 1,000 election machines in the state of Arizona. I'm just making easy numbers. Not every single one of them has to be inspected. And the problem that you see often, and I've seen this in multiple states, like we've dealt with this in the last several elections, is they don't take the machines apart and look at every single machine. So you can easily, everybody's like, oh, well, they're not on the internet. They don't have to test as being on the internet. And what happens is there could be a hidden USB drive in there that could easily be activated, whether it be by somebody's cell phone who's there as a poll watcher. You know what I mean? And there's a multitude of ways. And now suddenly that machine is now connected to the internet, whether it tethers to somebody's iPhone that's laying nearby that they know about and stuff like that. So like that's got to be part of this for the election integrity. And the other thing is, just so I can give maybe a little snippet of what I think, and Pete, I'm curious to see what your thoughts are. I really think that they're going to go with the Crystal Kyber method for this, and I think it should be a nationwide policy because honestly, like we don't have, so that's like an encryption method. We're like right now we use RSA, and that's like, I don't know, a lock combination box. It is pretty easy. If you try through that, a couple of times, you'll eventually get the code. This is like you're on acid and going through a cornfield, and now you got to find a needle in a haystack. There's no computer like that. And I'm trying to think what the name of the Google computer was that came close. But as of today, there's like nothing out there that could hack into this because they're like noisy to hack a Kyber code. It's like a hot mess. But I'm hoping that the legislation in Arizona that goes through can become a national thing because it's not just like you said with the power grids. One of the biggest power grids that can easily be hacked in the nation, Los Angeles. And out of everybody who has the most power outages, Los Angeles, they're not going to say that it's been hacked or anything like that. And sometimes it's ransom. Sometimes it's honestly a bunch of people who are just trying to see if they can, you know. I do think that there are foreign entities at play with this just because people are bored. You know, some nerds, there's good nerds and then there's bad nerds.
Well,
And,
sometimes it's a job application as well. They try to hack and then they get
there's
recruited.
a hackathon that happens, and even to get invited to the hackathon, you have to find this website, hack through the website to even, like, it's ridiculous to even get the invitation to go, you know. And sometimes, like, even in school, like for me, I had to, part of our project for the CEH course was, all right, find a government agency and hack into it. What? Well, yeah, like, they know you're going to do it. And it's just so that they can now find where their intrusion potentials are versus like, oh, wow, they're actually really good. They passed the course.
Do you do penetration testing yourself?
I did a little bit of it. It's one of those things where it's like a rabbit hole. Like if you keep going down into the penetration testing, you're just like, like, and you don't like eat for like 3 days because it's like a high. So I could do it. I've done some of it. But right now I'm more so concentrated on cybersecurity and more so data analytics. I'm working within my state right now to use my data analytics to kind of make like a Doge for my state and helping out with the current Doge efforts, like feeding them information and stuff like that. I like data and I like analysis. So that's where I'm putting my efforts. But yeah, I mean, for penetration testing, you know, the blue hats, the red hats that they have too to patch the holes, like you guys were talking about with the Swiss cheese, is, you know, it's as soon as one of them gets infiltrated, they're all infiltrated. And, you know, I think doing the crystal method might be honestly the best way. And I think that also for election integrity, you need to do that. And also having everybody on a massive cyber network where, hey, like this just got infiltrated. And then you can see if it'll affect machines or grids or banking institutions like downstream. You know, like what happened with, I actually was one of the people who yelled at, oh God, my mind is like fried right now. The people, the CrowdStrike. I actually called them on the phone and I freaked out. I was like, what did you do? Because what happens is the programmers make these patches, it doesn't get vetted, and then it gets pushed to everybody's machine while it's sleeping. And it's just like, there's just so many things that need to be addressed because you don't know who's doing what. It hasn't been fully vetted or tested, which is why everybody lost during that. It's a lot, but I'm really, really excited. I didn't get to read the full bill. I'm still trying to find it. But I'm hoping that they can address this, and then Arizona, because I have a lot of faith in Arizona. I'm hoping that they can address this and then come up with like other things that could be attached to this that other states can then start to mimic before it becomes a nationwide effort.
And you know what? This needs to be a bipartisan thing. But you know, and by the way, it's great to meet your acquaintance. And I'm not a hacker. I know just enough about the technology, and I hung out with a group of brilliant scientists ever since I got out of the Marine Corps. But I know just enough to be able to translate that into a language that everyone can understand. Correct me if I'm wrong here. Penetration tests, right? I cannot wait. And this is why I believe that this is a historic moment, because the standard, right, the specification through this bill, and you can look it up, ladies and gentlemen, it's HB 2736. And if you look at the specifications that are required through post-quantum encryption to lock a system down, well, you know, or through this hearing, is it going to change the world overnight? No, I believe that it will become the new standard that, you know, governments will look at it and say, what is a PQE certification? You know, you will either have, you know, post-quantum encryption, PQE certification, or somebody's going to look at your, let's say your e-commerce site and you don't have PQE. They're not going to enter the credit card data in there because your information is vulnerable. But with post-quantum encryption, that system is locked down. It is impenetrable. I can't wait till people like yourself start trying to penetrate and discover that it is impenetrable.
Yeah, I mean, get us a bunch of Cheetos and some Mountain Dew and, you know, give us a weekend. You know what I mean? Like, we can try. But honestly, with the way that this works is that, like, I'm trying to remember the name of the computer. There's, like, one computer that's, like, the closest to it. I forget what it's called, but Google makes it. And even with their release of that chip that they had, that they released today, how it's like a new state of matter. Like they came up with like a new state of matter for it. You know, it's gonna be hard, but the problem is with nerds is everything is a challenge. Like, okay, we don't have anything now to hack it, but give us a year, maybe we will. And that's why people like this, and there needs to be in the legislation that these policies, these things need to be looked at every year, every, 2 years, something. There's no, like, we have stuff going back in the day. And right now, like, there's certain government agencies I can hack in, like, I don't know, under a half an hour, which is ridiculous. And that's like using a laptop, tethered to Starbucks Wi-Fi kind of a deal, like it's not hard. But with the way that technology is fast and evolving, we need to stay ahead of it, which is why as
displayed in that Georgia hearing, the guy hacked the machine, the voting machine with a pen. He got super user access with a pen by putting it in the pushing in the button, and he got super user access to one of these voting machines where you could pretty much flip anything you want, right?
Yeah. And there's certain systems that just should not be penetrable from a Starbucks. Okay, like I hear that you said that the university or whatever that you were at was like, okay, let's go hack into the government as your like prerequisite training, right?
Yeah.
The fact that they can even say that to me it just shows how much of a joke the government's cybersecurity is.
Yeah.
That they're using that as a way to just train your newbie rookie kids. I mean, that to me just is like, whoa, if that's the starter course is hacking the government, you've got a problem.
Right. And that's the thing. You have a lot of people who can do that. And now, like, I'm confident that some of them are at Doge and like other different organizations to help do that and make sure that we're protected. But there are places who, like, with their computer systems, they don't even have like the capabilities of doing it. There are still computers that are running in our government on Windows 97. Windows 97.
That's insane.
Like, that's insane. You know what I mean? And there's some that are running on Windows XP. Like, that's like not normal. And because of the operating, like, that's why Elon's saying he needs to get everything upgraded, because there are certain things and certain security measures you can't even put on some of these computers because they're so old. And because they're so old, they're easy to get into.
One thing Gavin shared with me, and I'm sorry to interrupt you, just two quick things. One thing Gavin said is that all these old systems that exist, those can actually be protected with PQE, with post-quantum encryption. Another thing,
there's a
Millie,
limit. There's a
wow,
limit.
that's interesting.
There's a limit. A lot of the older stuff it can be, but then there's a limit. Like, for example, we were talking earlier about voting machines. That's something where you'd want to like just completely take a sledgehammer to the machine and actually build something new with an encrypted chip. I mean, you're not going to want to. You're not going to want to use their hardware. There is a point to the hardware. There is.
I remember how
Adam,
far.
By the way, behind the American mission flag. I just wanted to say, I've been for blockchain voting, and I think that would be the most secure. But like, I just don't think people are ready for it yet. But yeah, that's kind of like the route that I'd like to see things go down eventually.
And I remember there was somebody, Millie, that's in Arizona. When Arizona's come so far to this point right here, there was a suggestion. I think it was, Mark Fincham was with a group of people, and he said, let's put some QR codes on the ballots and take the machines offline. And this brilliant, white hat or ethical hacker said, well, that's silly, because you give me a QR code, and it doesn't matter if that machine is online or not. If you give me that portal through the QR code and I scan that thing, I can insert malware on it and infect the entire system with malware by doing that. And he did it with one swipe on a QR code. And Arizona was considering that methodology just probably 2 years ago. So they've come very, very far since then. But isn't that amazing that with a QR code and what you think is, ballot security in a machine that's offline, that you can infect the entire system, even with it being offline with one scan of a QR code.
Yeah, that's why I said you have to take hardware into the picture as well as the chip into a picture. You know what I mean? Like you can't. I wouldn't even want to touch the pre-existing machines. You know, like I don't think most people who understand like securing with post-quantum encryption would want to touch that. They would just say, build it new from the ground up. You know, because you need to secure a chip and make sure there's no backdoors.
The thing with election voting is it's easily done and quickly done on precinct levels, hand count, supervised, like the old school way. I'm sorry, like I know everyone loves technology, and I'm one that likes blockchain voting, but you know it gets done very easily on precinct level. If we went back to our roots there and hand counted with supervision of 2 different party members, or you know, libertarian or Democrat or Republican and Democrat, whatever it is, supervising that hand count, it gets done very efficiently. The counts are done timely. You don't wait till like after midnight to get all these counts in. It's just we need to get back to that precinct level voting rather than these big county voting centers is the issue. And the machines are
right. Yeah,
get them out of the way.
And that's gonna be up to each state to decide, obviously. But yeah, I mean, they could do the hand count, and then once they have their results, how are they going to transmit that? You know, are they going to snail mail it, or are they going to walk it in person? No, they're probably going to send it over a computer system to the Secretary of State's office, right? And that's why this bill is important, because it talks about securing the Secretary of State's office and networks, right? So that essentially, even if you hand counted it and you're transferring the voting results and information, that's not going to be interfered with on its way to the Secretary of State's office, right? So that's a way to transport that information securely.
And it looks like, Millie, I don't know if you're going to have the ability to put the feed. Looks like the room's filled right now. And they're getting ready to turn the audio on. So I just wanted to give an update.
Thank you.
And I'm cross-streaming on ours. So I don't know if you're going to be able to feed that through.
Yeah, Pete, I've got, this is Adam. I'm behind the American Mission account and on stage. I am bringing the feed in. Let me see if we got any audio yet.
And I'm streaming to all our American Mission platforms. And by the way, I wanted to say the full text of the bill is up in the nest. I found it.
Awesome. Thank you. Also, real quick, if you guys have time later, look into the NotPetya attack. It took down multiple countries in 2017, and it was because it came through in accounting software through a hack that was leaked by the U.S. government and NSA. So if you really want to like learn, like just honestly put it into Grok, put it into something, look up NotPetya, look where the origins came from, and like that'll give you a good understanding for what we need to start protecting ourselves against, because our country would be crippled if Ukraine fell that quickly. Like it's bad.
Can you spell that out, please?
It's NotPetya.
Okay, PETYA. Thank you.
Yeah, like seriously, look into it. Again, I'm sure Pete, you've heard of it. In fact, I'm sure you've even dealt with people who've been affected by it. But it literally cost billions of dollars, and it had to do with the NSA in 2017, and it infiltrated the Ukrainian government. Like, it's a disaster. And it's like one of those things where you're just like, how did that get to that point? And it's really good to look into and do some research on, because a lot of people haven't heard of it. So
you've got a room full of people that love to jump down those holes. So
yeah, you'll have fun. Look into it. Look up. It was a bunch of. There's a hacker network that actually released it, and they were original. I think they were employees of NSA, but that's my opinion. But yeah, and it was. Yeah, it was the second to what was it called? WannaCry. What was it called, Pete? WannaCry. What was? I think it was called WannaCry. There was like one that they tried to do.
Sorry for the late start.
Sounds like this the hearing is about to
And they'll
start.
be talking about a different bill before ours, just FYI.
First Science and Technology Committee is called to order. Secretary will note the roll.
Actually, first I wanted to go to House Bill 2668. And Representative. Actually, we're going to hold House Bill 2668.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The reason why I'm holding it is that I spoke with the City of Phoenix. They have
Madam Chair,
the reason why I'm holding it is that I spoke with the City of Phoenix. They have an administrative solution. And so in the spirit of not passing any more bills,
Sorry,
I told them
That's one less, so that's great.
Did everybody hear? I don't think I had
Sweet, she's so new.
the mics on. Sorry, I didn't.
That's one less, so that's great.
Say
Take two.
Everybody here, I
Take two,
don't think I had the
So
the
with
mics
my
on.
bill, I spoke
If you
with
want
the
to
city.
say it again, say it again.
Take two.
Take two. Okay. So with my
solution,
bill,
and
I
so
spoke with the City of Phoenix. Looks like they have an administrative not having a solution, and so therefore, in the spirit of not having
Thank you very much.
many bills and being able to pull one
So,
off,
we're going
I will be
to
pulling
start
that
with
off.
House Bill 2943.
right,
After that,
so,
we're
we'll
going
just go
to
one
start
by
with House Bill
So,
2943.
staff, can you
please explain after that, we'll just go one by one. So, staff, can you please explain House Bill 2943?
Madam Chair, members, House Bill 29.
So they're starting backwards through the list. That's the last on the list, 2943.
Below last year's 2943 prohibits the city does reduce from lowering the operating budget of their municipal fire departments below last year's shared revenue from the city. If the city does reduce the fire department's
Okay,
budget,
so do
except that
you want
shared revenues won't
to
be
get back to
withheld
it
if
once
are
they
necessary
actually
for
have
the
the
city to
House
meet,
bill up?
Existing long-term
Really?
obligations. Cities are
Continue
exempted
the
from this if
conversation?
they do not have the monies required to continue.
Yeah,
the
that's
fire
fine.
department budget
I'll keep an
as
eye on it.
well as the previous year. With that,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah, yeah.
available for any questions.
So that is kind of bizarre, though, that they're starting backwards from the agenda.
Representative Hernandez.
Who knows? It sounds like things are just
Madam
kind of
Chair
running
and members, for the record,
behind
Representative
and
Ahmed
kind of
Nandes from
disarrayed
LD20.
right now. But
So I'm here today
but yeah,
introducing a bill on behalf of the
just to
firefighters here in
what,
Arizona. We
what's your
know that
AI
Arizona is
tech
prone to
chick
wildfires. We want to ensure
I
that
find
not
it
only do they
very
continue to be
alarming
funded at the level that they
they're
are now, but
using
hopefully, fund them
the
at the level that they
students
should be.
to hack the
Unfortunately,
government
there
as
are
part of their
many
training.
cities who do not
Like that to me
properly
just
It's
fund,
a vetting. I would
whether
believe
it's law
that
enforcement
the NSA or CIA is involved with
our
these
firefighters. We
universities
want to
and,
ensure that we're
they
not
get
doing
them in a
anything
compromised
to take us
position.
back.
You
Right
hack
now,
the
our
government.
firefighters
Okay,
are
either you go to
underfunded,
jail or you
they have
pay you this much.
underfunded
and you
and
work for us.
under-resourced. So
It's
we want
always
to make
like
sure
that.
that they just have the
When
resources that
people
they need
hack
to be
something,
able to do
that's
their
how they
job.
build a name.
It's
And
really
then
important
they get
for
a knock
them,
on their door
and we don't
and
want
a
to see
job
what's
offer
going on,
or a jail
especially in the city of
You know?
Tucson, where
Listen,
I'm
one of my
from,
one of
where
my
now we're
friends
going
when we
back
were
to
in
the
high
voters
school,
asking
he
for one of the
he hacked
highest
our high
tax
school
increases
because he didn't like one of the grades that he got,
to be able to fund our
and the
fire
FBI
and our
offered him
police
a
because
job.
we
He
did not
turned them down,
prioritize that
and
in
then
our
he wound up
previous
becoming
budgets.
one of the
So
founding
I ask
members
for your
of Syria.
support. I do have
So,
a speaker here who is a
you know,
firefighter who will be
it's
speaking on why this
interesting
is important
how you
and
bring
why
that
this is
point up
important to
because a
them.
lot of the people too that are in the program that I was in and stuff like that were on like this Mensa list where like to be of a certain level of high IQ. And like that's how government agencies feel. Like it's not like you go to a website and go, "Hey, look at my resume." That's like not for things like this. They don't look at it on paper. They look at it to like, oh,
Madam
what
Chair,
can they do?
Vice Chairwoman,
You know, and it
members of the
sounds like
committee,
insane,
thank you
but
for
like
the
that's the
opportunity to
best way
speak
for them
today.
to see what you're
My name is
capable of
Jesse
doing
Howard.
by getting
I'm
you
a
to do
firefighter
it.
with the City of Mesa.
Like
with over
without
a
any
decade of
formalized
experience
training
serving the
through the
public.
government, if you
On
have
behalf of
this
the
like
professional
21-year-old
Arizona,
who can
I am here
infiltrate
in strong
NSA or
support
NASA
of House Bill
or any of them,
2943.
you know what I mean? They're like,
you can take
that's the
anything
guy
away
I
from
want on
the
my team
testimony
because
today,
now he could work
it
with
would
the
be that
people
fire departments
to
in
figure out
cities
how
and
to get that to
towns
stop
across the
happening.
state of Arizona
And that's
face
and they
a
do this in a
scarcity
lot of
of
like
resources.
universities. MIT does it,
Year over year,
Georgetown
we
does
continue to see
it.
the population of Arizona increase. Therefore,
That
every
one
year, we
college
also see an
in
increase in
New
the number
Jersey
of
does it.
911
It's like a
responses
person's
for fire
name I
departments
forget.
across
They
the
do
state.
it. You know,
I can
UC
definitively
Berkeley
tell
does
you
it. Like a lot
that
of
we are
different
lagging
universities
behind
do
in
it,
our
and
ability to
you know,
keep up.
it's crazy. And people
We
do
are
it because it's
behind
fun.
in hiring
You know,
and
like
retaining
I'm,
an
you know,
adequate amount
you
of
around these
personnel
people,
that are
like
available to
it's
promptly
fun for them.
respond to these
It's like a
Some people
fun
like a
We are
challenge,
struggling to provide ongoing training and
No, I
education
don't think it's
to
like
keep firefighters
I don't
prepared
think it's
for the
weird
diverse
as in
scenarios that we
like
face every day.
like that they wouldn't
We're having
like
trouble
obviously that
maintaining
makes
our
sense
apparatus
why they would
in
be
a ready
doing
state,
that, right? But
along
the
with the
thing to
ability
me
to
that just
invest
seems
in
so
new technologies that are
just
necessary in
weird or
modern fire
off
service.
is that the government
And we have
systems are
already
that
seen
easy
cuts
to
to
hack
the community
into, that it's
outreach
such a
programs
common
that would go a long
thing,
way in preventing these
right? Like,
emergencies
because
in
if
the
it's
first place.
common
By
that
safeguarding these
any
critical
of these
areas
university
from
students or
budgetary
kids,
reductions,
kids that they're
House Bill
scouting can hack
2943
into
aims
it,
to,
then obviously foreign hackers can,
the safety
right?
and effectiveness of fire
So
services throughout
that's
the
what
state
I
of
mean
Arizona.
by like
Oh,
the fact that
Madam
that is
Chair and members of
the fact that
public,
that's like the norm and that everyone's just okay with that.
Members, any
But then
questions?
again, our government systems
Please.
are some
Thank
of
you, Madam
these
Chair.
computers are
Hello,
like
sir.
on
Thank you for
old
coming.
Windows, old
Listening to your
ancient
testimony
computers.
made me curious. Is your
And
opinion or from what you've
that
seen,
is
what
like,
is
okay,
the
well,
most
why are
lacking
we sending
component
billions
that you're
of
missing
dollars
right
to
now in your
Ukraine?
world to
Why are
protect
we
us
sending
from
all this
fires?
foreign aid and condoms to wherever? You know what I mean? Like, why are we sending
I would
stuff
say right now
to
would be personnel.
these other
We're
countries?
having
Meanwhile,
struggles each and every
our
day
own
to
infrastructure is
hire the
crap
appropriate
to
personnel
where
with the
it's
proper training,
commonplace for these
and
young
then obviously
recruits,
retain them
MIT
once we have them
recruits, to be able
hired.
to easily hack
So
it.
we're seeing more and more
And our
members with
computers
less
are
than
so
5 years of
ancient and
service
outdated.
leaving the fire service than we've
You know,
ever
they're
had
like from the
in
80s or
past
90s.
So that
That's
is a
crazy
major
to me.
concern of ours.
To me, that
So
just is like,
part of that why
what
this
the
would
hell's
fit into
wrong with our
budgetary
government? It's not,
discussions would be
it's not
that
a
costs over
reflection on the
$100,000
kids
to
that they're
hire and train
having,
a
you know,
firefighter.
oh, go try to hack into the government.
if
It's
we
what
go
the
through
hell's wrong with
process
our
of hiring,
government,
putting them
because
through, and then we're losing
our
them
government
within
didn't used
5
to be
years, well, that just costs cities
so
and towns
inept,
additional monies.
right? Like, I think
So,
that
go ahead.
something happened
Well,
along the way.
thank you.
Something
Bad
went
traffic there.
terribly
To follow up
wrong,
on that, where are you losing them to? Because the
over the
police
past
world
couple
has similar
decades
issues. We'll train
that allow
troopers.
things to get this
We pay a
bad,
certain amount, and the city
to
of
where
Phoenix
our
swoops in with
country's
a
never been in
wallet,
such
and
a
the
vulnerable
city of Phoenix
position
moves
as
that
it
on
is
that
right now.
on
We
that
should be
training and that
dominating
time. So where are
technology.
the
We should be
firefighters
dominating
you
and
all train? Where do
innovating.
they go?
We should be the
Is
most
there any
secure,
place that they'll allow
secure
them to go to, or they just
technological
scatter to the land?
country. No one should be able to hack into the United States. This is a
Madam
joke.
Chair,
This is
It's a
President
joke.
Willett, I'm trying to figure this out.
We're a
So
laughing stock. The
we
fact
do
that
lose them
we're
to
constantly
adjoining
being
fire
hacked by these
departments.
typhoon hackers.
Some like to go
No wonder
to
the typhoon hackers are
more
hacking us
obvious
when
areas,
even the
more
young,
opportunity,
you know, MIT
but we
recruits are
definitely
doing
are
it
seeing
as
higher
like
rate
a
of firefighters
As like
in
as a
the
joke.
because the
If
private
you guys
sector's
really want to
wages
laugh,
are
pull up
increasing
Grok
far
and
beyond
just enter this
those
prompt in. It'll blow your mind.
firefighters at the same time.
How many
So they see an opportunity to go out
U.S.
there,
government
they make
computers
additional
still have
money, at the
floppy
same time,
disks?
they're not running, potentially 15 calls a shift,
It's probably
going
quite
home
a
tired of
few.
their family.
It's
and
not
all
even
the
that.
worst
It goes
health
into this
effects
whole
that
history
cause,
about
along
like
with
the antiquated
AIDS
technology
epidemic
and
in
how they
firefighting,
knew this
being
back in
cancer.
the day and they didn't want to do anything about it. That the oversight committee
Madam Chair,
for
please.
it was like
So this
completely
is
okay
about,
with it, and they
about
were just like,
reducing
"Oh, it's
the
all right.
annual
Like, how
operating
bad can
budget.
it
So
be?"
have you had problems with
Actually,
that?
I just remembered because
reducing
I was remembering I've
budget,
had
so
this
that's
exact
causing problems for you
conversation
being able to
before.
keep and retain
Okay, and I'm like
firefighters?
thinking like, dang, that's so crazy that you know about the
Madam
old
Chair,
computers, right? Because there's
Representative Fink.
that's not everyday
So for me personally, my
information,
experience in
right?
the city of Mesa,
So
right now we are not
what
reducing the budget
what I can
that I'm
say
aware
and
of.
speak to
But
is
with
from what I
looming
was told.
reductions in state shared
Part of the
revenue,
reason the
rental
computers
tax,
are so
everything
ancient
else
and
that affects
old
city
is
budgets,
because
I
they
fear that
are
this is
apparently
something that is
U.S.
going to be coming
made.
forward. So
So
we'd
like
to safeguard
there was a
the
point
budgets of fire
where
departments
U.S. was
from the
doing
lost
stuff with
revenues
making
that our
computers
cities
and
are
chips or
expecting,
something,
so that
and
they
then
don't eye
it
public
kind of like
safety as an
died
opportunity to
off,
save costs,
and then
therefore
everything just
endangering the
became
public
China
goods.
making it. And because all of these corporations were
Please.
finding that it's more
Traditionally,
cost effective and cheaper to outsource to China because of their cheap labor, they realized that they were just going to do it over
Madam
there.
Chair,
So the
Representative
problem
Keep,
being, by doing everything overseas,
it's waning each and
the
every
U.S.
year.
is not
I can tell you
innovating,
that when
hence the
I
reason why they
applied to
created
the
the
city of
CHIPS
Mesa,
Act, which
there
was to
were over
fund
1,500
chips,
applicants that
U.S.
showed up
chips
for 20
made in
spots
U.S.
when they
by
opened
U.S.
up the position.
companies.
The position closed within
Unfortunately,
4 hours.
the TSMC Taiwanese
just
company
this
that
last
got
week,
most of the
we're
CHIPS
trying to
Act money
hire
to make
approximately
chips
40
is a
additional
Taiwanese-based
personnel.
company
We had our hiring
that
process
is now
open
going to
for
be
over
making
3
chips in the
weeks.
U.S.
We've
But
also
guess what?
lowered the
They're not even
requirements
allowed
needed
to
in
make
order to apply. Anyone can apply from out of state.
nanometer
They don't have to
chips
carry certain
in the U.S.
certifications.
because
We're
it's
looking
against
to
Taiwanese
potentially
government's
pay to
law
give them those certifications,
to
but
make
there's no
a
guarantee
chip
at the
for
end of
a
our
abroad
training
in
that
a
they
foreign
passed the
country
national tests required,
that is
and therefore
on
we
par
wouldn't be
with
able to
their
hire or retain
chips
them.
that they have
And
there in
also just,
Taiwan.
add on top of
So
that,
they're
from the 4
even though they
1,500
got
applicants
the
that I stated
money
when I applied
for the
20 spots,
U.S. Chips
we
Act
just
and they're a
had
Taiwanese company,
approximately 300 qualified applicants.
they
for
are
almost
not
40
going to be
spots
making
in
us
this lab.
a
So
better chip
we are
or
struggling,
even on
and
par
then we're
with
also
the
in
chips in
competition
Taiwan.
with other cities
What a
throughout the
freaking
valley.
joke is that?
All of those
What a
applicants
freaking
are
joke
certainly
is that?
applying to multiple
Because
cities. So
you know,
I would just
we need to be
say,
making the whole
pure guess
point of
here,
that was to be
that
making
maybe half
U.S.
of those will make it
chips
to the final
by
stages if they
U.S.
aren't picked up
companies
somewhere
in
else.
the U.S. so that we could have on par or even superior
chip technology.
I would say AMD is compared to NVIDIA, which manufactures mostly with TSM. AMD is the biggest, like, out of all the chip manufacturers that does manufacture here in the US. I believe out of all of them. But it's interesting. You look at even AMD, who's it owned by institutional investors, Vanguard Group, Inc., BlackRock, Inc., State Street Corp, and individual investor, of course, the CEO, Lisa Su, who I really like. I think she's awesome. But, that's one of the, notice that a lot of the money went to NVIDIA, and they manufacture overseas mostly, where AMD does, out of all these chip manufacturers, is the biggest manufacturer in the US. But yeah.
We saw what happened when a city there
Go ahead, yeah.
completely
I was just going to say, so one of the things like that I personally believe in is that we need like a technology version of the Jones Act, which is we need American chips put into American computers that pass American regulations by American workers. Because it's a lot easier to vet all of the components here. It is a lot easier to build the infrastructure here and make sure that it safeguards against what we have. Because no country, no matter how much money we offer them, is going to want to finish second to us. So even if we contract with the best chip manufacturer in the entire world, they're still going to give us meh compared to what they have or what their abilities are. Whereas with the United States, if we start focusing on doing things like that here, like NVIDIA, AMD, like those are great companies,
I'm not here to
that's very important. That's why a lot of the space companies now, they're getting into this thing where they're trying to figure out how they can use and manufacture more parts here in the United States. That's why they've resulted in 3D printing. Like companies like SpaceX and Rocket Lab especially. They have a place down in Virginia, and they 3D print rocket parts because they don't want to rely on other countries making their stuff, because they know that no matter what it is, it's going to be subpar. And we need to start looking at technology like that. If we want to be the best, we have to make the best. And if we want to protect ourselves from all threats, we need to do that here, and we need to do it to our standards, not to other country standards.
Well, and I think that again, this is a weaponization that we've seen of our government, with them, focusing their attentions onto matters that are completely political instead of doing their jobs and making sure that we have got the best protection that we can possibly get. I mean, we're spending $60 billion a year on these antiquated computers and trying to keep them, up to some standard.
The thing is, the support isn't there for like XP, like and all these Windows 95. Like they stopped like putting out patches for that stuff. And to begin with, you deal with a Microsoft product. Honestly, that shouldn't be in any government building. You should be running Linux secured, to that extent. But on that sort of operating system that's really tight knit and everything's locked down. But Bill Gates, that guy. I've personally never had antivirus on my computer. I don't use it. I'm just not stupid to click on things. I've never had any issues. As far as anything goes, because I just don't, I know, I verify where I'm connecting to, and so on and so forth. So and a lot of it's bloatware too.
Antivirus software. A computer that's called Windows has things that can get into it, right? And then they sell you the antivirus.
Yeah, where do you get Bill Gates?
Kind of makes you wonder, kind of like somebody engineering a bioweapon just to sell you a vaccine.
Yep, it's a
kind of sounds like it's a designed obsolescence, or I don't know what you call it. Maybe that's not the right word.
Public safety.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up earlier, Millie, and just the fact of that, Bill Gates, he does this, he leaves the vulnerabilities open, so you have to buy an anti-virus.
And your time is well past. I was going to let you finish, but you went too long.
That's ridiculous. And then, They create the problem and then sell you the cure.
Mr. Vice Chairman.
I
anybody
would
else
bet
here to
money that
speak?
they
My
probably, if
one,
you were to
if
look at the
necessary,
profit,
waived. So we are
that
good
you'd
with
probably see they make more money on the antivirus than the actual computer.
I think
It almost sounds like the pharmaceutical industry.
old habits.
Yep. That's why
I haven't been a
Sounds
vice
like
chair in
every industry
3 years,
that's been
so-
robbing us blind and
when you
not
were
giving
chair-
us any sort of service.
It's all
that
a
we
big
think
Ponzi scheme.
No, I deserve
You
it.
know?
Representative Hernandez, would you like to finish up as my vice
Where
chair?
are we at on the hearing?
We're still on
Madam
2943,
Chair,
which is
I
the
just want to say
last
thank
on the
you for
list
allowing
there.
us to
The
bring this bill
municipal
into this
fire
committee
departments
and for giving
defunding
firefighters an
prohibition.
opportunity to share why this is important.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And then we have, let's see, they struck out the
more
firefighters'
closing
Bill of
comments?
Rights. They're going to hear that later, I guess.
Seeing
And then we have
none, Mr.
1,
Vice Chairman,
2,
please move the
3,
bill.
Yes,
4
ma'am. Madam
other
Chairman, I move that House
bills
Bill
that could go ahead
2943
of
be
it.
returned with the due pass
So
recommendation.
There's
there's,
a motion
you
before you.
know,
Is that House Bill
HB
2943
2872, 2846,
Secretary will please call the roll.
2801, and 2668. And then the one that we're looking for is 2736.
Yeah, I shared it in the
Phoenix
nest,
response time for fire is really concerning.
Perfect. Thank you,
this year
Kelly.
last year
Always
I had
on top of things.
a fire happen at some mobile homes in my district. And thanks to
Well,
fire,
this
we
could
were
be
able to save some
interesting.
of those mobile
You know,
homes.
I
but,
know we're going to
there's a
have
lot of concerns that continue
Aaron,
to happen,
Trash Discourse is going to be
especially,
speaking.
regarding
Gavin's going to
some
be
utility,
speaking. And there's going to be a lot of others
infrastructure that we need.
speaking.
And so I'll be
As
supporting
well
this
as I
bill,
believe there's supposedly going to be
to
some
protect, firefighters,
against, speaking
with their
against,
life.
which to me, I'm thinking is probably some weird. I mean, who's going to be speaking against it other than someone that's like some foreign?
I was going to say a
interest?
Pharaoh person.
As with the city of Phoenix.
Right, you got somebody coming in there from Russia. We don't want this bill because it's going to put ransomware hackers out of business. We're going to lose our
I
money.
would think more
Now,
like
Guadalupe
Serbia or
is actually
Ukraine,
going through these
possibly.
challenges with their fire department, and we actually might lose our fire department due to operating costs. in that
Yeah,
city
that's
and town- in that town.
Zelensky's busy
And
today
hold them
trying to form
accountable
his
to be
own new
responsible for
NATO.
holding
That's all these
this
bots
situation
that like
and not-
attack our
We're trying to
accounts
find a
that
remedy
like,
right now, working with Tim
10
Peake
followers
to
and
try to
then
provide
like,
that service to
they have,
that
they've got the
town.
little
I
Ukraine
couldn't
flag on
vote
it.
on this
and,
bill
they,
today because
you know,
it
it's
would
a
be
bot
holding them
net,
to more operating costs that
it's just
the
a
city
bunch
would
of
probably
like
be
dweebs behind a
So
bunch
I,
of shell accounts, and
deeply,
I call them out. I
want to
say,
say
like,
to the
nice shell
firefighters
account.
at this time, I cannot vote, and so I'm voting no on
But
this bill.
yeah, they're definitely there.
Please.
Well, I think
Thank
it kind of
you.
works out a little
So,
bit
with strong input
that
from the
it's run
communities
late because
that
it
I
seems like more
represent in my
people are kind
legislative district,
of jumping in
I
here,
will be
you know,
voting
as
no
the evening goes
also.
on. So we'll see.
got
If
a lot
everyone
of
can
input
share
on
the
this
space,
bill,
that'd be
as you
great.
can imagine.
Get it out there
And,
because it definitely seems like, for
I
whatever
see
reason,
the point that you're bringing
I mean, we've done a
across,
lot of spaces
but I
before
have
in
to
the past,
defer
and I've never
to
seen
the specialists in
so
my
much
area,
throttling here. It's crazy.
Representative Fink.
So yeah, share it out. Let's get the message out there.
Kind of similar thing. We
This
don't
is
like
going to
it when
be
the
very
feds tie our
interesting to
hands
watch,
sometimes, and
to say the
being
least.
able
And
to
this is
spend
going to
money.
be
And
huge. I mean,
again,
I know
do
Pete
appreciate
Santilli
very much so maintaining
was in here
the,
earlier, very
integrity of our
excited.
public safety.
He's like, this is
organizations,
historic,
but,
and it
I'm
is. It is
concerned,
historic.
Again, you know,
This
talking
is
about
historic. I mean,
Representative
Arizona is
Garone's,
leading the
concerns
way.
in that
Arizona
there
is
are cities that
the way
are seeing
in
declining
what very well
populations
could
or
become a
shifting
national
populations.
trend
I don't
in the
think we can
direction
necessarily
of
hold them
post-quantum
accountable.
encryption
So
and
at this
actually
time, I'll have to vote
updating
no.
our cybersecurity infrastructure so that we're not dealing with these ransomware hackers, data vulnerabilities. I mean, that's huge, especially for the current state that we're in. And I think that it seems, and I think that's because you're not hearing some of the big, I guess the big mainstream media outlets talking about it. I mean, have you heard anything on the mainstream media talking about these, the data, like these massive like hacks, like typhoon hacks and hospitals being hacked and the grid being hacked?
Of course not. They're too busy with Trump derangement syndrome, you know?
Madam Chair,
Orange man
just
bad.
because I want to
that's
make
the new
another
one,
Ghostbusters
media
reference,
syndrome. That's a
dogs and cats living in a
Elon,
mass hysteria. I side with Ms. Rager. I vote
derangement
aye.
syndrome. Like, I live in an area where a lot of people drive Teslas, and they're like parking them in the garage now and driving the regular cars because like people are bananas. They're like throwing weird stuff And then like one car got hit with eggs, and I'm like, aren't you guys the ones complaining that egg prices are too high, and now you're just throwing them? Like it's just.
You should throw marshmallows
By
instead.
your
They're
vote
cheaper.
of 5
Right.
ayes, 0 present, 0 absent, you have
You
carried
know,
House Bill
like, it's
2943 do pass
I
recommendation.
just finished making Rice Krispies with marshmallows.
Oh, yum.
Oh,
What's
that
up,
sounds so
Carolina?
good.
How you doing?
Hi, everybody.
Carolina, I
I'm so
apologize.
Just one moment.
I forgot my accent there. Just kidding.
The chancla.
The chancla's coming to get me.
Would you be ready for the next bill?
Do not mess with the chancla. Even the lions are afraid of the chancla. Be careful.
I saw that. It was funny. I saw a clip where there's a lady, and she pulls out her shoe
Can
with
you
this
please
crocodile
explain House
sin
Bill
or something,
2801?
starts showing it to him or whatever, and then it just goes away. So yeah, chanclas are powerful. So what are we speaking about here? Is this
Madam Chair,
Arizonian
members, House Bill
cybersecurity for
2801 establishes a
Crash,
technology
I'm worried
study
about
committee
Crash.
that will consist of 15
I
members who
talked
are
to
all
him.
assistive
Where is
technology
he?
and are appointed by the governor.
Trash is a
They're on
trooper.
H. They moved on. Hold on one second. They moved on to HB 2801 Technology Committee, Assistive Technology. Do we want to listen in?
Please.
Is that the innovation
No,
technology?
it's possibly it's assistive technology.
Oh no. Yeah, no, that one's not. I mean, that's interesting, but it's not. If you see the one where it talks about
State University and changes
technology study committee, wait, no, that's not. The appropriation office of defense innovation. Did they already do that one?
No, not yet on that one. That's
Yeah, this is
2872.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, thank you for
This-
bringing
this-
this
You guys
bill
were
to
mentioning
my
I want to hear that
start
one.
of session. I was
You guys were
contacted by
mentioning
Sam
the
Shepard,
hackings. Are you talking about the early
talk with
December
me
one?
about a vision that
2024,
he
that
had
was
to make sure
the
that
PIH
individuals
health,
with developmental
Southern
disabilities
California healthcare
have
providers or
all
something
possible
similar to
learning
that.
tools at their
They're the
disposal.
We're just talking
Sam's
in
bill
general.
before you
So yeah, that's
today, as
relevant. What we're
amended,
talking about.
Yes,
creates a
it
study
happened
committee
Downing. I
appointed
think
by
it
the
was
President of the Senate and
where
the Speaker
it
of the
was
House,
hit
and
by
they will
like
meet
a
twice a year
ransomware attack.
to study and address
They
specific
stole, I think,
issues
17
related to
million
assistive
patients'
technology,
records that it had a lot of
technology
confidential
first
personal
initiatives,
information,
analyze
medical
emerging
information,
assistive
and
technologies,
that started in
analyze how
December
to better
1st,
serve individuals with assistive
and
technology
disrupted
needs,
like their entire
and submit a
operations.
report
Yeah,
on
but you didn't
October
hear
1st,
anything in the news about it. I remember
regarding the
similarly,
committee's activities and
there was
recommendations
another involvement.
to the governor,
I
the
believe it
president
was
of the
in
Senate, and the
Tampa
Speaker
General
of the House.
Hospital,
In
where
this
I think they sold the
amazing era
data
of
up to
technological
1.2 million
development,
patients.
Sam's vision works to make
And
sure
you
that
have to
all the
wonder, like,
stakeholders are at the
what
table,
are they doing?
enabling
So,
the ability to
I
discover and
think in
employ the
Jamaica,
assistive
there was
technologies
some hackers
that
that
work
published
best
over
for people with
70,000
learning
medical files for
disabilities.
biomedical,
With that, I stand for any
Caledonia Medical
questions.
Laboratory. Because trust me, this whole medical crap is
Madam
like
Chair, I
beyond
mean,
my
got to get the rookies in here and defend their
wheelhouse,
stuff, right? So,
especially because we busted
Representative,
the
what made you want
Chinese
to run this?
nationals, conducting illegal labs. And I think you helped with the news on this, Millie, right? Back in a couple years ago, like 2 years ago almost. The Chinese nationals had an entire illegally operating lab operating at a level 2 in Ridley, California. I don't know how to say that. And so there's a lot of shenanigans going on, and there's a lot of it took like a lot of you guys to help me get this, to like get to Keith and get it to. But anyways, my question is like, what are they doing with these files? I know the breach in February 2025, there was one
excited to share with
just recently with 400,000 files, including the cancer screening test and the personal data.
I have a theory on it, but it might sound a little too tinfoil hatty for you guys.
Hey, we love
So
those tinfoils.
I
This is why
believe
sometimes I'll
in
sleep
pursuing
in
So what
technology.
happens is
I
when
believe
somebody passes
in everything
away
that
in a
this bill
hospital, or like they're
encompasses.
old or whatever
When
it
I first
is,
went
they're-
into the
hospital
workforce, I
reports
was asked
it,
by
and then the
Governor Holt to serve
hospital
on a task
then
force for
sends it to like
for
whoever
people
the
with
Department of Health
disabilities.
is for whatever
And
that
so I know you
organization is
don't
or in
know
that
this
area.
side of me.
And then that gets relayed to the
but thank
government.
you
They're like,
for
hey, that
asking. I
person
do
is
have a passion
deceased.
for this
Stop using their social security number because they're deceased.
Who knew?
And I'm wondering if
Madam
they're
Chair,
finding a way to get these
just
people
for the
who
question.
are passing
So,
away
to
or
make sure
don't
I
have
am
any
totally
next of kin
understanding
or
all
they're
of the,
like homeless
the scope of
and they
it,
have these social
assistive
security
technologies,
numbers
what
and now
of
they're
these
getting them.
examples
And
that,
even if they don't pass away, if they're just homeless, they get these social security numbers and then they can now use them
Thank you.
in
I
some
love-
of the illegals
Madam
that
Chair
they're trying to bring
and
in.
Representative
Because think
Fink,
about it. If you're a homeless
if
person,
you wouldn't
you were
mind,
born in
I'd
a
like
US
to
hospital,
defer
you're
the
gonna
technical
have
questions to
a
Sam.
social
He's
security
here.
number. whether
Yeah,
or not
and he
you
just
use it
does
because
a
you're
marvelous
homeless, you know,
job
you're
of
not going to know if
talking
your
about
banking
his vision
information
for
was
this
stolen.
group. Would
But
it be
if you're an
appropriate
illegal and they're
to
like, hey, that guy who
invite
lives
him
on
up
the
now?
street, he doesn't have technology,
Mr.
we're going to
Vice
give you
Chair,
his
is there
social.
someone here to speak?
And that's where I'm
Shockingly enough,
wondering
there
if
is a
that's what this
sham
is turning
shepherd here.
into.
It's like she read ahead
Because
in the script.
where these attacks are happening, especially in
Come
the
on down,
hospitals,
Sam.
they're not in
You
like
get to answer questions now, too.
they're not like sporadic.
Introduce
They're like in
yourself and we'll give
targeted
you 2
areas,
minutes to
heavily
start.
populated, weakened systems for these things. You know, I think that's what's happening, and I think that's how they're getting these duplicate social security numbers.
But I
think that's what.
just asked to please explain or point out the two people that are over 360. Let's start there. You know, like that
Okay,
are
well,
older
first
than
of
the
all,
country.
George
For God's sake.
Washington identified as a able-bodied
commercially off the shelf, modified or customized, that is used to increase, maintain, or improve functional capabilities of individuals with disabilities. This definition is almost entirely
It's ridiculous. Like, how do you have a 360-year-old?
And the law also
man.
provides that
So,
students in the class
they have a couple people talking right now in regards to HB 2801. That's as far as what we see right now. And then hopefully we get to 2736 right after, because it would be relevant to technology and cybersecurity. So this one that's currently going on is the Technology Study Committee Assistive Technology, ST rules.
Right, which that one I believe is for, it's assistive technology for people with disabilities.
One of which
so
being
they're going to be
technology first,
studying
and this is an initiative and
technology, which,
framework
you know,
that,
that does make some
we are one of
sense
10
to do,
states that
right?
has no
Like,
recorded
I don't
activities
think that
regarding
that would be a bad idea. If
Technology
somebody's like,
first is really a framework that describes
you know,
how
technology
can we use
can help
technology before
disabled,
other
for
solutions
example,
when helping
people with hearing
individuals
aids,
with
right? Or
disabilities
people
gain
who got that,
independence, whether this be in the
what was that
classroom,
surgery that
early
allowed them
childhood,
to
midlife,
have the ability
in
to
the
hear?
workplace.
Oh, the
cochlear
was that
implant.
cochlea? Yeah,
And not
the
only
cochlear
technology
implant
first,
was
but
a
there are
great
enabling
technology
technologies that
that's
can also help
assistive
support
to people with
independence.
disabilities. So,
There's also environmental
you know,
design that can help
that might not be a bad thing to
reshape
come up
the
with
rooms for
more
people
ways
with
and
disabilities,
maybe
so to be
study
more
and test
accommodating.
things that could help people.
And also, as Arizona is,
Which
with
for
one of
me,
the
like,
first
look, I've
states,
always been pretty much like
being
freaked
technology
out by
first
the
and having
Neuralink chip.
initiatives
Okay, like
related to
I don't
assistive
think that
technology
your
can also
average
help support
person
us
should be
being
signing up to get a
first.
freaking brain chip. But it
And the
makes
study committee is
sense
composed of the
for
most important
somebody
stakeholder
with
groups in the state regarding assistive
a
technology.
disability,
15 seconds.
right? That might make sense for
And
someone like
not only the people
everybody
in the
shouldn't go
committee
get a
itself, but I've
cochlear
also
implant,
connected with a lot of
but it
people
makes
across the
sense
country that are
for
further
someone
heading their statewide
that
initiatives
can't
we are,
hear and now
that
they're
are
able to
invited
hear,
contribute
right?
to this,
So
study
yeah.
committee if it so passes.
Yeah, my
That's where
future
we have free
husband
time today, and
had
I'm gonna vote
a
yes on this.
cochlear implant
Members, any
just
questions?
about
I'll see 'em.
6 months ago, and the progress,
Madam Chair, thank you.
you know, it's
So,
incredible.
what do you hope to get out
he
of this
learning
committee? What's the
Spanish
deal
in like
gonna be
4
for
months
you
just
when
because
this
he was
gets
able to
together and
hear,
becomes
just so
active
he
and
could
everybody
communicate
wants
with me.
it,
Again,
it's gonna work? What do
he
you
didn't
see
know that
coming
I
out of
spoke English. He
it?
didn't really want to learn English, but he knew I spoke
Madam
Spanish.
Chair,
So
Vice Chair,
it's
well, I
insane
see
to know
us,
that somebody
as I
who
talked
couldn't
about, there are
hear
a lot of
before,
initiatives,
all of a sudden,
nationwide,
you know, can
state by
hear,
state
and
that,
then they're learning a
all
whole
workers
new
not only
language in like
implement those
12
ideas
months.
here, but
That's
to be
just to
able to
me
also comprise our
incredible,
own,
I think.
unique ideas based off areas
So
of
that's
skills,
why, you know, I'm
resources,
investigating quite often. I don't know if you any of you remember my early spaces when Elon bought Twitter. I was always just, you know, criticizing everything that Neuralink was doing, specifically because of its ties on how they handled a lot of the stuff with the medical
Thank you
during
for
the pandemic.
coming, Sam. I appreciate
But
it.
when it comes to things like you just mentioned,
First of all,
cochlear operation,
is a
the technology to be able to
government-created,
regain sight and
study committee
hearing,
the best
I
way to
mean,
do it, or
those are
can you
things
do
that
this in
I
the
think
private
are a
sector
blessing.
in
But yes, I
gathering
do
this
have
council
firsthand
together?
experience with someone, you know, with that type of surgery.
It's a great
And
question.
so I guess we're
Sorry, Madam
discussing
Chair,
HB 2736, right? Is that what you guys want to do? And then you mentioned another bill.
Theoretically,
Can you
could.
tell
I
me
would
again
say
which bill it was?
it's the best
And I'll
solution
send you
to
guys
do
some.
it.
That was the one that the Appropriation Office of Defense Innovation, which would be HB 2872. So the one that, like you mentioned, that we're looking to play is the HB 2736. So you got those numbers, HB 2736 and HB 2872.
So what
Chair, please.
the HB
Going back to my previous
2736
question to
says
Representative Connolly. What
is it?
encompasses
That's the one
technology?
for the post-quantum
I'll give a better
encryption
picture.
and securing the infrastructure for Arizona, like the legislative systems, the Secretary of State, the administrative systems, etc. It's essentially securing this, as well as power grid stuff, right? So that would be securing that, and then the other, and as well as creating a new precedent for cybersecurity protocols and requirements, right? It's like raising the bar on the requirements for cybersecurity.
Yeah, I was just kind of curious because, like, for example,
we're not going to be dealing with the ransomware hackers and all this
because I
stuff.
was thinking my daughter had auditory
as it's so prevalent today.
Now,
Now, the other one, which I don't remember the bill number, but it is the one on the Department of
Hearing is the
Innovation.
Like,
Is that what it was?
Prosthetics or
Defense Innovation.
Kind of
that one
is
regarding, I guess, the state of Arizona would create a new
defensive
Department
innovation. Yeah, Office of Defense Innovation. Appropriate.
Yeah, it would create, and this makes sense for what the AI tech chip was saying, in that it would need, the state would need to continue down this line, right? Meaning, as technology advances, the state should continue to innovate and create new ways in order to make sure everything is good, right? So secure and protect the state infrastructure.
Madam Chair,
and
members of the committee,
Department of Defense Innovation would be,
I
think they're going to add
I
5
think the
people
purpose of
appointed
this
by the
study committee is
governor,
to
or no,
explore all of
5
those
people appointed
things
by
that, technology
the
is
House,
starting
5
to
people
develop
appointed by the
that
Senate.
help people with
Might have
learning
been 5
disabilities.
appointed by the, or some
And
appointed
the
by the
reason
governor's
I was
seat.
happy to share my
And
story
then
is because they never dreamt
that
that there'd be something for my
committee
condition, and now
would essentially
50 years later it exists.
be responsible
And so,
for
I think it is a little
facilitating
bit,
and
but for good reason. So
how
the
would you say,
exploratory part of it
fostering
can move forward.
innovation
With that,
in the
I'll just
state in
ask the
order
members of the
to
committee
continue
please consider
to
helping us put this committee
keep
together.
the state of
Appreciate your
Arizona
positive vote today. Thank you.
technologically advanced in a way that it can does itself.
That, Mr.
Does that make sense?
100%.
Yeah.
Let's hit up. I see
House Bill 2801 be
Mauricio
returned with a due pass
has
recommendation.
had his hand up for a little bit.
Mr. Chairman, please
Let's
move
go ahead,
the following
Mauricio. Mike is
Madam
yours.
Chairman, I move that the
Do you want to
two-page
chip
Connolly
in?
amendment dated February 17th at 4:18
Thank you
p.m.
for your patience.
Yes,
Members, the motion before you
no
is
worries.
the
Thank you
adoption
for
of
the
the Connolly
space.
amendment.
I
All those in favor
appreciate
say
the
aye.
attention is
Aye.
being brought
Those
to these
opposed say
critical
nay.
issues.
It appears that the ayes
It's
have it.
important to
Has
keep
it, so
our information safe,
that wrong.
and it's
It
important to do
appears the
research
ayes
into
have it,
how
do have it, so
information and
okay, Mr.
networks
Vice Chair,
are
will you please
run
move
with
the
the
bill as
institutions
amended?
that we
Yes, ma'am.
go to
Madam
do
Chairman, I move
business
that
with.
House Bill 2801 as amended be
So
returned with
since
due pass
these
recommendation.
issues have been brought to my attention, I'm trying to discover some solutions. So I have some
recommendation.
theories. I have a theory, and I posted it in the Purple Pill. It's a conversation that I had with Grok, and this seems like a viable theory to that could indeed be a solution for these ransomware attacks, or just a simple matter of like when your system is bricked, right? If your operating system is living in your hard drive as a solid partition, is just one partition, then your entire hard drive is compromised, right? However, when you reformat your system and you bring up the initial setup, right? You can partition your hard drive, okay? That means that you set aside space and split it up, right? The hard drive, the data on your hard drive, right? Let's just say it's a terabyte, right? You can split it up as many ways as you want. So in this setup that I have a theory
Thank
for,
you.
you split it up into
Representative Connolly,
3
you know,
partitions.
Mess with the freshman a little
And
bit.
one would be
Have a little
for
fun
a
with me, and you go and
Windows,
tell me this wonderful
because
story about why
let's
it's important to
face it,
you.
the world is going to
On the bingo
continue
chart,
for a
actual
while
emotional
until
investment into a
until
bill
we
wasn't something I was expecting. So I
pressure
really
on our
appreciate your
leaders
story and the
to
forthrightness of
deviate or
course,
to distance from Bill Gates and Microsoft and just this trap that they set up for society, right? It's still going to be a necessary evil. So you set up a partition for your Windows, and you set up a partition for Linux, which is it's more secure, and attacks on Linux are very rare, are extremely rare. And that'll be like the like your safe fallback.
That's what I have on
The
my
third
Linux
part,
machine. Is I have a virtual machine that runs Windows on that Linux essentially as well. But I would regardless if they are connected to the same system I was going to say separate hard drive, but regardless if it's connected to the system, it's connected to the system. But virtual instances of running these would be probably better.
Chair members, House Bill 2872.
That's all. It's I was gonna get to that. So when you partition your hard drive, right?
Okay, we're sorry. We're on Bill 2872. They changed the bill, so that's hold on. 20. This is defense innovation. So we did want to cover this. We'll get back to you, Mauricio. I apologize for interrupting, but we were waiting on this to come up. So let's go ahead and play it.
Institutes a sum of to create the amount of defense-related research and development funding. A sum of $350,000 will be appropriated to the state general fund in the fiscal year. The governor will direct authority to support the Arizona Office of Director of the Board and the governor will direct the Senate and Speaker of the House. Will appoint a director of the board and will consist of 15 members appointed by the governor, president of the Senate, and speaker of the House. Madam Chair, there is an amendment that I
Please.
The Wilmeth Amendment dated 2/11/25 at 1:44 p.m. removes the appropriation of $350,000. With that,
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll start with the back part first. The amendment does approve the appropriation. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll start with the back part first. The amendment does approve the take away the appropriation, so you can literally ignore first half of that short title. There's no money involved with this, but I'm going to go ahead and talk about the bill at large and why I think it's important. So 2872, this is truly a strategic investment into Arizona's defense and technology sectors, and Mr. Heap will be surprised to find out it's on his face. So there you go. We have several very prominent military installations in the state. We have Luke on the west side. We have the Stillwater Range. We have the air station out in Yuma. We have a great history with aerospace companies in the state. Raytheon. That's a big one. So we've got critical military installations. More. Honeywell's in my district. I better mention that. So we've got critical military installations and robust defense technology sector here, as I mentioned. A centralized office like this will streamline efforts to bring more federal funding into Arizona's economy. My dated view is that money's going to be going somewhere anyway. It might as well be coming here. All day, because we have a great. I can debate all day about whether they should be spending it, but if it's going to go somewhere, let's take it all day, because we have a great military sector in this state, very, very strong. Arizona-based businesses, especially businesses, need stronger support also to compete for challenges navigating complex federal. Arizona-based businesses, especially the small and medium-sized defense contractors, face challenges navigating complex federal procurement processes for those companies. New office will provide technological assistance, strategy, and advocacy to increase contract awards for those companies. Coordinated effort, Arizona also lacks a unified strategy for defense innovation. Without that coordinated effort, Arizona risks falling behind defense industry advancements and losing out on new opportunities in the national security technology. And as we all know, avoiding the BRAC acts is an important thing. We need to strengthen Arizona's national security and innovation ecosystem. I believe a good way to do that is to support. We need to strengthen Arizona's national security and innovation ecosystem. And I believe a good way to do that is to support these emerging defense technologies, given its proximity to military bases, aerospace companies, and technology hubs. And I'll close out with a little bit of workforce development. Defense-related industries require a highly skilled workforce that can support next-generation military technologies. And I believe we're doing that. We're in a position to keep that going in the future. And I believe a bill such as this will help things go in the right direction. So with that, I will yield to our speakers for questions or whatever. Yes, ma'am. Cole Libera, come on down.
Seeing none, who's here to speak?
Yes, ma'am. Cole Libera, come on down. Maybe 1 minute if you're nice.
Keep it under.
You know the drill. We'll give you 2 minutes. Maybe 1 minute if you're nice.
Members, Federal Bureau, there's law group here on behalf of Southwest MAC. So, Representative Wilmeth, I'm going to say thank you for sponsoring this bill. Southwest MAC. So, Representative Wilmeth, I'm going to say thank you for sponsoring this bill. There is a great job of summarizing why we're bringing this bill forward. Communication right now. There is a lapse or a gap in communication right now between different groups. Some don't even know that there is this lack of communication. There's not really one-sided voice. Like we have great organizations like the CNBA, GPEC, and so there's not really one united voice that can speak on defense innovation. And so I have a good friend here, Drew Trojanoski, behind me. He is the former Army Ranger. He worked for the McCain administration. He's done Trump White House. He is the expert in the Department of Defense. And what he's done with his group, Southwest Mission Acceleration Center, has really built a hub here in Arizona to attract businesses, small and large, to get some more, to get contracts with the Department of Defense. Open up. So you can do a much more eloquent job about speaking the bill. So I'm going to let Drew Trojanoski come talk about it, why we need this bill, why it's important for the state. A lot of other states have already have offices like this, and you feel like other people are eating our lunch. Arizona is trying to be the perfect place for these venture capitalists and big companies, even small companies to come in, test, explore, use Arizona and all the great things that we have here. So,
Are there
any further ado, I'm happy to stand for any questions. It's got to be super easy.
Fresh out.
Are there any super easy questions?
I'm going to ask the same thing.
We're fresh out.
Madam Chair, again, I'm going to ask the same thing. What would be the benefit of having the government created?
Sure to answer that question. I'm going to let Drew answer that question because I think he's got a better answer than I do, but we will make sure to answer that question. And there are a myriad of reasons why this is the right place. Yeah, you got to make it easier than that, Representative.
Is there another easy question?
Yeah, you got to make it easier than that, Representative. Sorry. That's okay. I think Drew will be able to answer a lot of these questions.
But I might ask you.
I know. That's okay. I think Drew will be able to answer a lot of these questions. He has a wealth of knowledge. I know he's going to make himself available before, after committee into the future. So something we're excited about.
I mean, Cole told me to. I have no choice. Drew, come on down. Well, I guess we're going to go with Drew. I mean, Cole told me to. I have no choice. Drew, come on down. This guy's a immense pressure on him. I mean, no pressure. Yeah. Proceed.
The long and the short of it is we do need to have this kind of centralized coordinated body. Most people. The long and the short of it is we do need to have this kind of centralized and coordinated body. Most people, it's not common knowledge that the defense impact in Arizona, it's larger than $70 billion a year. It employs more cumulatively than the largest industry. So the Department of Defense, we have this one stick, so I apologize. I'm sure the boils down. The Department of Defense. The Department of Defense. Excuse me, stick. So I apologize. The Department of Defense has 14 critical technology areas that interested in new, and 11 of those are led by the commercial. So while Arizona's done a great job, the Department of Defense will become very interested in finding new and emerging technology. How do we? So while Arizona's done a great job of being able to align also the defense, how do we push forward both new and emerging tech and also the defense? Those 14 critical tasks that are of great interest in Arizona to figure out. So those 14 critical technology areas, 12 of those are stated goals for Arizona. So how do we figure out how to align those goals instead of having a singular voice compete and capture for these funds? Instead of they're going to go someplace. I would say the reason you would want to have something like this is. So to answer your question, I would say the reason you would want to have something like this is you're going to have various organizations at the state level that are focused on how is that aligned to what similar things, and you need to have alignment across this. So all AOR is looking at how is that aligned to what ACA is doing, how is it aligned to the governor's priorities. They're all siloed, but all after the same thing. Instead of us applying our resources in a more effective way, essentially punch above our weight and get the worst case scenario too is that you don't have anybody that gets in that floor. You need to have a central office. That's the other challenge. The worst case scenario too is that you don't have anybody in the 8th and 9th floor who's focused on Title 38. That's the other challenge in the state. So there's no. We typically are focused on one federal mission, which is Title 38 start. There's no connection point between what the federal mission in the state and $17 billion. So what the state's priorities are, which again are identically overlined with each other. So how do we de-silo that and how do we capture questions? Sure. So you have that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Cole mentioned about other states eating our lunch, or maybe we're behind. Thank you, Madam Chair. So Cole mentioned what do you think about other states eating our lunch, or maybe we're behind the curve. Would you agree with that? And what do you think we can do to maybe catch up? Because we have a lot of inherent advantages here that maybe aren't being utilized.
Several months you've had there's things in the last, I think, several months, you've had Utah set up an office like this. Louisiana set up an office like this. And obvious, like you have the largest research institution, the largest academic institution. There's this. How obvious, like you have the largest research institution or the largest academic institution, and so how are we extracting things out of that? You have to have that. You have to have something that's responsible for, and so capturing. I think first and foremost, you have to have that. You have to have something that's responsible for, kind of, and then capturing contract vehicles that look so the DoD is spending a lot of time unbeknownst to most folks, and then also growing the DoD resources here. So, and the DoD is spending a lot of time unbeknownst to most folks in state investing additional resources here. And again, these are things that industry is very interested in. DoD wants to connect for, so who's responsible and pushing all those things together. In the absence of that, you're just going to have an uncoordinated, ineffective outcome.
Oh, go ahead.
ASU and U of A currently have a lot of
Chair.
projects, and I feel like that would be like ASU and U of A currently have a lot of these type of projects, and I feel like that would be like the proper place to be able to launch. Have you been in discussion with the universities to try to try to do something like this with universities?
Have these conversations with ABOR. Yep. So where we are we are bringing resources. We're going to have these conversations with ABOR, where we are looking to develop an applied research program. So in order for things to really matter at university and in the industry, we need to escape university. And we are going to universities have not traditionally done an exceptional job how to detect additional solicitation. So we are going to bring resources and bring in, give or take $1.5 million for us to create a solicitation-like program for us to go specifically after defense that have a dual use, as a commercial use and a defense. So we are and then ABOR is going to match that to some other program for that very specific purpose. So we are intentionally bringing about funding to create a program to incentivize the right set of behaviors. I don't know if everybody's trying to have great basic identity, we need to get applied on that NIH has, which I don't know if everybody's tracking from committee, but the administration recently pointed out that NIH has to cap all the indirect costs. If it does, they need to be hopefully it doesn't go to any other university or any other agency. If that does, they need to figure out solutions like this, how to do it right, provide additional things out, license, recover funds from technology.
Sure, I understand the governor just recently announced the aerospace and defense future 48. Sure, I understand the governor just recently announced the aerospace and defense future 48 workforce accelerator program in Mesa, which tremendously grows this arena as we explore into building jobs, into spaces, and I was curious to see. How did we come to why the Arizona Commerce Authority?
It makes the most sense as an economic. I would say it makes the most sense as an economic development play. We're sitting side of doing all of those types of ACA simply because you're attracting new businesses, or you're producing workforce, or you're doing all of those types of activities. It doesn't also make sense. I can't think of another agency that would make sense. In mirroring what all the other states have done, and it doesn't also make sense to elevate it at the governor's level. So. In mirroring what all the other states have done, and just I think in what makes sense is that.
It's funny because I feel like that's the chair, and it seems like we're almost competing with Virginia in so many ways. And but I mean, I'm just pointing such. As you see this, if we do competing with states, support this, but we're putting in 350. As you see this, if we do support this, and we're putting in 350, to me that seems nominal in that retrospective comparison to that state. Do you foresee what the aggregate cost would be in 5 to 10 years, as well as what would this impact our state in that time frame?
True. So what I would say is I think that regardless, I think that one, the 350 was stripped out flywheel, but two, regardless, I think that the most important thing is start the flywheel in motion, right? And I think that you task an office like this with capturing additional revenue. I don't know that something has to be paid, and letting it kind of pass by like a solution that's only source. I don't know that it's something that has to be paid for organization by each governor's office for like sole additional visits, only source of revenue. But if you're asking an organization to stood up, it should be capturing additional business, additional revenue, additional things like that. But I think you probably have to see it.
Anyway, just again, I'm.
Thank you so much.
Because my please. Anyway, just again, I'm because my actually my father was in aerospace, Apollo 13, Aegis, secret. But anyway, defense.
I guess my question is because
my brothers
you
right
talk
now
about
doing
getting
something. I don't know what it is. It's secret. But anyway, I guess my question is because you talk about getting contracts and all that. I mean, those were the individual entities, the businesses that
anyway,
were,
I'm just kind of wondering
versus the others how creating this worked for. And so, anyway, I'm just kind of wondering
or do something different than
how creating this
what the
committee
individual entities are doing now.
I know, supplant or do something different than what the individual entities
there
are
was
doing
an
now.
opportunity very I don't mean to be overly technical with some of this, but so there was an opportunity very recently for the state to go after advanced air mobility aerospace support. The state wasn't able to apply for it because we're not DCAA, which is like that's contract audit authority. So in order for you to go after certain things, you have to have like a just a certain amount of compliance, a certain time, a certain structure that looks like a defense organization. So does it make sense to have one repository that acts as like umbrella for a lot of organizations, or create a bunch of organizations that do that? So thinking of it in terms of the state can't currently do that, so why not create one shop to do that? So then do the universities all need to each go through that, or can you create this umbrella that lives akin to ACA, akin to ABOR, and it allows you know what I mean? Like that go out. To me, that's an easier contract as opposed to underneath like this, compliance. Everyone's fighting. You know what I mean? Like that. To me, that's an easier path to take as opposed to having everybody go through all these, and then everyone's fighting for scraps. Why not have a singular entity
Can I just have a
that's
follow-up
responsible for it? And then
I mean, with
supports
that
all of those
argument,
support
we already have a defense sector
Sure.
in
Can I just have a
ACA, so
follow-up
you're just
question,
trying to
please?
create a specific.
I mean, with that
argument,
we
already have a
defense
sector
in
ACA, so you're just trying to create a specific segment into defense innovation.
Yes.
Correct? And so are you trying to tell me today we don't do that in that defense sector?
True. So yes, play this out a little bit. There's nothing that does that right now. One of the challenges universities you got to play this out a little bit further. In my mind, one of the challenges the universities have, one of the challenges that small or mid-tier companies have is finding these contracts. So there are vehicles that are available to us, but you have to have dedicated staff of folks dedicated. Also,
I understand that. I mean, as a prime
also
contractor and a
it hasn't been set
subprime
up that way,
contractor
so
and
you
the
have to set
contrast
something up that's
and the
dedicated.
challenges of being. I understand that. I mean, as a
But I
prime
was
contractor and a
curious to
subprime
see
contractor
how
and the
this
contrast and
would
the
innovate.
challenges of
Would it
being a
push
subprime.
subprimes to
But I
actually
was
compete into
curious
these
to
contracts? Is
see
what
how this
Yeah, I think
would
Oh,
innovate.
true.
Would
Can
it
you
push
go through the
subprimes to actually compete into
sorry.
these
No, you're
contracts is
good.
what you're trying to say?
Yeah, I think it allows.
Drew,
them to-
can you
yes,
go through the chair? And
Oh, sorry.
No, you're good.
Madam Chair. Yes. Yes, I think that you would open up the aperture for the non-traditionals to compete like going back to what I was saying about the 14 group of technology. That's a very logical going back to what I was saying about the 14 group of technologies, 11 or 11 in the commercial marketplace, kind of shedding and what's happening right now in the current administration. You are going to see, this kind of shedding of traditional primes, and there's going to be a deluge of new companies that are going to be a part of it. And they're still going to go through an antiquated acquisition process. So you need to be able to create pathways. So instead of each one of them again doing that, whether it's an individual university, individual company, why would the state set up a repository that creates an easier?
Just out of curiosity, because I don't want to falsify. I mean,
Chairwoman,
for
can I please follow up
subprimes to compete for these just out of contracts, curiosity, nine because I don't want to difficulties falsify. actually I mean, price scheduled for out. subprimes to to compete pay for these this, so contracts, I 9 to just 10 times the hope this difficulty isn't is some, actually like, being price illusion scheduled for out. subprimes I mean, to to pay for this. to So I apply for just these hope this contracts, isn't some then like at the end of the day illusion not be for able to subprimes fulfill what we're to trying to apply commit for these contracts, but then at the end of the day not be able to fulfill what we're trying to commit to.
Drew? Scenario dependent, hard to answer this question. Scenario dependent, hard to answer this question. And each one of those is different. So we roll up underneath an organization called the Defense Innovation Movement. This is a new organization that was stood up. The intent for that was we have unorthodox, intended to define new technology vehicles. The intent for that was we have unorthodox, non-traditional, non-FAR-based vehicles for you to get non-traditional competitors in aggressively so that you don't have to do the focus on offense right now. And so that aperture is being aggressively open for the Department of Defense right now. And so again, you see these other states that are standing up these offices that are focused on this, creating kind of the small repository. Why not create? I can't guarantee anything for subs or small. So it's like, why not create an easier pathway for those that do want to compete and
Any
can,
further questions?
as opposed to only being a supplier?
See none. Thank you very much for
I
coming.
appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. One more.
Drew? See none.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very
Tina
much
Waddington.
for coming.
Yeah, later. Thank you, sir. One more. Welcome, Tina.
Oh, there was one more?
Yes, ma'am. Tina Waddington. Yeah, the later rider here. Welcome, Tina.
Madam Chair, Pingarelli, Vice Chair Gomez, and members of the committee, thank you so much. Madam Chair Pingarelli, Vice Chair Gomez, and members of the committee, thank you so much for allowing me to speak on behalf of this bill. As I represent Eisenhertz Defense Technologies, we're an Arizona startup. I would like to submit we work with Southwest Bank very closely, and I would like to submit that they've been really the only resource we've had as a young company that really doesn't have the means or the funding to be able to hire full-time staffers to be able to go after these contracts or get ready for these contracts. So really, we've leaned on Drew and his team and the ACA. Just to add from an industry, that's really all we've had. So our founder, just to add from an industry voice, because of the our founder. German picked Arizona to start our company because of the friendly business climate here. And he saw the Ukraine war really as a wake-up call. Why are we fighting wars? And this is what we're talking about, when we have innovative companies like ours to be able to have access. And this is what Drew's talking about. It's allowing innovative companies like ours to be able to have access to resources that we wouldn't have otherwise. Companies that really Arizona provides a perfect environment for installations, for companies that really grow here and ramp up really quickly given our installations. There's already 1,200 aerospace and defense contractors here. But the truth is, and I've lived this and experienced this all the way to Romania, is that other states are really eating our lunch in this area. Between Utah, Idaho, Texas, and others. I know personally that our company, we rely on Texas's equivalent to learn what's coming up with legislation, with funding, with opportunities, because we don't have that here. So this bill really is a small investment that would allow and bring together a super fragmented ecosystem and provide resources that would go a long way to represent Arizona, not just nationally, but internationally, and align our desert oasis semiconductor ecosystem with our defense ecosystem.
Thank you. So, ma'am, in your opinion, from your company's perspective, what do you think this bill would mean? So, ma'am, in your opinion, from your company's perspective, what do you think this bill would mean for your company? What would it do?
This bill would really allow us to have a one-stop shop to be able to members of the committee. This bill would really allow us to have a one-stop shop to be able to go for all things defense. What's coming up? What's happening in Washington, D.C.? What does the shakeup with the current administration mean for traditional defense companies and for innovative defense companies? What can we do as a what can we do as an ecosystem? And what other resources can we bring to the Valley? And what other investments experts together can we bring? Like really, it would allow us as a unified voice to bring experts together, and then really as a unified voice go after the large, super large funding from the Defense Reauthorization Act and other legislative means to be able to bring additional funding to Arizona, which would add to the workforce, to jobs, and so forth.
Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you very much.
Any further questions? Is there any other speakers? See none. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you very much.
See none. Any final discussion? Is there any other speakers?
No, ma'am.
Oh, I'm sorry. See none. Any final discussion?
No.
It's all
No, I
you're
probably
good.
deserved it. It's
Closing
all good.
comments.
No, it's all good. Thank you, ma'am. It's okay. So,
Wasn't- I wasn't
thank you,
getting
everybody.
back.
It's all, no, I probably
You're good.
deserved it. It's all
Closing
good.
comments.
No, it's all good. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. So, thank you, everybody, for testifying. I really appreciate the questions. It's been a really good discussion. Of course, first off, there's no initial cost.
Questions about-
So the 350 is being stripped here momentarily, so we need to keep that in mind. Questions about should we do this for private industry? Does this the fact that this is for stuff like this? Public-private
My Space
partnership?
Commission bill is.
So that is
We did
literally
that
what
today.
today
We
we
closed
closed
it up and extended
for
it
stuff
and
like
all this
this.
stuff because
My Space
they were
Commission
went
bill
to
is the
the governor's
same thing.
office
We did that today. We cleaned it up and extended it and did all the stuff because DLA appointments from the governor's office. And the Space Commission and this are charged with trying to attract their industries to this state and make it better to do business in this state. And so let's have without something like this, in my opinion, without something like this, it's a bit like herding cats. Or whatever the number is. So let's have all three major schools and all 20 aerospace companies or whatever the number is, all do their thing. Somebody gets a turkey leg and it's all over the place. What do you think happens then? Everybody takes a morsel. Somebody gets a piece of cherry pie. Somebody gets a turkey leg and it's all over the place. And dinner is never served because we're all using different tables. There were earlier some mentions about. I believe something like this will streamline it and put it all together in one spot. There were earlier some mentions about family members working for the government, NASA. My brother's a major in the Army doing secret stuff too. Schofield Barracks in Hawaii. So he's in a better place than all of us. But sometimes it's the government's spot to do the big things. Eisenhower, the interstate highway system. Private enterprise never would have built that. So what did it do? It was originally meant to be a military transport system, and all it did was revolutionize our commerce. The younger captain, interstate he was part of an expedition on the Lincoln Highway. Quick backstory: Eisenhower, when he was a young captain or lieutenant, he was part of an expedition on the Lincoln Highway, and he remarked that it took months and months and months to get across from the east coast to the west. And that was one of his initial ideas for the interstate highway system. And then when he was in Europe, the Autobahn was a big inspiration for what became the interstate highway system. Also, so that was a government project. It brought us basically modern America. NASA also, they did things in the 50s and 60s and 70s and 80s and even up until recently, where private enterprise couldn't afford it or wouldn't want to do it because there's too much of a risk. Sometimes the government has to do this. And what I'm asking for today with your vote is asking for a $0 appropriation to keep the ACA a little bit more busy. I don't think that's the worst thing in the world. They're used to this kinds of stuff. I think this is a very valid and honorable project, and I ask for your support. Thank you. Madam Chairman, I move that.
Thank you very much. Mr. Vice Chairman, please move the bill.
Thank you, ma'am. Madam Chairman, I move that.
Yes, please.
Is this something that the ACA can't do
Yes,
already? Is this something that the ACA can't
Madam Chair,
do
I would say
already?
I like giving them an order to make them focus on something because I found in the Thank past. you, Madam Chair. I would say I like giving them an order to make them focus on something because I found in the past with some of my trade offices, I didn't put them exactly where I wanted them. If we give them too much leeway, they will do what they want. And that's not their job. That's ours.
Okay, where are we at?
We're going to move the bill again.
No, we've already moved the bill, right?
Yes.
Okay.
We're going to move the bill again.
No.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chairman. I move the
Already moved the
three-page
bill,
Wellman
right?
amendment dated
Okay.
February
Mr. Vice
11th at
Chairman, please
1:44
move the
p.m. be
amendment.
adopted. Okay, thank you, Madam Chairman. I move that the three-page Wilmot Amendment dated February 11th at 1:44 p.m. be adopted.
Members, the motion before you is the adoption of the Wilmot Amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. As amended. It
Thank
appears
you,
the
Madam
ayes
Chairman. I
have it.
move that
You
House
have it
Bill
so ordered.
2872 as amended.
Mr. Vice Chairman,
pass
please move
recommendation.
the bill as amended.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move that House Bill 2872 as amended be returned with the due pass recommendation.
Members, the motion before you is that House Bill 2872 as amended be returned with the due pass recommendation. The Secretary will call the roll.
Representative
Aye.
Aguilar. Representative Fink. Representative Guerrero.
Yes.
Representative Conley.
Kind of the same
Aye.
situation with.
Representative Fink.
Madam Chair, please. Kind of the same situation with the previous vote on technology, or the assistive technology. I think, I don't think government is always the best option. So I vote nay.
Representative Key.
Please.
Agencies, but I think in this case that it's probably a necessary thing to do to additional governmental agencies, but I think in this case it's probably a necessary thing to do to get this type of
Representative Gregori.
and I think in light of that, I'm
Vice Chair Grimble. Representative Hendricks.
No.
And Chairman Ping. Representative Gregori. Aye. Vice Chair Grimble.
Aye.
And Chairman Pingrell.
Aye. Members, by your vote of 7 ayes, 2 nays, 0 present, 0 absent, you have given House. Members, by your vote of 7 ayes, 2 nays, 0 present, 0 absent, you have given House Bill 2872 as amended a due pass recommendation. Thank you. All right, the next bill is House Bill 2846.
Let's see if they bring up the next bill.
All right, the next bill is House Bill 2846. Staff, can you please explain House Bill 2846?
House Bill 2846.
So that's not our bill. That wraps it up for, what was that, 28, House Bill 2872, which is appropriation of Office of Defense Innovation. So that seems to have passed, and we're waiting on 2736, which is the Cybersecurity Data Encryption Pilot Program. And Millie, if you want to go over anything that you found poignant in regards to that bill, or anybody else.
Certain board procedures allowing a quorum to issue licenses.
So it looks like that one did pass, correct?
Yeah, I think it was 7-2.
When necessary to enforce chiropractic regulations. And with that, I'm available.
All right. So I mean, I'm not sure what your all your takeaway was, but it seemed like that bill was to make it easier for
I've had the opportunity to work 3 terms in the HHS committee.
Get in
and today's
on
bill
the,
is the product
the
of a
defense
robust
industry
stakeholders process over the last 2
fulfilling
years.
needs.
Correct? With
That's what it seemed like, yeah.
precisely
I'd
how
have to
the
agree with
legislature
that. It
works
seems like
in
opening
tandem
up
with agencies to protect public
public
health.
and private
House Bill
partnerships, I guess, right?
2846 is not about reforming the board or eliminating its ability to
I think that's what that
protect the
sounds like.
public. It is precisely
it's
the opposite.
it's a way for them to
This
kind
legislation
of
addresses
coalesce
the need for the
and
board
be able
to be
to
appropriately
share
empowered
information
in their
and
important work of protecting the public's health and safety.
use each other to build
This policy
things,
is
right, and be able to
consistent
go
with
after
the
some of these
movement
bigger defense
to make
contracts,
Americans in
which
Arizona
I-
healthy
that-
again,
to
and
me,
the
it
Arizona
sounds like a pretty
chiropractic
positive thing.
care
We
is
do
a
need to
part
get
of the
some,
solution.
we need to get some
By your
diversity
yes
in
vote, you
our
will be
military
giving this
industrial
board
complex.
the opportunity, or excuse me, the
Right, rather than
appropriate
the same
yet
old
limited
big,
authority to address the
the same old
ever-changing
big
healthcare
companies,
landscape,
Monopoly that they
which
hold
is
on.
predominant
Yeah.
in good healthcare and public protection.
Yeah, definitely.
And I
Definitely
did
would,
have,
kind
I
of
asked
help
for the executive
self-correct
director,
it, right? If we were
Lisa
able to open up that
Vanderveen,
industry
to come for
to
questions,
independent
but I can sit for any
companies,
questions first.
we may get rid of some of the corruption.
See none. Mr. Vice Chairman?
Absolutely.
Who is here to speak?
Yes, ma'am. I do see an Elisa, you said?
My daughter's singing.
Vanderveen?
I hear her in the background.
Yeah. But yeah, so I guess what bill are they doing right now?
2846, which is the Chiropractic Board Regulation on Professional Conduct.
Okay, so that would mean if we're going in reverse order, I believe the next one
Good
is
afternoon, representatives.
the
Madam Chair.
cyber security
It's a
bill.
pleasure to be here.
Well, there's the one that we just went over, which was
a
2872. They
not just
hit that one up,
legislatively, but for the
and
board.
then they jumped
We spent
over to
significant time in the last year
2846, which
reviewing
is
our
the next
statutes
one, and then would
rules
be
and finding
HB
the weak points and where
2801
the police
Technology
need to
Study
improve
Committee,
for public
Assistive
protection,
Technology, but
not just,
we already went over that one, right?
and then also chiropractic.
And
is
that-
Oh,
changing
so
landscape.
it doesn't look like they're
And
kind of jumping
one of the
around.
great
Is that what you're
things
saying?
Yeah,
about
pretty
chiropractic
much.
care that is
And then we've
not
got
often talked about
overtime
is
pay
how
law enforcement.
it
The
is
one that
being
they
used
struck
as
out
a
was the
response
fire
to the
bill,
opioid crisis by
firefighters
doctors
bill of rights.
referring patients
That they're
to
gonna hear later on a later
prior
date, I
to putting
believe.
them on opioids.
But yeah, they're kind of
They're
hopping
getting the
around.
necessary
I'm
pain
keeping an eye on
and you're seeing a
it. They
turn in
do
that.
display in the lower bar of the, like,
key
you know,
component to that. But
excuse me,
good accountability
across
and
the
good
banner
regulation
there. Yeah, banner.
brings
That's what I was,
back
the word
better
that I was looking
outcomes
for. It says
for
the
practitioners
HB, so
and for the
I'll just keep an eye on that, and then whenever that comes up, we'll jump back to it.
questions for me.
Members, any questions?
Mauricio, you want to go ahead and
Thank you very much.
give you a
It's been-
chance to
it's
finish
been
up
good
there?
working with you.
You know, we're kind of dealing with a live situation, so I
Alright.
appreciate your patience there. Go right
That's
ahead.
it
The
for
mic is
signed in
yours.
that I can see.
You were talking about
Mr.
partitioning
Vice
drives,
Chairman,
having
please move
Linux
the bill.
and Windows
Madam
on
Chairman, I move that
different
House Bill
partitions.
2846 be returned with a due pass recommendation.
Okay, that was a
Absolutely.
motion before you. Is
Thank
that
you
House Bill
for, this
2846
is
be
critical.
returned
I'm
with a
very
due pass
grateful to be a
recommendation?
part of
Secretary,
anything
call the
here.
vote.
I mean,
Representative Aguilar.
making this country secure means that you have to help Americans be secure too.
Aye.
And I'm just discussing a cost-effective way to secure your personal computer because you don't have to spend hundreds of dollars on, you know, and antivirus software and all that stuff. A very simple strategy that's very cost effective and not, and it's also easy on your computer's resources. You don't need a lot of computer power for this setup. You partition it's a conversation that I posted in the Purple Pill, and it seems like a viable theory, and it's something that I'm actually testing out in my own computer. So I'll keep updated or anything, and I'll just I'll make sure to do the best I can on my end. But it seems that the way that information systems are set up, when you partition your drive,
The last bill
you have
is
one
House Bill
instance
2736.
running.
Staff, can you please
That instance
explain
cannot
House Bill 2736?
use resources that are partitioned on a separate partition. It's like there's a wall, there's a line drawn, and the computer, the way it's set up, follows the protocol, and they're designed that these are the rules of an information network system. And it's like it's a big study, but basically what it means is that one partition cannot draw resources from another partition. It just cannot happen. That's the way computers are built from the ground up. It's the way the operating systems are, at the level of the kernel, they're designed. So
you're talking about ring zero access, right?
I do believe so, and the way that it makes
ring zero.
The way that it makes your computer secure, if you have one instance going and then the others are like backups, is if your computer gets attacked, right, the moment you're disconnected from the World Wide Web immediately, because the bad guys are not going to get all of the information, especially if you're getting into like gigabytes.
Not to interrupt you.
Yeah, this bill, as you know, most of you know, this is a 3-year project so far, actually going into almost 5 years, so at least 3 years in the House. During that time, look at our data systems across the state of Arizona and their security. And during that time, that we have found some very troubling things. I've signed a non-disclosure agreement. Before we get into it, I will tell you that a couple members know I've signed a non-disclosure agreement not to go into specific vulnerabilities of some of the agencies. So I have some generalized information from a couple of the different. I can tell you that our obsolete, at least from the executive side, there's what I can say. But I can tell you that our obsolete technology in the state of Arizona is leaving us vulnerable to cyber attacks. All the way back to 2016, we've had some ransomware attacks on hospitals, schools, and some state agencies. If you go back and look at the news clippings, we survived those just barely. And do we continue to survive these attacks? I don't think we do. The technology is going so fast and so furious, and we have done a disservice to the people of the state of Arizona because we haven't funded what we've been asked to fund. And we all know our budget was here, and this is a year-to-year thing, but the executive branch, the treasurer, the Department of Revenue, the Secretary of State come every year with a budgetary ask, and we fund patchwork, piecemeal, and it's time that we get beyond the funding and actually update ourselves into the 21st century, because in a lot of these agencies, believe it or not, we are still in the late 90s and early 2000s. And I have some specific examples I'll tell you in a minute. But we don't have a unified system across the board. To give you an example, we're working on a project and we had to request information from a state agency, which I won't throw under the bus, but it was sensitive data with PII and essentially state secrets numbers. I received that information in a Google Drive. Now, House members know we are on Microsoft here in the House. So if I attempt to open a Google Drive link on my House computer, where does it default to? My personal email. So obviously I can't open this Google Drive link on my state computer and open my email up to being susceptible, but I don't want to touch the Google Drive link either because it is not secure. So the way we solve that problem in 2025 in the state of Arizona is we have a runner burn the information to a thumb drive that brings it to me, that I have to take to IT to scan before I can put it in my computer. So we can't communicate securely between state agencies. That's not the right answer for people or the state. We have failed tremendously in the emerging threat area. I know we spoke about Pima College, some of the stuff Embry-Riddle is doing, some of the stuff Pima is doing for us. And there's no one so far that disagrees for the need of this bill. I've spoken with some of the governor's staff, ADOA, Secretary of State, Department of Revenue, JLBC. There is nobody disputing that we need an upgrade and a massive upgrade. So to me, this is a dereliction of our duty to protect the state's data, protect our residents' data, protect everything that we have. If I told you that Department of Revenue has to use a third-party vendor from time to time to do audits of our taxes, would that surprise you? Or would it scare you? It should. They use a third-party vendor in the state of Oklahoma to audit a state tax return. That is scary stuff that we cannot do that in this day and age. So my time is limited, and I have some guest speakers here. They're going to speak to this bill today because they can answer your technological questions that I will fail to answer. But let me just read parts of this that I can read. This comes from a state agency that is entrusted with probably every critical piece of data of everybody in this room in Arizona that drives, registers to vote, files a tax return, or owns a business. My colleagues have provided me with some details about what our office can provide to accommodate provisions in, and this is another bill. I won't give the bill because that could give away a bill applied to the Secretary's office. Our office could not use any of our existing systems for the purpose outlined in the bill. They are old, fragile, and they're unique programming. Some that have been programmed as late as 2014 cannot be updated without hiring contractors and to do the work. We cannot establish a PDF Dropbox system because we don't have a searchable database, nor can we build one in the proprietary code that we're left in from a vendor that no longer exists. This is a state agency, folks. If that doesn't scare you and worry you enough to know that this is something that we need to do, I don't know what more it could be. Now, the stakeholder process has been tremendous over the last 3 years. I sent you some literature to your email, and the only concern with this bill from anyone to this point has been how much does it cost? JLBC can't tell me. They refer me to DHS. DHS referred me back to JLBC. So what we've done is we're going to push this out. If this is a pilot program, so we get to write the rules a little bit in the pilot program. So we can go to every director and say, this is what we want to implement. Give us your wants. Secretary of State, what do you need to make this happen? ADOA, what do you need to make it happen? And so forth. And then we can start building the cost analysis on what this happens, or what this is going to cost in the long run, because it can be implemented in a number of ways, and that's what I left off of the bill, because I'm not the technical expert. Some of the directorates are not technical experts. They may be a subject matter expert in their field, but they are not tech experts, so they're going to have to figure out what they need. And I can tell you from real estate, after speaking with the commissioner, her program was written by a third-party vendor, and the program failed. So what we did, or the state did, is we found the original writer of the program, and we hired him as a state employee. He stayed on for 20 years. After he retired, he went to Boca Raton, Florida, and a couple of years later, unfortunately, he died. So the real estate program that we use to protect our real estate data is written in a proprietary code that we don't have the keys to. There's no way we can do this. The only method of fixing real estate is to wipe the entire program and start over. It should have never gotten to that point, and that was the reason behind this bill, because that's just one small agency. Real estate's pretty small compared to the Secretary of State, ADOA. This problem is larger than you know. The influence from China, overseas, it's difficult to catch up without doing a real catch up. We cannot continue to piecemeal this thing together. So I'll leave you with this. The way that we're going to implement is by each director. So we've kind of determined, and through talks with the Secretary of State, we believe that needs to be the very first agency fixed. Revenue has had some help from us last year. Kimberly E's office said she is holding tight. I'll just use those words. But it will probably be Secretary of State, then the Treasurer's Office, then the Department of Revenue. But that's for the Auditor General, JOBC, and the budgetary folks to figure out who's first. But we believe from our research, the Secretary of State needs to be the first to go. Now, there will be a floor amendment, and I just bring it up now because we didn't have time to get the amendment in. The floor amendment is a request from Homeland Security and DEMA. Mr. Boyd is sitting back there. Well, you're not there anymore, but see, this started when Mr. Boyd was there. DEMA has requested direct language allowing them to perform testing on any product that we buy. It's already legal within the state of Arizona, but that procurement gets iffy, and they wanted some additional language to help them out. And there is a secondary benefit, is that when DEMA does this using the National Guard, we have what's called the IRT program. It's a DoD program, and there's funding to the Arizona National Guard for being compliant with the 5-year cybersecurity plan. If they are compliant, they're eligible for more DoD funding, and that compliance is tied to training. So this is a win-win not only for the Guard, the state, but every agency and every person. The state of Arizona. I stand for your question.
And Chair.
There's any questions?
Chair.
Please.
And Chair.
Represented in this room.
So this issue on cybersecurity, my family eats, breeds, and this is constant in our household for the last 20 years. And I understand the purpose of the pilot program. I'm surprised that we as a state don't have something like this. I understand that it is a long process. I agree with the layout, with the discovery, the implementation. I was curious about a couple questions. I'm not sure if you're the best person to answer, but hopefully we can start there, which was the rationale on line 38, the be encryption agnostic. Why is that? Can I ask? I don't know.
I'll let the cyber team take the cyber questions.
Okay, I'll leave that. How about
I understand why, but we want to own everything. So we buy a product from a vendor. We want to own the code. We want to own the keys to the car, because if this encryption that we buy is post-quantum, it's math. It never expires. Once we buy this, we don't have to buy it again. We might have to maintain it. We're going to have to replace software and hardware. But once we own the system, we don't fall into the trap of the Secretary of State's office, real estate, the Department of Revenue, buying a piece of equipment or software from a vendor that lasts for 3 years. Think of your antivirus on your computer. You're typing away, and then all of a sudden the thing comes up. Your antivirus is expired. Pay $29.95 to renew your subscription. We don't want that as a state agency. We want everything to be ours and under our control. That's why we've added the legislative branch and the Attorney General, or the Auditor General, as the controlling entity, because we'll long since be gone.
So, Chair, can I follow up with the question that on the more administrative side, after all of this and the layout from basically the first package of the penetration testing, how are we maintaining this? Are we looking at another contract with this, or who's this also going to be under? Who's overseeing this entire project?
Madam Chair, Representative, that would be the Auditor General. If it gets to the point that the vendor has to come back to do some additional work or additional training, but from my understanding, this will be something that we buy and we maintain, and the company will provide the oversight that we need. There's only 8 companies nationwide that really are in this space right now. Many others are catching up, but who knows what happens in 20 years? We've asked these questions. It's a great question, but we continue to ask these questions without doing anything. I think now is the time to act. And in 10 years, if we need something done, then we do that something.
Last follow-up question, Chair. In due respect, also, who will be determining the deliverables for the results of the testing? Is it ours, or is it Chair? Is it someone else's?
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I was acknowledging.
Madam Chair, Representative, The deliverables due to procurement rules, they'll be giving to us and the Auditor General, and we will all sign confidentiality agreements to make sure that in the event that either side fails, that we're not disclosing to the public what those failures are. But those deliverables will come back to this body. The Auditor General won't be a singular entity that makes that decision. So this, and of course, Madam Chair, of course, it will come through DEMA first. It will come through them. So this has the state fingerprint on it from all the bodies in the executive branch, all the way through birth to death.
The chairman, before he has to go back, are you going to? There's any other questions of the chairman who before he has to go back? Are you going to?
You have about 8 bills left, Madam
Okay.
Chair. How many do you want this? How many do you?
Are they holding them? Are they just going ahead without you?
We're doing 2 bills without me, and then they will recess if I'm not back. So
okay,
I'll defer the rest of the questions to the cyber team. These folks here, if they can't answer it,
Thank
they
you,
cannot
Madam
answer.
Chair.
She is. I guess. Do you have a question on the last one?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Gillette, I am curious about the cost. I mean, I don't think that I have that nailed down or that I read that last night when I went through your bill again. Can you help me understand what something like, I mean, it's quite an extraordinary proposal. What does it cost?
Madam Chair, we don't know. As I said, I requested the fiscal note from GLBC. They can't, in good faith, put a good cost estimate together because we don't know what we don't know. We don't know what we need. So, as it is a pilot program, we can use the pilot program vehicle to go through ADOA and procurement to direct each agency to give us their due out. So, Secretary of State, what do you need to make this happen? The Secretary of State gives us that answer. GLBC then can do another fiscal note on it. Then we can approach the budget for that director. And I'm quite sure that we will have to amend the timeline. I don't think we get all this done in this time. I was hoping to, but with our budget woes, it looks like we won't have that source of revenue. But if we do, great, we can do it. But one agency at a time will how this is good. This is how this more is being funded is by one agency at a time. And the technicians will explain that this is a system that can be installed from the server down or from the lowest user up. So that will obviously amend the cost, and that would be really incumbent on what data we're securing and what agency, excuse me, and what that director feels is best for their agency based on their current hardware. So I mean, that's why it's a blank on the bill, because no one can determine a cost. Everybody has determined the extreme need for this because we have neglected it over so many years. And to our detriment, now we have a big bill to pay. And if we don't, I couldn't imagine someone getting into a nuclear power plant or crashing. Just think of the Treasury bonds. What is it? How much is that worth to protect employees of? The Treasury deals with foreign banks and our money. Our investments as a state every single day. She interfaces with global banking system. What if that system is compromised? I don't think you can put a value on that. I mean, it crashes as a state, and then we end up like Massachusetts or Vermont several years ago when their state was insolvent because of these type of issues. And I think we, as a body, need to do the best to protect us.
So, Rep. Gillette, Madam Chair, I just have a yes or no question. I know Gillette has to go. So, Rep. Gillette, thank you. And with your conversation on this, is it as you go agency to agency, will that be a participatory relationship between the agencies? Will they be working with you all collaboratively in what they need and kind of outlining that?
That's 100% yes. They would have to because with my questions with Secretary of State, their IT guys aren't quite sure what they need yet. So they have a need across the board, but they haven't determined exactly what that need is. So that would there would have to be 100% collaboration to determine the cost.
One more simple question. Sorry, I apologize. Is this a DoD level encryption? That's all
I'll let the cyber guys answer, but I can say that it far exceeds the DoD level.
Okay, thank you so much.
Please, well, thank you very much
Thank
for
you, Madam
coming and
Chair. Thank you,
explaining.
members. Sorry, I
Hope you have a
And these gentlemen,
All right, Mr. Vice Chair.
Yes, Madam
All
Chairman,
right.
I see five.
Have a good committee.
Signed in, so there will be plenty more.
All right, Mr. Vice
questions.
Chairman, please here to speak.
Yes, Madam Chairman, I see five signed in, so there will be plenty more questions. You guys should have saved them. It's like we weren't going to just adjourn after that, you know? We're going to start with Jeffrey Boyce, and well, you got a three-piece suit on, man.
Not every day you get to come down here.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Real quick, just,
All right, so introduce yourself and get going, sir. Thank you.
I will be speaking on behalf of my colleague Tina White as well.
All right, so introduce yourself and get going, sir. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee today. My name is Jeffrey Boyce, and I'm speaking today on behalf of not only my companies, but also as a veteran of the Arizona Army National Guard, the father of two young children, of course. Let's not forget that as well. The HB 2736 is not just a good idea, it's a necessity. After hearing Representative Gillette up here and speaking, I gotta say I had pages of notes here and I'm gonna try and do this in 2 minutes. It's entirely unacceptable that in today's 2025, that our infrastructure in our state is so vulnerable. When we look at the inability to have communication across, not just inside of the state, we're talking about protecting the personal data of every single one of our Arizona residents. To me, that seems like probably one of the most important aspects of government. Not only are we ensuring that we're providing security for this, but we're also going to be saving the taxpayers' dollars. Representative Gillette referenced some of the nefarious acts of taking data, holding it hostage. And for those of you, I'm sure you're familiar on the committee today, that process of trying to repurpose that data or repurchase that data is not something that can be straightforward. This strengthens Arizona's digital economy by creating jobs, and as was referenced before as well, this is U.S.-based only. Instead of playing catch-up, we should be leading in secure digital infrastructure and defense technologies.
30 seconds.
The fact that Arizona has not already done this has been a failure to the people of Arizona. We should utilize this bill as an opportunity to be a leader in cybersecurity rather than a target. I do have additional comments here, but I will save them for the question segment. Just to run over my 2 minutes because I'm notorious for that. I will say I am not the cybersecurity expert. My background is more on the administration and operations side. However, I'm extremely well versed in the capabilities and placement of the technology.
Thank you. Hello, sir. Thank you for being here.
Questions of Mr. Boyce?
Madam Chair.
Please.
Thank you. Hello, sir. Thank you for being here. We always hear these stories off and on in the media, like State Agency X or State Agency Y is using technology, 1980s technology. It's like my old Atari 2600 or something like that. How prevalent is that? Because I hear the isolated stories, and I'm not in this industry, and that's a good reason because I'm not that smart, but I can talk about it as everybody here knows. So just how prevalent is the fact that we're using a bunch of outdated technology to protect everything from voter rolls to our bank accounts?
Mr. Boyson.
Representative Wilman, without being given special access to come in and audit the state, I can only make assumptions. However, I can say that coming from the Arizona State Army National Guard, I can speak to some of those, which again does fall under some DOD, so some additional cybersecurity. However, from the outside looking in, this runs extremely deep. When we look at RFI processes and kind of the experience that Representative Gillette explained, and having an unsecured Google Drive. And one of the problems with that is the fact that because you search it, like the control find function, to me that you're missing the entire risk there within a Google Drive. You're just looking at a bot today, maybe 20 grand, and a good start on that. And we're not even getting into the ability to overcome countermeasures. We're simply talking about outdated technologies. So again, without being too general with it, I would say it's extremely prevalent.
Thank you very much for coming. Members, further questions? Who else is here to speak?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
Come on down.
Who else is here to speak?
Yes, Madam Chair, Chuck Moses. So for the record, we'll come on down. 2 minutes, sir.
Welcome.
Thank you, Madam.
Introduce yourself for the record, and we'll start you off with 2 minutes, sir.
Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I represent the Technology Security Vice Chair and members. We're here today. My name is Chuck Moses. I represent the technology security industry. We're here today to talk about protecting Arizona's data. It isn't important. It's critical. By using American-sourced dedicated fiber optics. The best way to do that is by using American-sourced dedicated fiber optics, both networks and American-sourced post-quantum encryption, both in software and hardware. Leave us open to cyber threats. Right now, outdated encryption and foreign-controlled networks leave us open to cyber threats, espionage, breaches, and even quantum-powered data breaches. Cutting-edge homegrown security solutions. But if we take action now by investing in our cutting-edge homegrown security solutions, Arizona can set the standard for the entire country. This isn't just about staying ahead of threats. It's about ensuring that we have maximum security, protecting sensitive data, keeping control in our hands and out of the hands of foreign adversaries. I suggest we take advantage of that. Arizona has a chance to lead the way. Thank you very much. I suggest we take advantage of that.
Thank you, members. Any questions for Mr. Moses?
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you for coming. Thank you, members. Any questions for Mr. Moses? Mr. Vice Chairman, who else is here? Seeing none. Thank you for coming and thank you for staying late.
Come on down, sir.
Mr. Vice Chairman, who else is here to speak?
Yes, Madam Chair, Aaron Miller. Come on down, sir.
Welcome.
Hi, everyone, Madam Chair, and thank you all for hearing me out today. I'm just a
Welcome.
Maricopa County. Hi, everyone, Madam Chair, and thank you all for hearing me out today. I'm just a Maricopa County resident. I live in Scottsdale, Arizona. I take great interest in AI, quantum computing, and many of these other topics. One of the things that scares me the most is they all kind of seem to meld together. One of the things that scares me the most is the fact that in order for a proper AI system to be deployed, you need quantum computing atmosphere. And we already are well into a quantum computing type atmosphere. And in order for you to run a quantum computing farm, you're talking $15 to $80 million minimum, right? So this isn't something that just like your average person is going to have a quantum computing farm, right? There's going to have to be fiscal interest in this. And we are living in an encrypted world where we are having more cyber attacks, more ransomware attacks, and those are just the ones that we know about in the news, right? Because there's so many banks, there's so many major companies that don't want to admit that they paid the ransomware because it looks bad on them, it looks bad on the company, and their shareholders and ransomware has become a big problem. Matter of fact, I'll give you just a couple of examples of how bad it's actually gotten. Back in 2022, in California, there was a hacking group in March.
30 seconds.
Yeah, no problem. There was a hacking group known by the Hive as the Hive. Essentially, was a collection of Russians and people that lived all over the world. These people were finally arrested and caught, but had taken hundreds of millions of dollars of ransomware that no one knew about because it never reported. What this part of this bill, I believe, what this part of this bill, I believe, is going to be connected to is going to be a post-quantum computing, basically encryption age. What that means is that we're going into basically quantum computing encryption age. Hack. What that means is that we're going into an age where even quantum computers can't hack and decrypt this system. And I think that if you look at how many systems are connected just to the Secretary of State and what offices are connected to that Secretary of State, I think you could see the actual real threat that's actually on the horizon, especially on the industrial revolution that we are about to face with Web3, AI, crypto.
Thank you, members. Any questions of?
Thank you, sir. Your time's up.
Thank you for hearing me out. I appreciate it. I can answer the questions.
Thank you, members. Any questions of Mr. Millie?
Thank you, sir.
Next speaker.
Yes,
Seeing
ma'am.
none.
Gavin
Thank you
Wentz.
very much for coming and
Come on
staying
down, sir.
late.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank
Thank you,
so
sir.
much.
Next speaker.
Yes, ma'am. Gavin Wentz. Come on down, sir.
Welcome.
Madam Chair Pingarelli.
Welcome.
Vice Chairwoman, and members of the committee. I thank Madam Chair Pingarelli, Vice Chairwoman, my name is Gavin, and members of the committee. I thank you for this opportunity to speak today. My name is Gavin Wentz, and I represent the technology security industry. I'd like to begin with a crucial question. How does Arizona plan to protect itself from quantum computing and artificial intelligence while relying on outdated systems for storing and transmitting government data? We are quickly approaching what experts call the quantum apocalypse, a future where quantum computing paired with AI can instantly break all current encryption. Imagine being able to unlock every digital lock at once. This would mean unrestricted access to personal, financial, medical, law enforcement, and government data. China has already demonstrated the ability to break 50-bit encryption. Most critical systems use 128-bit encryption. They already nearly halfway there. It's only a matter of time before no data is safe. But Arizona has a choice. By passing this bill and adopting an American source post-quantum encrypted ecosystem, we can ensure that neither quantum computing nor AI will ever compromise our data. With a secure combination of software, hardware, and dedicated fiber optics, Arizona can set the national standards for cybersecurity. This is an opportunity to lead, to safeguard Arizona and inspire the rest of the country to follow. Let's secure Arizona's future.
Chair, please.
Thank you very much.
First,
Members,
thank you
questions?
for coming today. Could you share with the
please.
committee
First, thank you for coming today.
what currently is
Could you
standard
share with the
DoD
committee
level
the difference of level, what currently is standard for DoD level encryption?
Mr. Wentz?
Currently, right now, the DoD has a new standard, the CMMC 2.0. I recently participated in a course on that data. And something that I was behind cybersecurity, hate to be so blunt, but I was shocked to realize how behind cybersecurity is. The company I'm with, our shopping experience on our website is more secure than the DoD standards. And that blew my mind because I would never expect anything like that. So where we came about this is we wanted to have products that had privacy and security for consumers. Because to me, the general public actually represents a vulnerability. Sort of the weakest link in the chain is how it can be broken. So if foreign actors or whoever can harass our citizens through cyber attacks, stealing their credit card information, things along those nature, we need something robust for everybody. So to have the opportunity to take something that we've developed and work with the state government to help you guys secure your infrastructure, but then through the commercial all the way down to the average consumer, I look forward to helping the state of Arizona essentially secure the entire state to have literally an offline interconnectivity.
Could you share with the committee, as the sponsor has shared that we have, could you share with the committee, as the sponsor has shared that we have gone through discovery, implementation, we'll go through our first report in 4 to 5 years, from what I understand, with deliverables, how important it is with the maintenance regarding penetration testing and how often it should be, as well as the importance of DINA's testing.
Mr. Wentz?
Madam Chair, Speaker Cabrera, to me, that's a very critical issue. From my company's perspective, we like the idea of perpetual audit, perpetual penetration, almost penetration on demand, if you will, to basically be able to simulate real life experience, because, you know, we can plan a penetration test, but no one knows when a cyber attack is coming. So to operate from a level of being able to act at any moment is how we would view that.
Final question, Chair. Could you also share with the committee, when we talk about costs, how the variations of an IT package working with, after an RFP process is, you know, defined and what we're looking for, how an IT package could be very different from an operation and solutions package? I'd like you to clarify that for the committee today.
Sure.
Mr. Wentz?
Madam Chair, Representative Cavero. So our angle is we make our money commercially. So everything we do is coming from the angle of we need to make a product that the public enjoys, that they can use, and that we are able to compete with. So to come into this sector, we would have the same model. We're not a company that makes money off of government grants. We don't have massive overhead with tens of thousands of employees that all need to be paid. We're a very small, tight-knit group of people with extraordinary capabilities. It's one thing I like about the defense, what was it, the Representative Wilmeth's bill? What I really liked about that bill is it gives companies like us who have extreme talent but not a lot of reach the opportunity to come to the table and offer our capabilities up and to compete on an even playing field.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Members, any further questions? Thank you so much for coming and staying late.
There was
Please.
one question she previously asked, if I may address that. Madam Chair, Representative Cavero, the importance of encryption agnostic from our perspective is what we have is an encryption system. So we don't go patch a bunch of little holes. The entire system can envelope around any pre-existing electronics or whatever, as long as, you know, compatibility issues can be handled. But essentially the idea is that we would be able to secure everything from a Commodore 64 to Windows 95 up into the most critical infrastructure, say a nuclear power plant.
Thank you. I appreciate the example, by the way.
Thank you very much for coming. Appreciate it.
No, I had somebody say, "What's a Commodore 64?" It just aged me in life. It's okay.
Move to expel from committee.
I apologize.
Oh my. I told you this is going to be the best committee
Boy.
this session. Yes.
You're not wrong.
No, I'm not. Okay, members, any further comments, questions? Seeing none, Mr. Vice Chairman, please move the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move that House Bill 2736 receive or be returned with the due pass recommendations.
Members, the motion before you is that House Bill 2736 be returned with a due pass recommendation. Secretary, please call the roll.
Representative Aguilar.
Aye.
Representative Cavero.
Yes.
Representative Conley.
Aye.
Representative Fink.
Aye.
Representative Heat.
Aye.
Representative Hendrick. Representative Labori.
Madam Chair,
please.
I'd like to just say some things that popped into my mind from all of this discussion we're having on threats to cybersecurity and to citizens that is not being addressed in this bill, and that is the unrestricted access to sensitive information, private data, and payment systems by an unelected citizen and his rogue team of tech recruits happening right now at the federal level. I know we can't solve that with this bill, but it is in parallel with what we're trying to address here in this state, and a huge breach of trust and privacy concerns that I have there, but I will be voting yes in favor of this bill today.
Good job, Vice Chairwoman.
Madam Chair.
Please.
Thank you. We now know Representative Aguilar is a baby because he doesn't know what a Commodore 64 is. I guess I'll date myself a little bit and say I did have an Atari 2600, and Pitfall and Cubert were my favorite games. So that's a system before the Nintendo, little young man. Back in my day, my gray hair just popped out. This is an important deal, right? And I think we can all agree the vote's going a certain way, but technology is not going anywhere. these phones are not going anywhere. I've booked American airline flights on this. I text my friends. I have phone calls with lobbyists on this, all the things. This is just one example. And then we get into the issues of all the states and all the state agencies and stuff. So we have to stay ahead of the curve. With technology, it's happening much faster than anything we do at the state level. This process is not meant to be fast. And much like with some of my new interest in AI and things like that, we're not moving as quickly as the technology is. And we have to find ways to keep up. And I do believe this is a noble pursuit to do that. And we'll just have to make changes along the way to keep up with it. So with that, I vote aye.
Madam Chair Pingarelli.
Aye. Members, by your vote of 9 ayes, 0 nays, 0 present, 0 absent, you have given House Bill 2736 a due pass recommendation. See no further business before the committee. The Science and Technology Committee is adjourned.
Had to get her a little bit of EDS in there.
Yeah, let's go. That wraps it up there. They cut off the audio, I believe. Yeah, they did. And yeah, it passed, Millie. Good stuff.
All right.
They
That's
couldn't deny it,
amazing.
you know?
Yeah, right? Victory.
They did so good.
Right? That's one big step for Arizona, one small step forward for the United States, right? What's crazy is I had heard that there was going to be opposition there, and then for whatever reason, like I didn't see there was no opposition, so I don't know what happened. And then
Trash scared them off.
Right?
Parody was coming to town, but yeah, no, there's no like denying this. Like it's malfeasance at that point. You know, like you're not paying attention. You're not protecting. You're not doing your job. So yeah, ignoring this factor that's very prevalent in our times, cybersecurity would be you know, it would be just, what's the word for it? Malfeasance. I don't know any other negligence as well.
I wonder if it may have actually worked to our advantage. What was it? The Democrats being upset about Elon and the data, the Treasury data fiasco. Because it seemed like her comment was that she was not happy about, she didn't mention him by name, but she was not happy about what he was doing with like obtaining the data or whatever. So that may have actually worked to our benefit here, because they seem to actually, it seemed almost like she was voting for it in spite of that.
Right.
I agree. Yeah.
I mean, she actually said it. It's
Then she's
kind of wild.
You know, like you can't really, like, you're going to be the person that votes against securing things in these times? No. It looks bad. Like you don't care about your constituents, right?
As the Democrats would say, the optics on this are very good. So it really behooves them to move forward because we're in this critical state.
Right. I mean, but there wasn't like, it wasn't some packed room with like all this pressure. You know what I mean? They did, they did choose, it was 0 to 9, right? So everybody was in support of it.
Yeah, definitely. It was all around the house. Yays. They said ayes, but I remember it as yay or nay. I don't know. But yeah, regardless, yeah, it was resoundingly supported. They can't deny it. That's the thing. Like,
so what are the next steps, Millie?
I'd assume.
I would just kind of think that the next steps would be going forward and figuring out like what it's. I think that there's going to be a couple things. Figuring out what it's going to cost, how it's going to be implemented. I'm not sure how the bidding process is going to be. But yeah, I mean, I think this is the first step in a really good direction. And I think that because Arizona did it, I think that it's going to cause other states to very quickly follow suit. For example, Texas may be the next one. So there's a lot of interest in this direction. And yeah, it's exciting times, guys. I mean, I can't believe it. Crazy. I mean, I can believe it, but at the same time, it's like, wow.
You expected more opposition, right? But like, it's not there. Can't be there.
No, it's crazy because I heard from somebody like, I heard from a really good source in that, vicinity that there was going to be opposition. So I don't know what happened. Like the Democrats just decided they were going to go with it.
Arguing against it makes you sound like an idiot. So like, like it's just,
it does make you sound like an idiot.
They saw all the other grief the Democrats are getting from complaining about Elon and that, not wanting, to cut the government waste and all of that, right? So they're like, okay, we don't want that on us.
It actually seemed like the reason she gave was she wasn't like the Democrat lady. The reason she gave was she wasn't happy with Elon and those guys going and retrieving and like accessing that secure data and private information. And so, which, you would have to have a key to access, but there's a proper process for all that stuff. So
it's okay for Dominion.
He probably would have eventually if he would have been given the key, right? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, but it doesn't allow for unauthorized. It wouldn't allow for unauthorized access, right? So, yeah.
It's okay to put our voting in the hands of companies out of Venezuela and things like that. That's perfectly fine. But Americans.
But when we're looking at the exposure of corruption, oh no, we can't do that.
Well, kudos for Trash for showing up, man, because no, he's not doing well. So he was able to make it.
Yeah, he was he's amazing, dude. And what he's been through the last couple weeks has been insane. So everyone should really be rallying around and supporting him because, like, dude, the guy almost freaking died. Like, insane. He went through a rough time. He was in the hospital for you guys that don't know. So he got out maybe a couple days ago.
Yeah, it was on Monday, I think, because he came into the space and he had just walking in the door. Wasn't that Monday?
That was last night. That was yesterday.
Oh, was it last night?
Yes.
Oh, my days are all getting together.
Yeah, dude.
That's why I was triply amazed.
Well, so I wonder, of course, I'm just always thinking of all the corruption that Elon is exposing. I think a lot of Arizona's elected officials are going to be exposed when they start digging into HHS and CPS and things like that, because there's just a lot.
Can't hide from the blockchain. Oh, you know what I mean. So that's the thing. It's going to give transparency to a lot of these things in our government, and having it on the blockchain is what I mean, is that we can easily audit and, rather than going down, what is it, like 1,000 feet friggin' mine to go get some paper records, Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think that we've got, we're on the right track, and I think that, and this is just something I have been mulling around, but a lot of people who maybe haven't done terrible things will probably start to experience some relief, because when the American people have all the information, we are extremely good at problem solving. And if they would just level with us, we can dig in and, get down to business, get it done, and, move on to the next thing. That's the thing, is we've been so stalled because they've been lying. Like, stop lying. Just go ahead and tell us everything so that we can then get in there and fix it.
Right. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Like, I would say that anyone that was going to argue about this was going to look like a just ridiculous person. Okay. And maybe I also wonder, because I had, heard that there was going to be some opposition. Maybe Democrats were going to show up and speak, or like maybe 4 or so. But then they didn't. But I also wonder if maybe that's because it ran so late. Like, it was.
Yeah, they had other
maybe that
protesting
was
to do.
part of the tactic.
Yeah, they're like, we're not really that motivated to stick around.
Well, remember, they don't get paychecks anymore. Their funding.
Yeah, they're like,
True.
this is above my pay grade. Because it was supposed to be, or maybe the time difference threw them off, but it was supposed to be at 2 Arizona time. And what time is it in Arizona right now? It's probably like 5:48. Yeah, that's pretty big delay. So that could have had something to do with it, or who knows? Maybe they.
It seemed like the sponsor, like he was very well liked, and the way that he presented it was really great, because it kind of dispersed any sort of negative or conflict kind of thing. So I like the way that he presented. Yeah.
That was Representative John Gillette. So, yep. That was Representative John Gillette. And he really has been great in all of this. And, he's very concerned about the cybersecurity infrastructure. So, yeah, I mean, it's pretty crazy stuff right there. I mean, I know Aaron said he may be able to pop in. I don't know. He might be burnt out from being there for so long, but we'll see. I know he had some issue, like X locked him out of his account. He said X maybe temporarily suspended him or locked him out of his account for something. So he would have to be joining in through the Sleuth Army account.
Well, if he's sitting there talking with Gavin all day long,
yeah, they're probably not. They're probably not going to come in because they're probably all excited. So
winning, right?
Yeah,
we're
winning.
getting wins.
That's some pretty big wins right there, right? Heck yeah.
It's so different than what we're used to. It's really kind of nice to be able to see everything starting to open up, and seeing that the innovation pour back in is just amazing.
Oh, absolutely. And that just goes to show you guys.
Not having to do everything in the hidden room, not having to do everything, we can't let this person know or this person know because we might get arrested. I mean, it's just been ridiculous.
So do you guys remember like a while back in Spaces when I brought up the cybersecurity stuff? And I was like, yeah, it was crazy. We had like people from Arizona and Arizona legislature reaching out to us, telling us about how there's all this cybersecurity threats, all these issues going on there, how bad the situation is. Yeah. So I guess you guys can kind of do the math.
I'm showing like a reconnection was lost message on the top part. I don't know if it's just
I'm here.
But it says there's
I'm still here.
No,
it might have been I stepped too far away from the Wi-Fi, because I have like horrible signal where I'm at, and I'm with T-Mobile, so I'm gonna sign up for that pilot program to see if I could get Starlink connection. But the thing is, it said iPhone 14 and above I was looking at. So you got to have an iPhone 14. I bought a 13 for $600, like I don't know, like a year and a half ago. So I guess I can't partake, actually.
Right. So, I mean, this is going to be interesting. I mean, we're now this is historic, because I think this is the first bill that has been passed that essentially mandates or requires post-quantum encryption. Like that's actually pretty historic right there, guys. Like that's That's why Pete Santilli came in earlier and he's like, "Oh my gosh, Millie, do you
He's
realize how
actually
big-"
back, Millie.
Yeah, you're back, Pete. He's like, "Do you realize how much of a big deal this is? This is history."
Oh my goodness. Oh no,
We're winning,
I know.
Pete.
And yeah, I mean that I'm so glad I recorded it because it was so beautiful how you went around the room and even the Trump deranged, Elon Musk deranged leftist said, yeah, but Elon Musk stole all the data, but guess what? We can't afford not to do this. It is nonpartisan. Somebody asked, how much is this going to cost? And Gillette responded with the most epic answer, how much will it cost for us not to do this? It is a historic moment. People will not fully realize what just happened for quite a long time here. This is the first of many. I'm going to say, Millie, God is good too, and you guys deserve exactly what is about to happen to your company, for your company, because you're going to serve our nation very, very well. It will become the standard for every other state, every other corporation. I mean, it's going to have such a reverberating positive impact on America. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, Millie, do you want to talk a little bit about what QUX does and how that, how it can really help us consumers?
Yeah, I mean, look, I have been kind of going on about QX for quite some time in Spaces, and I've been pretty much laying it out there. I know Gavin's been in Spaces a lot talking about QX advancements, and we're really serious when we talk about our ridiculous level of encryption and security protocols. The reason why it's called QUX is because it's quantum UX, quantum user experience. So I've kind of put it out there that we have all of these security parameters in our network, the mesh between the mesh and the way the network's put together, as well as the encryption, which I haven't spoken as much about how the post-quantum encryption works, partially because a lot of that's proprietary. And we know that we've got a lot of other tech companies on our heels that are trying to trying to figure out a way that they can catch up to where we're at. So that's partly some of the reason why I don't really I'm not going to share too much of the details on how it works, but it works. And the proof is in the pudding, and that's why, the state of Arizona is interested in even working with QX in essentially entertaining them as a potential bidder on this bill. Does that make sense? So,
well, my favorite part of QUX is that, with crypto and the blockchain makes your money sovereign. With QUX, you actually are sovereign with your data. So it's like you get to own it and nobody else gets to own it, right? And that, I think, is just revolutionary. And people it's going to take some getting used to for people to really understand the level of advantage that we will have when we get back.
What
One
people
thing
need to realize, really quick, what
go ahead,
people
Millie.
need to realize is that QUX set out to create a network, a new intranet, essentially, that was super, quantum encrypted, that was a mesh network that's very secure and private, so that the American people, the consumer, can have privacy, can have a Fourth Amendment right, and can exist inside of this network and this new internet where they can have freedom of speech, not be canceled, not be censored, not have to deal with any of the shadow banning, the digital unpersonings, the tyrannical oligarchs rules that they like to ban people. Okay. So the point is that QUX built this for the American people. Now, it's kind of one of those things where you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink, right? Like the American people, we can give them a, 5-star restaurant filet mignon with, roasted vegetables and mashed potatoes and all this great thing. We can make this great thing for the American people. But if the American people don't see the value in it because they've been so entrained to eat McDonald's and all they want is McDonald's Happy Meals, there's nothing we can do about it. But, in this instance, we have a situation where the states are dealing with cyber attacks and cyber threats. And, right now like I said, our grids are the cyber grids are being attacked, the power plants, the hospital grids. Our nation is vulnerable to foreign threat actors, Chinese actors, Russian actors, who knows, Iranian. It goes on and on. I'm sure there's some domestic as well, but from what I hear, most of it is foreign. And these ransomware hackers are making a ton of money, which is why it was so epic when Representative John Gillette was like Pete brought up, it's going to how much more is it going to cost us to not pass this bill, right? Meaning, how much are we shelling out to these ransomware hackers? So, they obviously saw the value in what we have created with QUX. You can kind of do the math on how they might have saw the value in that, but essentially for what the American people have and those who are inside the QX network and utilizing QX to its fullest, what I can say is you guys have more privacy and security than the current state, most of the current state networks and government across the United States right now. But that's soon to change in Arizona. Go ahead, Pete.
The analogy is so beautiful for me, as a consumer. I was trying to convince people, okay, your privacy is important. Get your privacy, do encrypted. For years I've been saying that. But one thing I noticed is that people said, well, we lost our privacy and we have our public life out in front of our house and we have our private life inside of our houses, but we're still listened to. But the bottom line is we have a right to go into, let's say, our bedroom and close the blinds, close the doors, put our fuzzy slippers on, and do so in privacy, or go in the bathroom and brush our teeth without fear of being intruded. Well, with the advent of AI, I'm going to say this with 1,000% certainty, and even Gavin highlighted it, that the QUX environment right now is more secure for the consumer. Walls off. AI will not be able to penetrate it. You have that private area that you can go to without fear of being surveilled, tracked, because the new currency right now, and Gavin and Millie, stepped out in an environment where the currency worldwide is data. They sell data. And what they said was, we're not going to collect any of that data. We're not going to sell any of that data. We're going to emphasize privacy for the consumer. And then further evolved to a system that is patented technology that is impenetrable by even the Department of Defense. So every consumer is going to benefit knowing that you're going to be walling off from AI. QUX Pay, I want to be able to put my money in QUX Pay. If the bank collapses, then they have the ability to do a bail-in and take all of my money out of my account. But I know that if I have a portion of my money in QUX Pay, that it will not be taken. I was given those guarantees this weekend through this technology. It cannot be taken. It can't be stolen with this tokenization. So every person hearing our voice right now has the ability to perpetually, from now on, protect ourselves from AI intrusion into our lives.
I love it, Pete. Mm-hmm. I wanted to add that, with this quantum encryption, what one of my main takeaways is that it could be applied to older hardware as well. Like, they were saying you wrap some of the older hardware with this quantum encryption, and I just thought that was great. That you don't have to spend so much on hardware, but we should update and upgrade the hardware to be U.S. manufactured, as we were talking about earlier, from silicon wafers and all the above. Thanks.
Yeah. So what it would be is start with wrapping, right? And then eventually you replace the hardware, and then it's like super, super fortified. Does that make sense?
Yeah, 100%. I have a question here. Now, like we were talking about earlier, somebody had brought up the same thing that I brought up earlier with the Linux and virtualizing virtual machines, sandbox, whatever you're going to use for that virtual machine, Windows, right? The instance that you have running. But I was thinking myself, yeah, it has access to your RAM, and RAM holds cache. And I was just wondering, like, if you are running that instance, if it could embed something in the cache, and then when you close your virtual machine, if it's capable of I'm sure this is more of a Gavin Wentz question, but I'm just throwing it out there that whether it's your graphics card has VRAM, that caches data as well. Once you close that virtual machine, and that virtual machine is opening ports on your computer. So that's the thing that I think about, like when we're talking about these virtual instances of running Windows. Windows is the problem, right? Because it's got so many holes, and like compared to a Linux where all ports are locked down. So yeah, I don't know if anybody can answer that, but it was just something that was running through my head as we.
So I could kind of give you like a very basic answer because I've heard Gavin answer this question a million times. But yeah, like I said, it's going to be a very basic version of what he would say. But essentially what I understand is that the way the internet was originally created, it's essentially it was designed to be open the way they originally designed it. And then the problem was after a while, hacking became more of a thing. And then with that hacking becoming more of a thing, that's where you started to have all these like cybersecurity people. And this is where you get the whole cheese analogy, where essentially you're just patching holes, right? And you're fortifying, you're building walls, you're patching holes. What essentially we did with QX is we built out our own new brand, like our own intranet, a new intranet, okay? So, but in the way it was built, it was designed to be closed in order to account for how things have changed with modern technological advancements in AI and cyber vulnerabilities. So it's designed to be closed. Hopefully that kind of answers your question.
I appreciate that.
Millie, can I add something to that Gavin had told me?
Yeah.
And there's proprietary stuff that's already been developed. But imagine this. I'm just going to make this up. If you could take a thumb drive, right, and put it on an old computer, and that thumb drive, it says close all those ports and make it post-quantum encryption so that it just cannot be penetrated or intruded by an outside system. So you can go down to the device level. You can go to your Wi-Fi router, and you can just basically wall off and encrypt post-quantum encryption. You're right down to the device level.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, and I appreciate that, Pete. Mm-hmm. One thing, like speaking of, like, you were talking about the old system, and the Army set up our internet essentially, but one of the things with the payphones, remember the payphones back in the day, you could, if you played a certain tone at a certain frequency, it would just automatically take that, and you'd be able to make a free call, sort of thing. So yeah, like I know that's off topic, but definitely something to throw out there, like how easily things are hackable. Like everything's hackable. People are hackable,
Yeah. And
I mean, somebody had their Roomba hacked the other day, and they was putting out pictures.
Yeah, just imagine all the devices in our household that listen, have the ability. I mean, your cable box. There's a camera in the bezel of our Roku TVs that you can get now for $120, which it may not take a full visual image, but it'll detect whether or not you're in the room and turn on and turn off and start listening and collecting all of that data. So we're immersed in data collection for this AI system. Now we have the ability to say, you know what, when we go in our house, we want our privacy, and we want to talk about filling jelly donuts in privacy without fear of being listened to, or, have an improved customer experience with, ads showing up on our screen when we say, purple Manola Blahniks, high heels, or whatever it is that we're talking about. So this is that moment where people just didn't realize until AI came about. I'm sensing that people are really concerned about the intrusion that AI will have into our lives. They're concerned about it. And this gives them the ability to shut it out.
I got somebody that joined the stage. Keep it trashy. Is that trash?
Yeah, it's me. I'm completely locked out of my account.
Yeah, we heard. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, the Sleuth Army account isn't, like, I tried doing the email to reset and it's saying the account doesn't exist. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, whoever's got a hold of the account, they've destroyed it completely.
Trash, you did so good.
Did I?
Yeah, you rocked.
Yeah, you did.
You rocked
it was
it,
awesome.
dude.
Thanks, guys.
We miss you, buddy. I so miss you.
Millie and I have been talking about, the benefits to the consumer. And, we're going to go up against a big, big, big machine, hundreds of billions of dollars that we're going to go up against. But guess what? We, the people, in 3,143 counties can spread the word through direct marketing efforts to say, hey, block yourself from AI. So we're going to have a direct marketing effort through word of mouth. Share the word about QUX TV, QUX Pay.
I don't know if you guys. I don't know if you guys know this, but we got 9-0 win on.
Yeah, winning, bro. We saw. That was great.
9-0.
Even that one lady.
And the vice chair is all in. Matter of fact, they're all out having drinks right now. I don't drink anymore, so they all went out.
Really? Well, that's pretty cool.
Gavin, I don't think Gavin did, but everybody else did.
Well, that's interesting. I mean, that's they're probably celebrating or something. Who knows?
Well, I mean, if the vice chair's going out, and he's been big supportive of these defense bills, especially the defense bill before the one before 2762, the one that we did, to go 9-0. Yeah, that's a big deal, guys.
That's a really big deal because it means it's likely going to be signed by Katie Hobbs.
Yeah, because the Senate it'll probably pass the Senate. If it came out of committee like that, it'll probably pass the Senate as well. So, yeah. Yep.
Great stuff. Great job, Trash.
Big win. I thought I had 3 minutes to talk. It was only 2 minutes, so I didn't get a chance to say a lot of things I wanted to say, so I kind of had to condense it, but I hope I sounded okay.
You sounded great, dude.
No, it was strong. You sounded absolutely. It was great.
Yeah, I thought it was great.
To the point.
And you seem like from their perspective, you probably seem like a concerned, very knowledgeable Arizona resident that's very aware of the subject and in support of the bill. So I think it definitely helped.
They all told me that at the end of it when we were all shaking hands and like kind of just hanging out once we were done. They all said that. They're like, I can't. The vice chair was like, I need you at more of my technology meetings and committees as a citizen because you know what you're talking about. And I'd like to present you as a citizen who knows what he's talking about. So I need you at more of my committees. So we'll hook up. I'm like, bet. Let's do it.
That's hilarious. He's like, I need you at more of my hearings. That's so funny.
I know.
You should, Aaron. You should be like you need to run for something. I don't know what.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, so that's what happened. Anyway, I'll quit hijacking the conversation. But that's.
I got a question for you.
Go
ahead.
It was pretty good.
What did you think of that snide remark by that one chairwoman that was brought up Doge essentially without saying Doge?
I mean,
you know what I loved?
It's controversial. they're also politicians. They got to say what they got to say sometimes. But for the most part, if you saw the look on her face, you were kind of like, she was just like, yeah, okay, I got to say this.
They couldn't argue it. That's the thing. They couldn't. You can't like push against this. It's like, okay, we're on this outdated stuff, and we need to update it, or we're gonna just keep like the one gentleman. I think who was it that you said, Millie, was saying that the great reason.
He was the guy that started the conversation. He's the one that introduced the bill. He's the one that had to go running back to the House for more votes.
Yeah, that's Representative John Gillette, the one who introduced it.
Correct.
And, I think that, look, here's the deal. If all these Democrats want to pass this bill in spite of Elon, I'm for it. Because at the end of the day, we need to secure the infrastructure, not just even in Arizona, but in the country. And if that's what it's going to take, and that's what how the Democrats interpret it, hey, I'll take it. You know what I mean? Like, whatever.
How I also interpreted it was many of the Democrats. So the bill, if you guys paid attention before, the bill that went also at like 7-2, I think, before ours, was all about basically streamlining all the defense contractors and kind of making them kind of streamlined and kind of working together versus like working separately and being all scattered all over the place. It's a great idea. It's a great bill. I actually support it. I actually like it a lot. And then the very next bill was ours. And the way the Democrats spoke was, yeah, we want Americans and American companies to do this. And as long as we have the audits, and as long as we have individual, offices and directors determining the budgets and how much it's going to cost and so on and so forth, and who's going to be determining the audits and everything else. It was almost like a pot shot across the bow saying, we want anybody but Elon to take this contract. So I was like,
But here's the thing. If you think about it, like, look, I'm gonna play. I'm gonna put my shoes on the other side's foot to just try to see what they might be seeing. Okay, let's imagine that Kamala Harris won, and she decided she was gonna go in and she decided she was gonna put Bill Gates, right? Because he's pretty rich. I don't know how close he is runner up on the richest man in the world for Elon, but let's say they put Bill Gates as the head of something like Doge, right? And then Bill Gates went in and got access to all that private data that may be some Americans' data, right? Personal private information, as well as information of potential competition for contracts, for government contracts that he might have to compete with. You could see in that reality that there may be some people on this side of the aisle that would not be happy about it, right? So,
is he exposing corruption?
Well, that
he is the corruption.
Right, he is the corruption, but see, it's kind of hard because you have to kind of put yourself through their eyes. So I can kind of see where they're seeing it, even though they have TDS for sure, right? But like at the same time, is it a little bit of an overreach or a conflict? Which I've brought it before. I do think it's a conflict to have Elon heading Doge and having access, because the fact that he receives government contracts and he would be interfering with that, right? Like I wouldn't think that QX should be in that position, just as I wouldn't think, someone like Elon with Doge should be, or Vivek Ramaswamy, or anyone that has an interest in it. I would think it would need to just be like people who care about government oversight and don't necessarily have skin in the game in that regard. But anyway.
Well, if you noticed, one of the women who spoke on the previous bill, she was also involved in this bill as well, but she spoke on the previous one. She was like, I'm out on this one. But she organized a lot of this. And she's more liberal in her politics. But all of us agreed. We were like, no politics. keep this apolitical, keep this scientific, keep this competitive on a world stage, keep this on a country competitive stage. Make Arizona the leader. It had nothing to do with politics. And the first thing that I brought up was the Secretary of State's office. I said, how many offices and direct reports and how many direct offices are below the Secretary of State? And the Secretary of State is compromised. All of those offices are compromised. How much money do you think that's going to cost the state of Arizona? And so that was something that I brought up. And we all agreed to remain apolitical. And I think that was very important because it just allowed the more political people on the committee to say their political things, sound political, while everyone else was talking about stuff that was just completely apolitical, that was just needed information that we had to have. And I think that's what delivered the 9-0.
Right. And I think that they have to placate to their base. And I think that's kind of what you're getting at as well. Right. Like,
agreed.
They got to placate. And I think that's kind of what that was, because at the end of the day, when they're all talking behind closed doors, they're like, yeah, we really need to do something about this cybersecurity issue. It's seriously bad. And they're able to go get drinks together, and they're not maybe as polarized as some may think, but they have to kind of be in, for their base. Like, I think that's kind of the vibe.
And that goes to the statement that I was trying to remember that Gillette said it would cost us more not to do it. Right?
Right. Do you guys remember the lady who was speaking about her health records, who she had like a health issue when she was younger, and she finally decided to start talking about it? I pulled her aside when we were done. She was more liberal. And I said, hey, can I talk to you for 30 seconds? And she was like, sure, no problem. I said, hey, I want to remind you of something. Do you remember how you said that you protected your medical information for years and years and years? And then you finally came out with it. This technology is going to enable you to protect your medical information for as long as you want it to be protected, until you decide you want to come out public with it. Otherwise, it stays encrypted and behind the scenes. That's what kind of this technology will do for you. And she was like, really? And I said, yes, that's what this means. That's what all of this means.
Exactly. That's great that you're able to say that. Hey, Pete, you got your hand up. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say that when she said, she was concerned about, Elon Musk having access to data through Doge. Can you imagine what he'll have access to through his Project Colossus in Memphis? If you're concerned about securing, the cyber infrastructure in Arizona, this is the way to do it. It'll be completely isolated from outside intrusion from AI. He won't be able to penetrate it. It'd have to be voluntarily submitted to him. So not to counter what she was saying, but if she's concerned about that, well, then that's all the more reason to lock down Arizona.
Well, it might be something Trump might want to do, of having Colossus have to have the post-quantum encryption, because he's going to be storing massive amounts of private information and data there. Then you would think that there should be some kind of security protection on that. I don't know what they're using, but I'm sure it's better than the government's current stuff. But
as Gavin said, the QUX box is more secure than the government's.
Yeah, it is more.
I heard 128-bit encryption.
He said that the QUX store was more secure than DoD.
Yeah, it is. Our store checkout process is more secure than the current DoD's requirements. Wrap your head around that.
When they said 128-bit encryption on some of these things, I was like, what? You're not running 256 AES at least? Like,
No,
like,
no. That is not even it. It's more like, I can't, I think that there was a point when it was 4,000 something. And then I think it's become like something ridiculous, like 8,000. I don't know. You're going to have Gavin say something, but it's basically something insane. Like, I think at one point, I know it was 4,000. I think it became 8,000. So yeah,
It's
with quantum computing, that's a 5-minute job.
Oh, Gavin, Gavin's trying to call me. I gotta see if he can come in here, but he deleted his X account. Yeah, he was not having it.
Millie, you want me?
All right, guys, I gotta hop.
Millie, you want me to call?
It's nice to see you, Trash. Great job.
You want me to call Gavin right now and just put him on speaker?
Yeah, go ahead. That'd be great. I don't know if you can do it with the X app. Oh, you got more than one phone, right?
Yes.
All right. That will work. Yeah, I bet he's excited, and he will be able to give you all the tech information that your heart's desire if you have questions there. But yeah, no, I'm super stoked that you showed up, Aaron. I know that you've literally been in the hospital and you got out recently, and I'm just like, wow, you're a freaking trooper, dude. Because I know I told you about this like a while back, and you're like, I'm going to go, I'll be there. And then you still went, and yeah, I'm super stoked.
Yeah, no problem. It was fun.
Yeah, it was awesome. So hopefully this Arizona, and this will be it. Let's see how this goes. Exciting things.
Well, I'm thinking that you need to come for the Florida session.
Well, what's up with that? Do we have one going in Florida yet, or do we have to push for it?
It starts mid-March, I think, or maybe next week.
There were crazy numbers on that bill over a 5-year period, and none of them even balked on it. They just asked questions about who's going to be actually having the final numbers, and nobody pushed back on it. 9-0, you guys. That's unbelievable.
It's irrefutable what they're proposing here. So, it's there's no denying it. I love it. Winning. Let's go.
If that's not the biggest, how do I say, the biggest own to all the QX, what do you call them, detractors, or the QX naysayers out there, I don't know what is. Especially some of the ones that we all know, I don't want to say who, football head, but yeah. Especially the ones who were, knowingly spreading lies about it. Yeah. But this is great. Success is the best solution here, and that's what we're doing. Had a huge win today, 9-0. That's a big deal. And, I think that this is just showing Arizona is going to pave the way. Arizona set a huge precedent.
Who could imagine?
A huge precedent today. And I'm not sure what else I can say on it. Pete, did you get Gavin in?
Yeah, he's going to call me back. He said he's driving. He doesn't want to crash, but he's going to call me back as soon as he'll be available to punch in here.
Yeah, the other thing that's kind of trippy here is like having this technology. It's kind of trippy because like what does that mean for us as like our own personal safety? You know what I mean? So that's the other thing that we have to worry about.
You could say you could say we're making a quantum leap, right, Millie? With Arizona leading the way.
Yeah, that would be a great headline. Arizona makes quantum leap, right?
Hey, Millie.
Paves the way. Go ahead.
Hey, this is Kelly. Should I go ahead and continue the streaming? We've had some problems with Rumble Studio, and I just don't want it to crash on me.
Yeah, I mean, you could just. Are you guys using Restream or StreamYard?
No, we don't use
OBS?
that Ukrainian or.
Yeah, well, we were using StreamYard. They updated their TOS, and it went walk. And so we went ahead and switched to Rumble Studio, which has been working fine. It's been working wonderfully until the last few weeks. We're having trouble with streaming at night. So StreamYard is our backup, but we have been using Rumble Studio now. And that's why I'm using
toggle it. Like, do you know, does it have like a toggle where you can toggle off Rumble so that it
No, I mean, I'd have to recreate every instance. I can't just switch it over. I mean, I can keep going. That's fine. That's why I asked the question. I'll just keep monitoring it. And if it starts to get glitchy, I'll let you know. I'll just keep streaming.
Kelly, we got Gavin possibly coming in via Peter here.
Right. Yeah, I heard.
So I don't know if you want to keep it going till then, and then we could probably land the space at the end of it.
Okay.
I know there's people watching on QX too, so I don't know if it's just Rumble that's acting up.
It's Rumble. It's who it's streaming to. What has happened is that using Rumble Studio, and we go out to different platforms, right? It'll just stop going to the other platforms, but continue with Rumble. Okay, so it's something on their end. I've been in contact with support, but I'll just go ahead and keep going, and that's why I did ask too if it looks good on QX. I'm assuming it looks good on there.
All right, let's go to some hands. Terry.
Hi, everybody. I was just interested because I live in Arizona and don't really know too much about what you guys are talking about, but I'm starting to catch on a little bit, paying attention. That's why I like listening so much. But the thing about Elon, I was pointing out, if anybody has any other information, but he already has clearance. If he's doing the SpaceX thing and they've already given him clearance, that's why they're so worried about him. And people forget that Elon's not out to try and make any more money. He already knows he's rich enough to take care of his whole family for the rest of their lives too. And so him going in there and doing what he's doing, he's trying to clean it up for his kids also. But people forget that he took his electric car patent. And that's the only reason why people can make the electric cars, because he gave them their patent and they took off from it. And so he wasn't holding that back. He was saying, you make yours too. You make the money too. He was pointing out, other people can make money too. And so, just not saying he's all mighty and good, because I'm scared of what he's trying to do with a lot of different things, putting chips in people and so on and so forth. But as far as opening up the government and showing us what's going on and where our money's going, I'm just not too worried about him getting in there and knowing any of our personal information. And then listening to you guys, seems like you guys got one hell of a backup plan that sounds like it should take off. I mean, I don't know too much about it, but I'm just putting my 2 cents in, which probably don't mean much, but outside looking in, that's just what I see. Thanks for letting me talk, you guys.
Sure. Thanks, Terry. And, I do hear what you're saying, but what I'll also say, you brought up a point about clearances. Well, there's different types of clearances, different levels of clearances. So I don't know. We're just kind of, I feel like you're just kind of a little bit speculating on that he would have the appropriate ones. Obviously, after the issue was brought up, I believe they made sure the Doge people got clearances, right? So that seemed to have all been kind of settled in that regard. But I think it was the initial way it went down that was controversial.
Essentially, as far as his clearance goes, SpaceX works with Space Force, which is military, and I feel like our country is being fortified with this start here, with Arizona, with Space Force taking over all military communications, all sorts of things happening here that America is being fortified against AI and intrusions and regular intrusions as we've been facing. So this is great stuff. Nothing negative about it. Anybody that's hollering and screaming about it is obviously corrupt or has something to worry about.
or they're a foreign ransomware hacker, because those guys are really going to be pissed. And that's why I was saying earlier, I'm like, we're probably going to have to hire security or something. But anyway, let's go. Don Fresh 96.
Yes, Elon is going to play a major role in the deconstruction and exposing everything. You know, there's some things we may not agree on, but that's not the thing. That's not what's important. You know, he's for, you know, getting things done. He's a part of the agenda, you know, so like we're trying to cut the government like in half or even more, you know. In the Department of Education, it doesn't even make sense. Why does it still exist? But exposing everything in the kickbacks, you know, there's going to be a lot of Congress people that are going to get exposed, you know, on both sides. But that has to happen, you know, and cash getting in tomorrow is key. I told a lot of people that I was for cash since the 15th of November, you know, for him to be in, and General Michael Flynn also. But that's the real goal here, you know, to cut government and get all the corruption out of it, you know, and Trump's the one to do that. And thank you for allowing me to talk again. I appreciate it.
Thanks for joining us, Don. Appreciate you. I think Pete might have his hand up. I see on my desktop. Pete, do you have your hand up?
I did earlier. Just to, I'm waiting for Gavin to call back in, and I'll put him on speaker.
Sounds great. Thank you.
You know, I'm putting this out here out on X. This is breaking historic news. Arizona legislators voted unanimously in a historic vote to lead the United States in securing their cybersecurity infrastructure. This vote was unprecedented, especially in today's political environment. Party lines were shattered when left and right voted unanimously to protect Arizona's data and cybersecurity.
That's awesome.
Boom.
Yeah, I mean, it's an issue that everyone should care about. I mean, it looks like we have people realize they're going to put their partisanness or partisan issues away for the sake of protecting Americans. So that's what's key. So hopefully we'll get out of this era of cyber vulnerabilities and we'll move into a new post-quantum encryption era where we actually have privacy again. We don't have to worry about, I mean, this could change a lot, guys. I think, and this is why Pete was saying this is historic, because it really is. It really is historic because this could change a lot of things across the technological cybersecurity industries. I mean, I could see, you know, obviously hospitals and other types of businesses following suit here and securing their systems and kind of going into a way where you can properly secure that HIPAA information and make sure that people aren't having their medical records showing up on the dark web. And that's become more and more an issue when, you know, we're in like a technological era, but there's also like risk assessment, right? And that's why we have to be so careful about who we share our data with, what we're doing with our information, because the more of our information that gets out there, the more they build profiles on all of us, right? And then what ends up happening is you get these companies that just have massive farms of data and information, and they have AI crunching it and processing it. And then next thing you know, your health insurance is quoting you higher, or your car insurance is quoting you higher. And it's because the data from your cell phone as you're driving is tracking you, and they're saying, oh, look, this person used their phone this many times when they were driving, or they were driving faster here than what it was stated as the speed limit, or, you know, and look, some people might say, oh, that's a good thing. No, it's over policing. And what's going to happen is people are going to start to, you're going to be forced into compliance if you don't you'll be forced into compliance by tech, and it'll be like tech tyranny if you don't have privacy and protection. And the other thing that's, which if you notice, Gavin talked about like forget what it was, like a encryption apocalypse or something along the line where eventually, he said what, 50%, China's like up to 50% encryption or 50-bit encryption out of 100. So like, I think what he was speaking to, because I've overheard these conversations many times, what he's speaking to is that it's talked to and theorized by a lot of tech experts in the field today that pretty soon, all encryption due to quantum computing is going to be hackable. Not hackable, it's going to make everything written, everything done and written over phones, electronics devices is going to be accessible. So like in the near future, everything that was written on these old systems, old social medias, old whatever, right? Old even devices that was not encrypted with post-quantum encryption, that's just with you know, the whatever the standard is for a lot of these devices and these basic rudimentary like sites, it's going to eventually be able to be easily accessed and decrypted. And then at that point, all written messages, all that stuff, because of the data being stored, right? All of that stuff would be accessible and read, like publicly,
Hey, Millie.
available. Yeah, go ahead.
I have Gavin.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I have Gavin on the line. Hey guys. Gavin, hold on one second. Let me just make sure. Yeah. Let's just confirm you guys can hear him. Okay, Millie, tell me if you can hear Gavin.
Yeah, we can hear him.
Okay, go ahead.
Hey guys, really exciting stuff. It's really, I don't know what to say at this point, but one thing I will say is that everybody that's been supportive of QUX up until this point, this is what can happen when we, the people, get together and do something. And something that was also really exciting was the fact that they've got this new Defense Initiative Office, and that's going to be really fun because this is now a new way to onboard all kinds of talent out there who might not have otherwise had an ability to get in on this game. Here we are. So anyone out there has got unique talent, skills, and capabilities that they want to apply to a defense innovation program, it's here. So
yeah, that is awesome. And you know, I think that you really hearken to something that's key here, which is that this is all possible because of the American people. And because literally this is not, QX as a company was able to innovate and create something great and amazing, not because you know, it was founded by some rich people or some big money or even any special grant or anything. It was literally because of the American people getting behind and believing in what we were trying to do and trying to build with QX. And that was literally funded via an Indiegogo that, you know, was shared on social media and that I posted out, and people just got behind QX, believed in it. And, you know, now look at what we've accomplished. I mean, this is amazing. So this is really the people that have come together, not to mention many of the people who were like the test pilots who signed up and helped in that regard. And just the wonderful people who came together and kept QX going, kept it, afloat throughout some of the obstacles and things that we experienced and faced. A lot of these obstacles being other, companies or other issues, I don't know if you'd say issues, other companies, other malicious actors trying to tear us down while we were in the process of development and building up. And so, it's so key that, the people are the ones who made this happen, because without them, none of this would have happened. And that is so crazy to think about, isn't it? It took the people coming together to make this even possible. And obviously the talent of our CTO, of Gavin, of everybody on the team that was working their butts off, getting this stuff all done and innovating and working to build what, we've built. And then now here it is being able to be utilized in order to secure the cybersecurity infrastructure for the state of Arizona. And Arizona paving the way sets the stage for being able to do this across the country, which is freaking phenomenal. That's called winning, and that's the people who made this all possible. So this is the people who get a lot of the credit here.
Is Gavin still with us?
I don't think so, because I think Pete dropped down as a listener. So Pete and Gavin are probably talking. But yeah, I mean, I just think that that's the best takeaway here, is that the people made this possible, and any more people supporting QX, it's just going to allow us to do even more with it. Like at the end of the day, my heart and my soul is in the
there we go.
Consumer
We're back on.
products,
Sorry about that.
right? Like I want the people to have free speech. I want the people to have privacy and security. So that's kind of where I'm always going to be at. But it's there for the people when they want it. That's all I have to say. Go ahead, Pete.
Okay, Gavin, go ahead.
Yeah, to really just bring Millie's point to a head, here we've gone from 2021 to 2025, going from the Indiegogo test pilot program to now this Arizona cybersecurity test pilot program. You really, you can't, all I have to say is what a big deal. Super excited.
Gavin, I expect LexisNexis to be giving you a call.
Right?
I'm saying because, they house a lot of data there.
Absolutely. And again, this is, look at the future employment and jobs creation capability we're going to be able to have. More of a middle class, we the people up movement. Right now, we've got skin in the game in defense and cybersecurity and having our own interests at hand. Right.
So Gavin, a lot of people had tech questions for you, and they were trying to ask me a lot of these questions, and I was kind of trying the best I could, but not really going specific. If you guys have any of those tech questions, now would be the good time to ask Gavin. I think one of them was something about the bit of encryption that we use.
I mentioned that when I heard during the hearing that it was they mentioned 128-bit encryption. I was like, what? They're not even using 256 AES. Just ridiculous. But that's how Stone Age, the government is. The other question that was kind of techie that I asked, but which is irrelevant if we're going to be implementing this post-quantum technology, was somebody had brought up also running Linux and virtualizing machines in a sandbox, of course, but that sandbox opens up ports on your hardware, and it also utilizes your RAM and your RAM has cache. And I was thinking, these, even if you run that scenario, it's not that protective, because I would think that you could, if you're intruding on a virtual system and you have access to the hardware, the RAM, and the RAM stores cache, you could embed something within that cache, and then you open up your Linux box and you're already compromised. So I don't know if that's true, but that's what like my mind goes down. Like, okay, how can you penetrate it this way, that way, and I just brought that up earlier. I think that's irrelevant with the post quantum wrapping of some of these devices that we could do.
Well, to answer the question, one, this is the reason why, when we first came out, people are like, why the box? Well, the box is for the exact reasons you brought up. Software can't control the hardware, and if you're not controlling the hardware, that means someone else is. So by us controlling the encryption from the hardware up through the software, that gives us the ability to lock things out. But to go even further and to have our hardware and software connected to our own dedicated fiber network, that takes all three aspects of this, and that's what makes what we're doing impenetrable. Because if there's no co-location for the hard connection, and the software and hardware are able to use, are you ready? Endless bit encryption, meaning no bit count, as in endless stream of bit, right? Then that's what makes it post-quantum.
I love it. That's what I was like. I was bouncing around in my head and thinking about there with the post quantum encryption. That's great. That this could be implemented in like so many different ways. Like you were saying, I used to work for a Xerox partner as a tech. But the thing was, like, you scan on these print copy machines and all that. It stores all that data in cache, and when you throw away one of these printers, somebody could go grab it and pull all the documents that you essentially scanned or whatever copied with it. So that, and then I was going to ask you, would this be something like my brother works as a network engineer for Department of Transportation here in Florida, and they're getting ready to take up on a project in March that they've been ramping up for updating the infrastructure here. Would this be something that I should bring up to him as far as this post-quantum encryption and trying to implement that, since they are going to upgrade the infrastructure here?
Absolutely, because one of the things I learned at the DoD CMMC 2.0 Cybersecurity Standards course I took is that the problem with the way everyone has been doing it all the way back to 30, 40 years ago is patchwork. Like, oh shoot, here's a vulnerability here. Oh, there's a vulnerability there. So they're always chasing after and having to catch up with the hackers, right? The hackers are the ones who discover the vulnerabilities. So the problem is we no longer can afford to be in a position where we do essentially monitoring penetration, because the problem is now you've got AI. Now we're having to deal with the soon-to-be quantum computing AI. And once that penetrates, you're never getting it out. Once that penetrates, it's game over. So we're now at the stage where everything's going to have to be post-quantum encrypted. But the nice thing about the way we've done this is agnostic, so that basically we can work with whatever infrastructure a company, agency, business, or even an individual has, and secure that by using our encrypted ecosystem, right? Everything we do is encrypted. And so going from that, you could basically wrap around our security around pre-existing things, and we can go from there.
Gavin, one last thing here from my end of things. I don't know if you saw Netflix released a movie today called 0 Day, and it's based on like a 0 day event. Kind of like if you watched Live Free or Die Hard 4, essentially, where they had the fire sale event. So I don't know if that's a fear-mongering tactic, but who knows? Maybe it worked in our best interest.
Wasn't 0 Day about us trying to kill the Iranian fissile program and introducing Stuxnet into their systems through their air gap, and then that's what actually released OG into the world, that basically infected every computer on the network. It wasn't that was that about
the movie or the instance there? Gavin might be able to talk to the instance, but the movie,
the 0 Day is so 0 Day wasn't about that.
No. The movie that they're putting out, no, they're just talking about like all sorts of infrastructure being taken down and attacked, and planes crashing. And
0 Day viruses,
the 0 day virus,
yeah. It's different from the quantum apocalypse, but it's a similar problem, and that is getting to a point where some form of technology, whether it's quantum computing using AI, or even, your classic virus attacks, we're getting to a point where the systems are way too outdated. Cybersecurity has been kind of kicked down the can, and now we have to have, really future-facing capabilities just to deal with the speed of which the quantum computing, the AI is being developed. But what's awesome about post-quantum encryption is it basically uses a form of mathematics that AI and quantum computing can't compute. And then the fact that we don't log data, there's nothing to retrieve, even if there were a breach per se, right? Because you always got to think of all the different possible angles something can happen. And so without data to be scraped, what are you going to machine learn off of, right? So now back away from that towards, okay, well, the some bit of we can go encrypt other people's databases, right? And encrypt the network that they're using to transmit that data. How are you going to scrape and machine learn off of encrypted data that's post-quantum encrypted? So this is actually a different type of 0 day. This is day 0 for the obsolescence of quantum computing and AI as a hacking tool.
Hey, Gavin, I have a question for you. We were, after I was yelling and screaming while I was on mute, I actually streamed it. I was literally so excited. And so I just, words can't even express it. You did a great job. You and Chuck both did. But we were talking about highlights, okay? And a couple that stuck in my head, one of which was the question was asked about how much will this cost? And Representative Gillette basically, excuse me for paraphrasing, he said, how much will it cost us if we don't do this? That was epic. And it literally smashed party lines. This was a nonpartisan. They went around the room. That leftist girl that's, she's got Elon Musk derangement syndrome, right? She had to throw her dig in, but she said, but I'm going to vote for this because it's the thing to do. What were the things that stuck in your mind when the hearing was going on?
Well, to give a great analogy, life vests are nonpartisan on a sinking ship. And we can't put something as critical as our privacy, our security, encryption, things like that cannot be made partisan.
Yeah.
So if anything, everyone should be proud. At least we finally found an issue that everyone can agree on. Because in all honesty, if we all jump into a post-quantum encrypted world, we can go back to arguing with each other over our partisan political issues without the fear of foreign interference, bots, misattribution, and things being able to game the conversation so that we're not actually having a true conversation.
Yeah, great point. Were there moments where, things were being said where you're like, yes, wow, that was pretty powerful?
When the one representative brought up the question of why does it need to be agnostic? It needs to be agnostic if we want to do this quick. Otherwise, we're going to have to take the time to go out and put new hardware in and all these kinds of things. That there's ways we can secure things with the current situation. And as the current situation evolves, we're evolving with it. So there's no need to force an overly expensive solution as your starting point when there are basic things we can do. Like let's get the Secretary of State, the Treasury, core key government agencies into this network quickly. And then the irony is this becomes a situation where, because the state got behind it, now our expense and costs go down for the commercial and consumer level products, to where all of a sudden we're able to, have a little tiny device that everybody can stick into plug into their ports and let the software do its thing. And now their laptop, their phone, their computer, even their television is operating within a post-quantum ecosystem.
Awesome.
I love it.
I love that they're all about, because they, because you can't quantify, how much it will cost to comb through their entire system and figure out from the bottom up, what is it going to take to get this done. So the pilot project aspects of it, obviously it's it's an open-ended budget, but you can't afford not to budget and lock down your system. Awesome.
Well, and the great answer that came from Gillette was, look, there's no way for us to quantify how much it's going to cost right now, because we need to hear from the directors. We need to hear from the amount of employees that are there. We need to hear from the amount of computer and IT infrastructure that actually runs the department. We're going to need to get actual, audits done, and to see what the actual final costs are going to be. So it's not a blank check. It's going to be a precise check. And that was something that I think a lot of the people on the fence on the left were like, all right, that makes sense. I'm cool with that. I can live with that. And so that was a big deal.
Yeah, I think it helped because they don't have to sit there and argue over a dollar amount. Does that make sense?
Yep. Yeah, or over budget or under budget,
Right, because it left less room for argument.
Yeah.
Right. It's direct budget. And that's something I think that everyone could appreciate. And again, I think that everyone came through on. Hey, Gavin, it's me. My other account's suspended. I can't get on my trash Discord, so it's trashy right now. But I'm here, man. I've been here the whole time.
That's fantastic, and thanks, Aaron, so much for coming out. It means a lot that you did that, and the reps really appreciate it. Hearing someone who's not necessarily involved in cybersecurity but can speak from the public's perspective.
Yeah, the vice chair, he even made a mention. Remember at the end, he was like, "Oh, I'm going to use you in the future. I'm going to need you to come up as a normal citizen again in many other bills in the future." And I said, "Don't forget me on censorship stuff too, by the way. That's something I can go and talk about all day." He's like, "No, I'm going to use you in the future. You were fantastic. Thank you." That was a really cool compliment coming from the vice chair.
And I think what today really represented from us being a small little company getting involved in big things, to the Defense Initiative Office going through to basically make it easier for little people, inventors, people with unique talents to get involved. to me, what this speaks is we're finally coming back to a day and age where the general public has skin in the game in so many different ways that this becomes a team effort, not a hostile environment. And I look forward to, what I think we've got a fantastic future just around the corner.
I agree. And what better way to bring this home? Before that previous bill, I don't remember the HB. It was like HB 272 or 271.
That was 2872 Appropriation Office of Defense Innovation. Is that the one, or
the one where it streamlines? Yeah, the one where it streamlines everyone and gives everyone an opportunity, even the small guys, to participate in military contracts and innovations in these various different larger organizations, and gives them an opportunity to streamline and kind of put everything on a streamline. I think it sets up exactly what this bill was about. And I think it was a perfect setup, and it was a perfect time, no matter how long we had to wait before we could speak. I think it did exactly what we needed it to do. And I think the vice chair did it on purpose.
We noticed the order of the bills that they went through. They kind of hopped, skipped, and jumped around, and then brought it about to end with that. And that was great.
Yeah, that was interesting because I think we originally thought it was going to go in the reverse order. Right? So that was kind of interesting. Shoot, I was going to say something. I forgot
it. Gavin, did it exceed your expectations? Did it meet your expectations? What were you expecting going in? You were hoping? I mean, did you ever think that you were getting 9-0?
It exceeded my expectations in a lot of ways. I've never truly had an actual sense of what we've created until we've gone down this path to actually meet and see what other competitors are doing, to see what the actual standards are. And it's just a real honor to be in this position. And literally, all these people that I'm talking to right now, you have all played a role in helping us get here. And it's just really breathtaking. I really don't know how much other to say then. This is a high level custodial duty that we all now have to bring forward. And the end result is we'll be able to go about our daily business like we used to, but without the spoofing, without the random weird calls that come to us, without the spam, without the parts of our digital experience that make it suck. We can finally get rid of all that and all of a sudden new features, new capabilities, all these new people coming into the space with all their inventions and their ideas. I don't even think we really truly have the ability to imagine what we'll be seeing in just a short decade.
Yeah, I think this is gonna it's gonna set things in motion for a lot of advancements in cybersecurity and technology, especially with the whole innovation thing that Arizona is doing, which it sounds like they're doing in Utah and a couple other states. So I did notice they mentioned that. I do remember what I was going to say or ask earlier. So initially, I think we thought there was going to be some Democrat or some kind of like opposition to the bill. Do you know what happened with that? Did no one just show up, Gavin?
There was one guy, and he was awful.
Really?
I think the reality is this is a hard issue to make partisan, especially when the issue affects everyone. I think that
we didn't hear him in the thing, did we?
No, he was on a different bill. He was on a couple bills prior to that. He was just terrible opposition. But this is something, Gavin, that I was talking to Millie about before on my way down to Phoenix to go to this. I said, this is apolitical. And if we keep it apolitical, this can go very far. and there's no reason to make it political, and there's no one. I'm sorry, but we're all about to make an argument that if you argue against it, I don't see how you could conceivably argue against it, number one. But number two, if we really lay it thick about, quantum computing and these quantum farms like the Hive that was taken down, all of these ransomwares that I mentioned that no one knows got paid because it was cheaper to pay them than to lose all that business for all those days. Like, we're talking hundreds of millions of dollars. And if Arizona can lead the way on technology like this, that I think that it's going to go places that I just don't even think we can even possibly imagine.
No, yeah. I mean, you hit the nail on the head.
Well, guys, I need to pop off here for a little bit to go get us settled in. But if you guys have this space open a little later, I'll definitely chime back.
I don't know if we'll be doing it that long.
We've been running all day, Gavin,
Yeah.
so I don't know.
We're probably going to close it down pretty shortly.
Up to you, Millie. I'll leave it up to you.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, guys. Have a
Gavin.
great night.
Bye-bye now.
Thanks for being supportive.
Good night, Gavin.
Thank
It
you.
was good
Great
to see you,
job.
buddy. Great job tonight.
All right.
All right, he's gone now. We can talk about him, right?
I'm probably going to be going down soon. I've been going since 7 a.m. Doctors and all the things, just getting out of the hospital. So I'm pretty weak. I'm probably going to have to go down and throw some TV on and be done in PJs. So
Yeah, I think we're probably going to wrap it up here. But if you want to give a closing comment or two, Pete, go for it.
Millie, did you? I'm sure you were proud of Gavin at that podium, and Chuck too. Chuck did a great job. But did you know that Gavin had ice in his veins?
What do you mean? Like, he was doing great. Is that what you mean?
He was just as cool as a cucumber.
Right.
Very, very. I mean, yeah, I was really, really proud of him.
Yeah, he seemed to have really good answers for their questions when they were questioning him.
Yeah, very, very calming approach to it. He wasn't over sensationalizing the importance and the gravity of what they were discussing. It was great, very comforting.
Right, and had him laughing a little bit. It's probably good.
Yeah, absolutely. So congratulations to everybody hearing our voices. I mean, now imagine we're still up against a big machine, and they have oppositional interest to what we're trying to do here. Their currency is data. Our currency is to make sure there is none, and that has tremendous value over the long term. So it's up to us to really, from the consumer level all the way up to our government of by and for our people. This is where we build our strength. We lock our arms. We share the good news with our friends and family. Word of mouth, direct marketing is going to be the way to go. They're not going to want to run QUX ads against the technocracy. So we're going to have to get the word out, word of mouth. And just like Gavin said, this is a testament to the power of we the people, because Millie, it started with a grassroots effort, didn't it? And that's what got you to this point to got QUX across the line. So we don't stop there, we keep it going, right?
That's right. We keep pushing forward. Millie, still with us?
Yeah, sorry. I was writing someone and then I couldn't get back to the button in time. But yes, you're absolutely right, Pete. I mean, it's amazing that this was the people who made it happen, grassroots funded, and I mean, it's fantastic. Like, this is just a testament to what we can accomplish, right? Like, what the people can accomplish. And I know we're going to be able to do even more great things now. It's the sky's the limit now. I mean, my goodness. And like I said, I mean, this is a product that's available for the consumers too. I mean, the consumers can have QX, they can have that same privacy and security. You guys can have better than government level security. Right now, it's there. You can watch TV and watch your streams and your content and comments all more secure than the government. So imagine that. It's actually, to me, it's actually kind of comical if you actually think about it.
I love the DOD question. The DOD question was my favorite. The DOD question was my favorite because they basically answered what they had, and it was basically all of us. So there was a woman that participated in the previous bill speaking, who I like. She's sharp, but she's more liberal. But I did like her. Her and I got along very well. But she said, this next group of hitters on this bill that's about to come up here on this stage, I don't think these people are ready for it. So they basically, our nicknames were the hitters.
Wait, I'm not getting it. So before you guys went up there, she said this next group of hitters.
She was talking to us in the background, while we were all waiting, because it was a long wait. Because we got down there at 2:00, and it was 5:30 before we even started. So
basically, you guys were like batters.
Yeah, we were like the hitters. She's like, she's like, just wait for these people.
Oh, because she knew you guys were going to like knock it out of the park. That's why.
Exactly. Yeah. She was like, oh, yeah.
These guys are all business. They're not going to play.
But what was the DOD statement? I don't remember it.
There was a question from one of the more liberal people. She was the one that was speaking about one of her districts is Guadalupe, and they were concerned about, the fire coverage, being able to, work with Tempe and their fire, their fire engines and their fire coverage for it. And they passed that bill as well, for more funding for municipal fire, so they could hire more people, so on and so forth. But she was the one that brought up, she said, so tell me, what's the difference between the DOD encryption that they have now versus, say, something like this? And basically, I can't remember who was up there. It was either Gavin or it was this other guy. I can't remember his name. But they laughed. Essentially, they kind of giggled. They said, well, DOD, their encryption level is really no much higher than your average online shop.
Oh, that was Gavin. That was
yeah,
Gavin.
Yeah.
He's like, the crazy thing was because he went and took some, I guess you sit down and take courses on DOD readiness or something. So you get to learn what the DOD standards are for, I guess, cybersecurity, right? They have specific requirements, right?
Yeah.
And what he was tripping out on was, oh my gosh, this stuff's so basic and rudimentary and just way below the level of security standards that QX just has for itself as a private company. Does that make sense? Way below. And he was tripping on that. He's like, our shopping cart to check out has a way higher security than the DOD's security. And he was just like, wow.
Right. And
crazy.
so and the woman even asked that question, and I was just like, here it comes.
Yeah, that was a good one. But yeah, that was great. Man, that was great. I didn't get to hear much of what the first guy said, but I don't know. I have no idea what he said very much.
John, are you talking about John Gillette, the guy who?
No, there was not John Gillette. There was when they had the speakers. There's a guy,
the guy
that
beforehand.
That got up
great.
before Chuck Moses.
Yeah, he was great.
Yeah,
he was great.
Okay, yeah, my kids were being too loud, so. But anyway, I think this was great. And this was a great space. And thank you, Aaron, for going. I know you're super tired, so I think we're going to close out the space here. Thank you so much, Pete, for chiming in and helping pull Gavin into the space. That was awesome.
Oh,
I know
thank you.
Deb was in here listening earlier, and I was like, Deb, can Pete come in here? So I'm glad you're able to make it in. But yeah, this is awesome. History in the making. And thank you everybody for following along here with us tonight. Wish Jen could have been in here for this part, but I'm sure she'll get the updates. But yeah, this is exciting. This is a win. This is great. So yeah, thank you everybody. And I think we're gonna close it out. If anybody,
Any
you know,
closing statements from anybody? Trash,
Yes.
go right ahead.
9090. Smashed it.
Yes, that's freaking a win right there. That's awesome. Let's keep it going, you know? Arizona's what we got, one state down, right?
Just the first domino to go. I thank everybody for listening in here on X and Rumble, Pilled, .net, and QUX, of course. If you don't have a QUX box, go ahead and check out QUX. Definitely look into them. They have stores and just all sorts of great stuff. And check out AmericanMission.com. Follow everyone here on stage. And with AmericanMission.com, you can use discount code AK47 to get 10% off on some of the gear. So definitely follow everyone on stage, and we'll catch you next time here at American Mission. And thank you, Millie and Trash, for joining us, and Pete and everybody else. Thank you. Have a good night. Let's keep winning.
I just got to say, go look at the bill. The numbers on the bill went 90.
One other thing. Holy crap. You did not just say that. I have to go here.
You have to go here.
My dad's like a pastor. Okay. So I'm just gonna say this. He tells me when I showed him the bill, he was like, do you realize that this bill has it's literally like, he was saying 9 is God's number because it's like 3 cubed or 3 squared or something like that is 9. But what he's basically saying is, look at 2 plus 7 is what? 9. 3 plus 6 is what?
9.
9. So what was the other one? It was 9 plus 9. 9 plus 9 is
18.
18, which is also, you know, divide that as obviously 9, right? So it's like, what was it? It was 9. Yeah, it was just something trippy. What was the other one? 27, 9 times 3, 27. And then there was some weird stuff with the number on this that was all like related to 9.
And it's not just the numbers that I'm speaking of. If you pull up the bill, we're talking fiscal year should begin. I mean, we're talking big numbers here. And they were just like, oh, well, as long as it checks out with the different departments and we can audit it down to what it needs to be per department, then we'll take it. Now, it was like, oh, okay then.
And sounds 3 times 6 is 9.
That's correct.
Or sorry, 3 times 6 is 18, which is...
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
9 plus 9. Yeah, there's some trippy stuff with this.
Yeah, So
then the fact that it was 0 to 9 was like, what?
I went there.
Yeah, there's some fun stuff with numbers, huh? So.
Yep.
Cool. I'm surprised you... Well, I'm not surprised you noticed it, but still.
Well, Millie, thanks for having me go down there. And they gave me a chance to speak. And I got to speak as a citizen. And it was pretty wild to be able to speak to what I got to speak to. So that was awesome.
All right. Thank you so much. I think we're going to close it out now. Thank you, Adam. Thank you, Kelly, so much. You guys rock.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks for holding it down, guys, and recording it and getting it all on the platforms. This is going to be an important space that's going to need to be heard. Obviously, we are being heavily throttled. My account is still completely gone, trashed. We'll see what happens with that. But meanwhile,
Thanks.
All right, guys. Have a good night. Check you later.